Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's webinar, Wetland Mitigation Law and Procedure, presented by Half Moon Education. My name is Quinn Chapman. I'm going to be moderating today's program for Half Moon. We're going to be getting into the course content shortly, but before we do, I just have a few important things to go over. First, I want to make sure that everyone that is looking to receive continuing education credit today, that you've all logged in to the webinar through the email that was sent to you by Half Moon. So that should have been addressed to your name. We basically just want to avoid things like if you couldn't find your invitation and you had a coworker or a friend forward you their invitation, then you'd be showing up under their name instead of your own. So just so we can verify that you were in fact here and in attendance, make sure you log in to the email that we sent you. Also, if you were to be all watching in the conference room together on one computer, we only have one connection to verify one person was in attendance. So if you can, please sign in on your own device with the email we sent you. Again, just so we can verify everyone was in attendance in the events that you or Half Moon are audited by a licensing board. At the end of the program, everyone who's in attendance will receive an email from me with a link to a short multiple choice quiz. And then by completing that quiz, you will be prompted to download your certificate. I'll make sure you have that quiz within like 5 or 10 minutes after we end today. So if you want to just hop over there and take that quiz, you can. It'll also be active for the next few business days. So if you need some time, no worries, you don't have to complete that quiz today, but I'll make sure that you get it today. The course materials and agenda were emailed to everybody. So you should have a link to download. In that email, it'll say course manual, and that's a hyperlink you can click on to get the course manual. The agenda is also attached to that email. You can view the agenda through the handouts tab on the GoToWebinar interface throughout the day as well. I would put the course manual there, but it's too big of a file, so you'll have to use the link that I emailed you to download that. If you have any trouble finding it or using it, just let me know. I'll make sure that we get you that course manual. We're going to be taking questions throughout the whole program, so at any time, if you want to ask a presenter a question, please go ahead and type into the questions tab on your GoToWebinar control panel. There's a box that says type question for staff. Just go ahead and type whatever you'd like to say into there, and I will read it out to our presenters. Some of them may want me to hold the questions till the end, and that's totally fine. Just type them in when you have them still. Most of our presenters, I will be reading the questions out as they come in. So just type what you'd like to say. I won't read your name or anything like that. I just read what you say, so your questions are anonymous. So please don't be shy. Go ahead and ask questions when you have them. Lastly, if you have any concerns or issues and you'd like to talk to a real person to get some assistance here at Half Moon, we have a fantastic customer service team and you can get right through to a real human being. So let me put the number to our customer service team into the chat. The number is also in the emails that I've sent out and on our website. All right, so without any further ado, I would like to welcome in our first presenter for this morning, Michael Macalis, and I will turn the program over to Michael to tell you a little bit more about himself and get into his presentation. Michael, you can start whenever you're ready.
All right, thanks, Quinn. Appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. Like Quinn said, my name is Michael Macalis. I work as an environmental scientist for WHM Group. We're based out of State College, PA, right in the middle. And my responsibilities go around environmental consulting, so wetland and stream delineation, biological sampling, and that sort of thing. But yeah, so today I'm going to be talking to you guys about identifying and defining wetlands. And like Quinn said in the beginning, if you guys have any questions, please just put them in the chat. I like to answer them as they come. I also will be asking you guys some questions. They're not required. I just like to do it for the presentation. But if you have any thoughts on the questions I ask, please, I would encourage you to answer anything I have to say. All right, well, without further ado, I'll get the presentation started here. Let's see if my, transitions are, there we are. Sorry, everybody. All right, so first things first, we have to understand what a wetland is. And so I'm from the list of people attending today. I've seen that you guys are from a pretty mixed bag of different industries, all of which I'm sure you've heard the term wetland before. It's definitely a buzzword in the eco community and also the construction and most industries. mostly because it causes some headaches with construction or development, that sort of thing. But I guess I'll read this to you. I know it's a daunting definition, but this is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers definition of a wetland, and this is what all primary legislation in regards to wetlands is based off of. I will explain it more in my own words. I know there's lots of commas. It's usually a bad sign. So wetlands are areas that are inundated or saturated by surface or groundwater at a frequency and duration sufficient to support, and that is under normal circumstances do support, a prevalence of vegetation typically adapted for life in saturated soil conditions. Wetlands generally include swamps, marshes, bogs, fens, and similar areas. Okay, so if anyone is interested, I like to ask this because lots of people have their own thoughts on it. When you hear wetland, and whether it's in a work setting, a private setting, whatever, what sort of things do you think of? Does it have a positive connotation? Does it have a negative connotation? If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to put it in the chat. It's okay if no one. It's no big deal either. I'll give it a minute. Okay. Well, if it comes in, no worries. But the reason I like to ask that is because depending on the industry you're in or who you are, or if you grew up around them, wetlands can mean a variety of different things. And people have, especially all throughout history, have different connotations of what wetlands are. There's lots of words thrown around like swamps and bogs, marshes, vernal pools, that sort of thing. And so essentially, in my own words, a more simple term, a wetland is an area that has water in it for most of the year, if not all of the year. And due to that water being there, the life around it has adapted to those conditions. So vegetation, it could be the aquatic life, could be even larger, like mammalian life, like moose or bears, that sort of thing. Lots of them are adapted and depend on wetlands. But also the soil itself will change and has adapted based off the conditions that those areas have. So oftentimes this can be confusing because you might be driving along the road and you see, let's say for your engineers here, like a sediment basin or a drainage basin, and there's water full of it. And most of the time, if you live in a wet place, there might be water in it pretty frequently. That doesn't necessarily mean that that area is a wetland. And so because of that, we use 3 separate parameters to identify a wetland. And so essentially, a wetland, and for an area to be considered a wetland, it has to meet all 3 of these conditions. So it has to have sufficient hydrology, so water resources. It has to have substantial vegetation. So this is vegetation that is proven to be adapted to a wetland condition. And it also has to have the right soil conditions. And so an area might have 2 out of 3 of these, but if it doesn't have 3, we can't call it. So that can often be difficult, especially in urban areas, because you'll see a lot of the time wetland vegetation can exist in places that aren't necessarily considered wetlands. But if that moisture is there, they can live there. So just because you see cattails in a ditch doesn't necessarily mean it is or isn't a wetland. So that's how this can be a little more confusing.
Just the responses that you had the question you asked, some responses were positive, wetlands are wonderlands. Someone else said positive. Someone said kayaking and the Everglades. And someone else said usually a negative since it will impact density allowed.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good. Mostly good things. That's the good sign. Wetlands used to be very undesired, which you'll find out, I believe, in the next presentation. But yeah, we'll keep going here. So the first parameter that it's often either the easiest to see or the hardest to see is wetland hydrology. And so Wetland hydrology, we use these things called indicators, primary and secondary. And the little list you see below is a screenshot of the data sheets we use that are Army Corps of Engineers. I've written them and they require them for all types of wetland reporting. But the primary indicators, such as surface water, high water table, saturation, those mean if an area is considered to have wetland hydrology if one or more of those are checked. So if I go to an area and it just has surface water, I can check off that hydrology. But those indicators are also split into 4 different groups. Group A, direct observation of surface or groundwater. Group B, evidence of flooding or ponding. Group C, indirect evidence of soil saturation. And then Group D, vegetation such soil features. So essentially, A is the more obvious ones, and D, you have to dig a little deeper, no pun intended, and also you have to have some background in hydrology and wetland science. So especially in regards to industry and urban areas, the secondary indicators you see on the right there are a lot more frequently used. So this could be evidence of soil cracks in the soil, could be microtopic relief, so if there's natural dips in the landscape, and also geomorphic position. If it's in an area that is flat and low, typically we can say that's an indicator of hydrology, even if it's bone dry. But with those secondary indicators, we do need at least 2 of them. All right, so next I'm going to talk about some of the more common ones we see. So this one is a photo I took a couple months ago. So this is a good example of soil saturation. So this is some soil that I dug from a wetland. And as you can see, there's a fingerprint right there. It's really saturated because it has that shine, and also it's quite soft. And so because of that, I can identify that this area has wetland hydrology. Remember, not a wetland yet, but has wetland hydrology based off that soil saturation. And the key to understanding that, sometimes it can be marginal, is if the soil has a sheen or your hands themselves are actually wet from touching it. But it can be tough to call sometimes. And our goal is to try to get saturation within about 12 inches. So next, and one of the most obvious ones, is standing water. So right here you see an image. This is up in Maine. So this is an image of a marshland that has some river flow affecting the wetland area. And so I can walk right in and notice that, okay, there's some standing water here. And a lot of people ask too, well, what about lakes, ponds, that sort of thing? How do those come into play? And with ponds and that sort of thing, like I said, they could have the necessary wetland hydrology, but they don't meet the conditions that would promote perhaps soil or vegetation necessarily. A good example of like how to understand how standing water can affect if it's a wetland or a pond or what, the two are often connected. But if an area has lots of aquatic plants, like purely aquatic plants, so not like a wetland plant, but for example, like lily pads, spatterdock, that sort of thing, or algae, then I know that area definitely has hydrology for most of the year, even if there's not water in it. If I see old dried up lily pads, I'm like, okay, that's a sign of hydrology. I can count that. But that does not count for wetland vegetation. And then the next one, sorry, the image is a little blurry here. The next one is redox depressions and iron deposits. So this one connects a bit to soil, which we'll talk about in a bit. But if you notice in the bottom right-hand corner of this little ditch wetland here, of all that reddy material, and if you look at the water itself, you can see a bit of the sheen on it, and also a mix of that rusty slime. So that's actually iron deposits, which are a frequent occurrence in wetlands that are stagnant, so still for a very long time. And so especially if the soil is rich. And this area is an area in Pennsylvania that has a long history of industry. And so the iron in the soil is deposited out from the soil itself due to that long duration. And also, I can tell that water doesn't move very much because of how much, lack of a word, gunk is all through it. That red is a mix of iron and also algae. And so some algae actually looks a lot like iron and feeds on iron, and it'll have that slimy, sometimes smelly feel to it. And also a neat thing I want to point out. Again, sorry the image is blurry, but almost the bluish rainbow shine you see is, a lot of folks might think that might be oil, but in most cases it's a dissolved inorganic carbon. So a good example to know between carbon and oil is if you were to splash that, and if those rainbow sheen chunks split up into separate little pieces, that's carbon. So that's carbon that's just not gone through the natural system yet, and so it's not consumable in its organic form. So that can be another reason. That can be caused through that stagnant water as well. But that's the other one we see quite frequently. So now, and also the next one is a high water table. So this image you're looking at is a hole I dug, and after I dug it, obviously we see that the soil is saturated, but once I dug it, that hole filled right up to the top with water. So that tells me that this wetland, it might be perched, which means there's a layer that's keeping water almost like a bowl up above something. And so water cannot get through into the groundwater supply somehow. And so throughout that area, that water will stay there and probably stay there for quite a long time. And so that's how you can identify high water table, which is almost always a sign that there's a wetland there. So yet again, we can't say it yet because we haven't confirmed the other two parameters. All right, so the next is the presence of wetland vegetation. Now this parameter is often the most intimidating for most folks, and also the most time consuming. This is because you need to have a lot of background info and a lot of plant ID knowledge. And so essentially the thing that bases all of these identifications is how the plants are categorized in terms of wetland. So depending on the U.S. Army Corps region you're in, which if you're not familiar, U.S. Army Corps has split up the United States into ecoregions, and each of those regions have different policies depending on where they are, and they're based on the climate and basic habitat you might see. But each of those plants are given an indicator status, and it could be obligate, FAC wet, FAC up, or upland. And so FAC stands for facultative, and upland stands for an upland plant. So this is a plant that cannot live in wetland conditions. So that doesn't mean it necessarily won't be found in one, but that basically means that this specific plant will probably die and not thrive in wetland conditions. And in the opposite end of the spectrum, you have obligate vegetation. So this is vegetation that is highly dependent on wetland conditions, more specifically, more accurately, I would say wet conditions. So this is a good example of this would be like a cattail, let's say lots of different sedges, that sort of thing. And so if you find a cattail growing somewhere, there's a good chance, and it's always impossible that there won't be some sort of saturation or water there. And then facultative is like right in the middle. So most plants have a facultative designation, and so that can often be confusing. But essentially that means they can live just about anywhere. And also this system isn't foolproof. There's some plants that have certain statuses that if you're in the field a lot and you see them a lot, you might disagree with. For example, like velvet grass is a species of grass we find here in Pennsylvania, that it has a facultative designation, but I've only ever seen it in wetlands. So that's an example here. But we also have to worry about the stratums. And so generally there's 4 stratums we use. And this is basically the classification of each type of plant. So there's vines, which are self-explanatory, herbaceous or herbs, which have a 5-inch radius or less, shrub, which have a 15-inch radius, so that's at the stalk, and then trees, which have a 30-inch radius or more, and typically will be over 3 feet in diameter at breast height. So that's what that DBH stands for. So you just measure the radius of the plant at your chest, and that'll tell you the stratum it's in. So for example, but also with when we're classifying it, it can be a little easier. Herbaceous is all non-woody plants. So we don't base it off height because that can create some issues in regards to some other species. So for example, Phragmites, which is a type of invasive grass from Australia and Indonesia, that can grow up to 12 feet tall. But because those radiuses are under 5 inches, usually it means we're okay. So I wouldn't consider that a shrub or a tree. But also what can be confusing is trees can actually be in all 3 of these. So as a little sapling, a tree might be classified as an herb in the herbaceous layer. And if it's a little older, it might be a shrub and eventually become in the tree layer. So this isn't specific to all species. So some can be in all 3 stratums. And we use those stratums to classify the wetland as a wetland veg determination. And the 3 that I encounter the most and that you'll probably encounter if you ever have anything to do with wetland development or wetland based consulting, you have palustrin emergent, palustrin shrubland, and then palustrin forested. So just for some background information, palustrin is just another way to say marine, but in regards to freshwater. So palustrin emergent, if I'm in a wetland and I see that almost all of it, at least 2/3 of those plants are in the herb layer, so grasses, ferns, small saplings, that sort of thing, that's going to be considered a palustrin emergent or a PEM. And then it's the same thing for PSS, palustrin shrubland. If I see there's a little step up and they're meeting those requirements, then I classify it as a shrubland. And then if I see it's forested, I classify that as a PFO. I know this might be confusing because there's so many different classifications and so many different ways we can identify and classify wetlands. But this classification is very important from a permitting and industry standpoint, because at least in the state of Pennsylvania, the states have their own laws. Some are more lax than others. But in Pennsylvania, if a company impacts at a wetland, let's say it's a PEM plus an emergent wetland, they're responsible for replacing that wetland at a 1-to-1 ratio. What that means is if they impact, I don't like to use words like destroy, they're buzzwords, but if they really harm a palustrin emergent wetland, let's say an acre of it, that means they're responsible for replacing a whole acre of that wetland in the same drainage. But when we get to shrubland and forested, the ratio isn't 1-to-1. This is because shrublands and forested wetlands just take a lot longer to establish. So even if you recreate a wetland and you plant trees and all that, it's going to take probably a solid 10 years for them to establish into a shrubland, and even more, probably about 20 years to establish as a forested. And so because of that, shrublands and forested wetlands have a higher ecological value. But yeah, so shrubland, same sort of thing. I believe, I don't know the exact ratio for a shrubland. I believe it's 1 to 1.5. and then Western forested is 1 to, I think, to almost 2, maybe 2.5. Don't quote me on that, though. I'm not sure the exact ratio. But that's why that matters. And also, you'll see very different types of life and roles in each of these types of wetlands. All right, so finally, we're here in the soils. And so with soil identification in wetlands, this can be sometimes people's favorite, sometimes it's people's least favorite. It depends. But essentially, we have to, well, much like plants, we have to identify what type of soil it is, and that can tell us a lot about the conditions of that area. So first what we do is we try to dig a hole, probably close to 24 inches or so, or till we get to the refusal layer, which essentially that could be a layer of gravel, a layer of hard clay or rock, and that's essentially what's keeping that wetland and that water for the wetland there, kind of like that big bowl I was talking about earlier. So we rarely get to dig 24 inches. Usually it's more like 10 or 12, but it's usually just as deep as you can go. You check the moisture level. So this is relevance to hydrology, but like we said earlier in that photo, just trying to see, hey, is this saturated soil? At what depth is it saturated? What's going on here? And then also we reference a hydric soil book, which is a USDA resource. And so USDA has classified all sorts of soil types as hydric or non-hydric. And that could be a good tell sign if a wetland either could occur or is occurring here. So usually a wetland soil is a soil that has small particles and does not have well draining soils. So like clays and that sort of thing. And the next and the most significant, I would say important part is using a soil color book or a Munsell. And so when identifying soil color, it's a lot like looking at paint swabs, trying to pick a color for your room or something. It's the same sort of principle. Actually, this guy Munsell, who made this book, has color books for water, for flowers, and also he makes bedrooms and that sort of thing. So it's actually very interesting. He wasn't necessarily a scientist. He was just an artist and took advantage of this. But the soil color does tell you a lot about what's going on. And so when we're looking at the soil color, we look at hue, which if you look at my photo here of the Munsell book, you can see on the right-hand side, there's those tabs. They might say 10YR4, or sorry, 10YR, 7.5YR, that sort of thing. That is the hue. And so when you look at the Munsell soil book, the farther left you are, so we're about in the middle of the book right now. If I turned the pages left and went back, the more red the soils would be. So that's the red scale is the main hue. So on the very end of the book, the soils are almost green and blue and white. But at the very front of the book, they're pretty deep red. So that's the hue. And typically with wetlands, we're looking at the hue of 10YR. That's very frequently what we see here. And that doesn't mean any of these soils that you see in the color book are wetland soils. That just means that's the color range they're in. The next thing we use is value. So if you look at the color sheet there, the value is the y-axis. So and this 10YR, it ranges from 2 to 8. And this is basically its reflectance of light. So how dull is it? And this is very important because a common side effect of wetland soil is a condition called depletion. And depletion is when the nutrients are actually leached out of the wetland soil. And so it will look pale and almost drained, if that makes sense. So it's actually very similar to a person. So if a person is really pale and drained, they might not be getting nutrients, and you might ask, hey, are you okay? What's going on? But it doesn't necessarily mean it's a problematic soil. The main thing that happens is with depletion is soil pores get clogged with water instead of air. And so that water makes nutrients have a harder time traveling into the soil. On the contrary, think of a really rich, dark, vibrant soil that's really fertile, and that would contribute, that would have really open airways, so nutrients could get through. All right, so the next and last parameter we use is chroma. So that's the relative strength, purity, or saturation of the color, and that's on the x-axis. And this is the most important parameter when it comes to identifying a soil. Sorry, I was getting a drink there. And so the chroma ranges from 1 to 8 on the sheet, and the further right you are, so closer to that 8, so the more saturated, the least likely of wetland soil that is. And so typically wetland soils are going to be around 4.2, 3.2, 4.3, and it can even get up to 8.1, 7.2, that sort of thing. But typically we'll see a 10-1 or 4.2. That's the most common wetland soil type. But this color doesn't necessarily mean that it's a wetland or not. It's just an indicator of what's going on, if there's depletion, that sort of thing. The next biggest part is the soil texture. And so the general rule of thumb here is, if it's sand, it's between 2 and 0.5 millimeters or 0.05 millimeters. Silt is 0.05 to 0.002 millimeters, and clay is anything less than 0.002 millimeters. Obviously, we're not measuring this. That's an impossible thing to measure in the field. It would take way too much time. And so we have a method called the ribbon test. The next slide here. So in the right-hand corner, you'll see the ribbon test put in practice. And so this essentially is a good way to give an idea of how much clay or how much sand is in it. Essentially, you get a clump of dirt, you pinch it along your thumb, and the longer it is, the more clay is in that. So typically, it's obviously a rough scale, but anything between, if you have a ribbon that's higher than 50 millimeters, it's very clayey. And in a wetland situation, we definitely want to see more clay because, like I said, it has the smallest sediment, and so it's going to be the most poorly drained. So it's really going to hold water well. Unlike sand, which is really large particles, and so water can get through that and drain quite easily. But you can't have sand in wetlands, and it doesn't necessarily mean you can't have it. So the next here, let's look at this. All right, so another indicator. So like I said, soil, just like vegetation and hydrology, have indicators. And so much like hydrology, we look at the conditions of the soil and then check off which ones might meet wetland determinations. We don't usually use that many, to be honest. The most common we use is classified as F3, or depleted matrix, which is the middle photo here. And so, like I said earlier, that soil has a grayish, almost white color. And it's really the opposite of what a lot of folks would think of a soil as, a deep, rich brown or red. And so that depletion is a good sign that, okay, this is definitely a soil that has water in its pores, and it's wet most of the time. The biggest thing we look for too is if you notice that photo, there's those red rusty flakes or strips throughout the soil. That's what we call a redox depression or redox pore lining. And so much like the hydrological indicator of those red iron deposits on the surface, that can happen in the soil as well. And that needs to have, for that to occur, there needs to be wet conditions for quite a long time. Yeah, so then for this one, I could mark, oh, that is an F3 depleted matrix and an F8 redox depression. But yeah, so that's soils. So typically what we want to see is depletion, redox, and clays. All right, so thanks for bearing with me. That's usually for my opinion, that's the least interesting part of identifying wetlands. That's the nitty-gritty of delineation. And that's probably the most important part in regards to policy, consultation, consulting, that sort of thing. But beyond how to identify a wetland, it's important to understand the types of wetlands too. And I know this might be confusing because we talked about lots of different classifications of wetlands, if they're PEM, PSS, PFO, that sort of thing. But this is the true classification of wetland types. And there's going to be some words here that you definitely recognize. And I think this is the most interesting part because it's more based off larger ecological concepts and roles rather than the nitty-gritty biology, which for me personally, that's what I like the most. But this doesn't come into play with consulting. We can give good estimates, but there isn't any sort of policy that, at least in Pennsylvania or that I'm aware of, that the type of wetland it is comes into play. So you've definitely heard at least some of these words before, I'm sure. But there's 4 major types of wetlands. There's bogs, so in the photo on the top left corner, that's a good example of a bog. There's swamps, bottom left corner, marshes, bottom right, and then fens in the upper. So these are the ones that are recognized by the U.S. Forest Service. There are some other ones that have some special conditions, such as vernal pools, even beaver dams, prairie potholes, that sort of thing, which is kind of a rough, like, debated thing if they can be considered wetlands or not, or a whole type of wetland or not. But typically they're not regarded with these 4. So these 4 types are have distinctive differences from one another, and serve different ecological roles. So that's why they're classified. But lots of folks, might see a wetland and call it a marsh or a bog or a swamp. Lots of people ask me, aren't they all just swamps? Aren't they all just marshes? The answer is no. They're actually, depending on where you are, they can be very different from one another. And here's how you can tell the difference. So first one, bogs, my personal favorite type of wetland. They're very distinctive, and they're actually not super common in places outside of the United States. And that's because they're peat forming, which we'll get into later when we talk about fens. But they're characterized by having these spongy peat deposits, which is just really dense organic matter. That's compressed over time and it acts as a sponge and really soaks up a good deal of water, which is why they have a very significant ecological role. But also the key thing with bogs is they have a thick mat of sphagnum moss. So in the top right picture, you see below the leafy plants of that almost like carpety, spongy looking stuff, that's sphagnum moss. And that is a good indicator because it basically carpets the soil and makes the soil quite acidic. So bogs have acidic soils. And what happens from this carpeting is actually the nutrients in bogs and bog soils are actually quite low, which you first hear that you think, oh, that'd be a bad thing. How does stuff live there? But actually can create some pretty interesting things. Another reason why bogs are acidic and have low nutrients is their hydrology is primarily sourced from precipitation, so rain, snow, rather than runoff and groundwater. So that's another unique thing. And so their hydrology isn't as regular, and there's not lots of water moving in and out of bog systems. But this low nutrient systems can create some really unique life. So back to the top right picture, those red plants you see almost look like cups. Those are pitcher plants, which are a carnivorous plant. And so it's believed that carnivorous plants actually evolved from bog conditions because the soil nutrients were so low, they had to find other ways to acquire nutrients. And so they adapted to catching insects, other invertebrates, even some that actually catch vertebrates like fish and even mice. And so a lot of scientists agree that probably started in bog-like systems. So if you can't get the nutrients from soil, you have to find them other places. But also a neat thing that happens from this low nutrient and acidic conditions is decomposition can be very slow in bogs. And so you might have heard of the bog bodies or the bog men before. And so actually a lot like Ötzi, it was actually a Paleolithic man found, I believe, in the Alps, that was frozen, but it was actually frozen in a bog like condition. And lots of mummies have actually been found in bogs just because they fall in there or they get absorbed by the bog, and the decomp rate is so slow. Oftentimes they can look not that different from when they first died, even if it's thousands of years ago. So lots of like stuff like woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers have been found in old bog systems. But yeah, so the main thing that is also important with bogs is how they can swallow up lakes and how their relationship with other water systems is. So, for example, in the photo on the bottom, that's a bog in Maine. If you look at the far right, you can see a little bit of a lake or a pond there. So bogs do this thing called territorialization, where they actually swallow up lakes. And so a lot of the time, especially up north, you'll see these bogs just swallow up. And then essentially what happens is this pre-existing sphagnum prevents water from draining, which isn't necessarily true. It just prevents water from draining really quickly. And so that's why they have a really unique value of helping regulate flows. And so as precipitation comes, those bogs will absorb that, and that really helps with like flow conditions. So if a river is being fed by a bog, it's actually a lot more likely that flooding conditions don't occur, because that bog is pumping out that water at a very slow and regular rate. Yeah, so they're really essential for flood protection. So that's one good value of bogs. Time. All right. So next here, we're looking at swamps, which definitely is the term that I think most people know. So swamps are dominated by woody vegetation. And so swamps are often forested and have that almost eerie, kind of creepy connotation to them. But there's lots of variety of swamps. There's forested or shrubland swamps. And they can be along deltas, river basins, or just isolated by themselves. So the bottom right photo is aerial imagery of actually the Mississippi Delta. And so that convergence of all those rivers can help create swamps. And that's because their hydrology is sourced by surface runoff and flooding, not by precipitation like bogs. And so because of this, swamps are often the most permanent form of wetlands. And so that's why old growth forests and that sort of thing can grow in swamps, and that's why they're so old. But soil saturated in the growing season, and then standing water outside of the growing season. And so they might not always have standing water, but there always is going to be some sort of water there to promote that old growth. So bogs might be a quickly changing system, but swamps are a slow changing system. And their nutrients are really rich because they have that constant flow of the river overflow or that sort of thing. And so nutrients are moving quite a bit, and so they can get quite a lot of them. But swamps are also vital for flood control because they absorb quite a lot of water, just like bogs. And also timber resources are actually really utilized. So that has created problems in the past. But timber in general can be harvested really nowadays a little more sustainably in swamp areas. But because they're just they take such a long time to develop and stay developed, it sometimes can be tricky. But in order for swamps and the large varieties of swamp timberlands, places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Florida would actually be quite hard to establish and have resources like that in the early days. So those are swamps. Now we have marshes. So marshes are actually very similar to swamps, but instead of woody vegetation dominating, they're dominated by soft stem vegetation. So grasses, rushes, sedges, and forbs. Forbs are another way of saying just flowering flowers. Flowers or grasses, that sort of thing. And so it's frequently continually inundated, and I may have forgot to mention this, but that just means filled with or contains water throughout the year. And there's two major types of marshes. That's what makes them unique. There's tidal and non-tidal marshes. So the photo on the bottom is a tidal marsh, and the photo up top is a non-tidal marsh. And marshes are really unique because, like swamps, they're sourced from surface water, which could be salt water, depending on where you're at. But also they get it from groundwater, and this makes a really nutrient-rich soil. I would argue probably the most nutrient-rich soil out of all the wetlands, and has a very neutral and friendly pH. And this creates lots of diversity. So there's lots of diversity in grasses. It also attracts lots of different types of migratory animals coming into marshes, like birds, fish, that sort of thing, amphibians. And so they have a really high value for supplying diversity. And they're essential for recharging groundwater supply and managing stream flow and drought. You'll notice this, like the values of the wetlands, of each of these wetlands are a lot of time overlap, but each has their own unique place. And so marshes are really essential for groundwater supply, just because of that recycling of the flow. But yeah, it's also one of the most effective sediment filters for runoff. And so marshes are oftentimes actually promoted now because they help clean runoff from cities and urban areas. So it can be really beneficial, and also folks like them because they can kayak in them, they can bird watch in them. Sometimes they can even fish in them, depending on what type it is, and they're really pretty, and they're not quite as buggy or spooky as swamps are, and so they usually have a better connotation, but just equally as important. So lastly, it's also probably the most underappreciated or underknown, or the least known one, are fens. They're not super common. So like bogs, they're peat forming, so they have that thick layer of peat. That's the top photo there, and that holds that water in. But the difference is they don't have that sphagnum carpet. They usually have a mix of trees, but usually it's grasses, sedges, and rushes. So that's slow, soft, fast-growing, soft stem vegetation. And then they have a very similar ecological role as well. But they're not as acidic because their hydrology uniquely comes from strictly just groundwater, and so that upslope drainage. And so they're a lot like bogs, but they're a lot more fertile than bogs. But the thing is, what can happen too is actually fens often become bogs over time if the productivity is diminished. And so that could be from third-party impacts like human impacts, also just if invasives grow there, or if groundwater supply just stops being the primary support. So a lot of times groundwater can just shut off sometimes if the flow is redirected. And so in that case, if it's still a wet area, precipitation rules the hydrology then. And then therefore could become a bog. It's also associated with cold temperatures and short growing seasons. And so fens are more common in the northern hemisphere. So a lot of time fens are found in places like Northern Europe, Scotland, Iceland, and Northern Canada. And funny enough, an important fact about fens that might affect more people is the reason Scotch exists and is from this peat forming a resource that folks in Scotland found to utilize pretty quickly. And so because of the high percentage of fens in Scotland, that's how they can use resources like Scotch. And also peat can actually be dried and burned a lot like coal. Actually, peat in a lot of ways essentially is coal, just in the early stages. And so it's that dense organic matter that will be compressed over time. But it's like I said, it's one of the rare wetland types and is a victim of decline, just because it's one of the more sensitive ones, because it's really strictly just that groundwater supply. But it's really important for flood control and also houses a lot of unique diversity. Yeah. So those are the 4 wetland types. You can decide what's your favorite. All of them are really neat and have their own role, but they all kind of come together and have a similar place in society. And so the question comes, like, why delineate wetlands? Why identify wetlands? Like, why do we care? Why do I hear this word so much? And so I won't go into too much detail on this, but here's some examples of some major policies that affect wetlands. So Rivers and Harbors Act, Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, and then Section 103 of the Marine Protection, Research and Sanctuaries Act. So all of these things really helped protect wetlands and kind of shaped how we perceive wetlands now. As you'll find later in this webinar with different presentations, wetlands have typically been viewed in a negative light because they're flat, they're wet, they're hard to travel through, and so folks didn't really like seeing them, especially during colonization when they're trying to build things and industrialize. Wetlands were seen as, oh, let's get rid of that. It's flat, and after they would drain them and cut off their hydrology, all that vegetation would die off, and you would have a really flat area that, hey, this looks easy to build something on. But as we see later in the 19th and 20th century, that starts to create a lot of issues with flooding and also just general health of the systems. And so we're not seeing bird migrations, they're not seeing healthy distribution of species. And so it took a while, it took till the 1970s, but folks then really started to understand the value of them. So which takes me to the last bit here, which is the significance of wetlands. So they're essential in the balance between natural resources and humanity. If you want to really understand humanity's relationship with natural resources, look at their history with wetlands. And then, like I said, we're constantly learning and improving. Not everything's perfect, and there's lots of stuff we can improve from in terms of wetland conservation and wetland identification. But yeah, we're still building the framework for a future in which industry has a stable and healthy relationship with the natural world and wetlands themselves. And the last thing I want you to take away from this presentation, I know time's almost up here. So why should we be grateful for wetlands every single day? They protect us. They protect us from flooding. They protect us from unstable conditions. They clean. Wetlands are one of the most utilized, which not people realize, and also effective ways to clean water and filter out water. So it's really hard to replicate this in a man-made setting. And so because they clean so well, and we should be grateful for how they supply us with water and just protect us, kind of connects to protect, but protects us from pollution. And then also they just give us, which they give us lots of different valuable resources. You could make the argument like timber and recreation, but I believe the most, I think, impactful thing they give us is diversity and a really unique system to look at and perceive. And so that's why we should be grateful. And you depend, and everyone you know depend on wetlands every single day. And we're kind of learning that just now, a little too late maybe, but I think the narrative is definitely changing. But yeah, thank you guys. That's my presentation. I guess I have a little bit of time left here. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. If anyone has any questions, please go ahead and enter them now. We'll allow a little bit of time here in case anyone is typing in their questions. And if we don't get it, we will transition into our next presentation. So I'll just give a pause here while we see if any questions come in. All right, I don't see any questions. If we ever miss your question, I can also forward along to presenters after the fact if anyone thinks of anything afterwards. Also, the recording of the broadcast will be sent to you to review tomorrow morning as well. If anyone is interested in that, just letting you know. Okay, I don't see any questions. So with that, Michael, I'd like to say thank you for a fantastic presentation. Thank you for taking time out to present for us. We really appreciate it. I am taking you off of presenter mode, so your screen is no longer being shared. you're free to remain online if you'd like, but again, thank you for a great presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Quinn. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you again. All right, we're just going to get set up here with our next presenter. So if you want, we have about still 5 minutes until the scheduled start time. So if anyone wants to stretch their legs or grab something to drink, please feel free to do so. We'll get set up and resumed here in just a few moments. Austin, I see you're on the line. Can you hear me? I see your microphone is green, but I do not hear you yet.
Oh, can you?
Oh, there we go. I heard you. Let me turn my volume up a little bit.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if you're a little soft, if it's just me, or if maybe Michael's was just a little bit louder than yours. So I'm just turning my headphones up real quick here. Okay, can you go ahead and test it one more time?
Yeah, hi, Quinn.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Good, good.
All right. Well, do you have any? So we're still. Oh, one of the attendees said very, very faint. Are you maybe a little bit further away from your microphone? I don't know if there's anything we can do to fix that.
I'm right here by my microphone. I'm not sure
Oh,
why.
there we go.
Let me.
Whatever it was, it got a good bit louder. So I think we're good now. And maybe the attendees can you let me know, was that louder for you on the attendee end? All right, I'll wait for them. I'm sure they'll let us know as we get set up here. Okay, yeah, they said it was louder there for a moment. Okay, all right, great. Thank you for all the responses. Okay, well, Austin, I'll send you. Do you have your presentation on your end? Would you like to? I can send you the screen share prompt for that. If you have any trouble with that, I can pull up a version on my end too and advance it for you. Thoughts on that? Should I just give you the presenter mode?
I would say I think you did the slides last time, but I can
Oh,
do
sure.
them on
Okay.
my end. Whatever's easier. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Give me one moment here. I'll get them right up. All right. Screen of monitor 2. And then, so this is a slightly different version for me. Is there there it is. That's what we want. All right, are you seeing the slide on your end?
Yep.
Perfect. All right, let me just make sure I can use arrow keys. Yeah, arrow keys. Okay. All right. Yeah, absolutely. So I'd be happy to read questions out to you as they come in, or we can just field them at the end. I know an hour might be a little tight. Do you want me to hold questions to the end, or would you like me to read them out as they come in?
Oh, feel free to read them out as they come in. Yeah.
Sounds great. Okay. All right. Well, I think we're pretty much ready to go then, unless there's anything else you wanted to cover.
No, I don't have anything on my end. Yeah.
All right. It's the attendees. Let me know, because I turned my volume up a bit. If anyone has a hard time hearing, please let me know, and I will inform Mr. Scarborough. Okay. All right then. So I hope everyone is ready to get resumed here again, and if you needed a little leg stretch, you got one in. But we are going to move into our next presentation now. So at this point, I would like to welcome in Austin Scarborough, who is an associate at Young Sommer LLC in Albany, New York, and his practice focuses on energy, environmental, and land use law. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn the program over to Austin Scarborough now.
Thank you so much, Quinn. Appreciate everybody for tuning in today. And I know I'm I think there's a break right after this, but then I think shortly after that you'll go to lunch. So I'm sure people, depending on what part of the country you're on, are already kind of starting to think about that. But my portion here today is to talk about the history of wetlands. And I know sometimes the history can get a little dull, so I tried to make this as entertaining or not as dull as much as possible. But it's really interesting when we think about the history of wetlands because it's not as simple as one would originally think, and this will be a common theme throughout the presentation is that similar to other environmental topics or environmental concepts or how laws are written and where our focus as a country has shifted, very much depends on that political pendulum, right? Depending on what side it's on and where it goes from there. And so throughout this presentation, I'll try to do a good job of kind of tying in those other factors as well. So it's not just a timeline conversation. And I know Quinn and I had just talked. If anybody has questions, feel free to go ahead and ask them, and Quinn can go ahead and do that. And we'll get as many of those answered as possible. So Quinn, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. So what's so funny is about this is that wetlands were originally considered wastelands. A lot of people place so much value on them today, and for right reasons, but back in the day, that was not the purpose. That was not the thought of wetlands. They were viewed as wastelands, and this was really because it was really hard for early settlers to do anything with them. They couldn't build on them. They couldn't, grow crops on them. And so for them, and also being they don't have this historical context of the wetlands. They don't see the value or they don't see the benefits that it provides. They just have to sit here and say, okay, well, this is useless to us. I can't do anything with this land. I don't want anything with this land. If they just a wasteland completely. So that was really the original thought of wetlands. And because of this, back in the mid 1800s, there were laws that promoted the actual removal of these wetlands. And so whereas today you have states that are trying to protect them as much as possible with very intense regulatory programs and mitigation processes, as I know that other people are going to be talking today about, but that was not the original thought at all when it came to wetlands. And so there are actually a set of laws that were passed that actually focus on the removal of these wetlands. And you can go ahead and go to the slide. So these laws were called the Swampland Acts, and really it was the Swamp and Overflow Lands Act of 1950. And so those were starting off way back when, and then we go forward, and then this was really, or the Swampland Acts were before, I'm sorry. So this really, what this did is it turned federal land over to the states. And so this allowed the states to pretty much decide what they were going to do with their wetlands. And as we know, some states are going to take, a much more protective stance than others, but back at this time they didn't. And the purpose of this transfer of ownership was specifically to drain the wetlands. And, a major target of this was Florida. And I'm sure if, anybody's been down in Florida, like the Everglades, that was a huge focus of this. And 20 million acres were transferred to the state. And what's interesting is of those 20 million acres, 17 million of those went from state to private. And so that really allowed them to do what they want with them. And that was a really big focus of these acts, was to get rid of the wetlands. And so some other key areas, because this really happened all over the country. Although the major target was Florida, it also was in Indiana. There was and I apologize if I'm pronouncing this wrong, but the Kankakee River, that was another big area where this was targeted. And then also, Michigan, Lake St. Clair on the shores. In Louisiana, 8.5 million acres were transferred. And also, I live in Albany, not too far from me. New York City almost completely lost all of its wetlands through the Swampland Acts. And as you'll see kind of later down the road, this definitely goes through a shift of, then there's phases where they want to protect the wetlands, and we'll see how that impacts. But this is all back a couple hundred years ago, earlier times where we just didn't see any value in wetlands. And it was interesting to see this kind of federal approach to then shift that to the states so that they don't have to worry about it, and then the states can pretty much do what they want. You go the next slide, please. And another part of this is that the reason why states did this is, and I'm sure a lot of people here will know this on the call too, is it just made it really difficult. And we needed additional resources such as food. Also, early settlers were really focusing on housing and starting to build families, and it's just really difficult to do that in wetlands. And specific reasons why, excess moisture, flooding, drainage, oxidation, nutrient runoff, and all of these were addressed through the Swamplands Act of 1850 and those swamp laws that were the federal, where they transferred federal land to the states. And wetlands also made the development difficult too, shifting slabs, damp basements, and cracked driveways. And it's, even with different types of materials back in the day, it still made it really difficult. And so all of this really plays an impact and a role in how the US developed, and with early settlement patterns too, and with how people were, picking out where they were going to live, picking out how they were going to farm. And that's kind of how we see a lot of that development now that translates into today's environment as well. So you go to the next slide. Okay, so then after years of removing wetlands, and this is where I think it gets kind of interesting, we had an we can all, I'm sure, sit here on the call and say that it would be expected, but I think back in the day, they weren't expecting that. So of course, when you're removing wetlands, as we know, the wetlands are home to a myriad of different natural resources, wildlife, vegetation. And so what actually triggered this is a decline in hunting prey was noticed by, the people who have the money, who are influential and have the ability to, make changes. But there was the lawyers, doctors, corporate executives, the people, the bigwigs around that day. And so while they're going out hunting, they're noticing that there's not as much as there used to be, and that, it's a problem. They're not being able to, and it's funny, it's not even from a, some of it is, of course, from a food perspective, but it's really more for their entertainment perspective. And so this is something that they started to notice over time, but then they weren't really sure what exactly it is and why that was happening. So over time, they finally started to do a little bit of research, start to understand why is there a decline in, hunting, prey, waterfowl. So of course, this eventually was tied to hunting, which is a big part, but also due to the drainage of wetlands. And so from first, it was hunting. So what they did was they said, okay, we're going to start tackling hunting. Like maybe we've gone a little too far. We need to make sure that we rein this in a little bit. We'll pass some new laws and place some restrictions, and we'll see if that does anything. So some of this was the Lacey Act. That was back in 1900. And that essentially just prohibited the trade in wildlife that, wildlife that had been illegally, taken or possessed, transported. So basically any type of illegal take of an animal, that's pretty much where that came from. And so they prohibited that trade. And then after that, just a few years later, we had the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And this is a very similar law, but this one has changed a lot over time and a lot of different revisions throughout the years. But this was also similar to the Lacey Act in the sense that they were focusing on prohibiting trade and hunting. So after this, they noticed a little bit of, a decline, but also that it wasn't enough. That what these acts are doing, and it wasn't necessarily the hunting that was really the main problem here, or it wasn't just hunting that was a problem. And they really, the early settlers, and at this point we're in the 1900s, but these people started to realize that the wetlands, there's a lot more impact there than they originally thought. And like I said earlier, this makes sense to all of us on the call because we work in this space, and so we're able to we see the impacts from wetlands. But now we're starting to see, this is when we start to see the shift in the value of wetlands. So we went from before where it was a wasteland, people weren't able to build on it, really weren't able to grow crops in it or use it for agricultural purposes. And so finally, now we're saying, okay, wetlands have a purpose here, and we need to protect them. You can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So, the 20s. That's what I thought. And then, so this is where we're seeing the push to protect habitats, and because the Lacey Act was in 1900, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act was after that, and they're finally starting to realize what's going on. And so one thing that started was this Upper Mississippi River Fish and Wildlife Refuge. And this was basically a haven for birds, fish, and wildlife. And it's kind of very specific. It was basically from Wisconsin, I think it was middle Wisconsin, Rock Grove, and then down to Illinois. And then there's also the north, kind of the Mississippi floodplain. And so this is where you're starting to see protective legislature, whereas before it was not so protective. We started with the Lacey Act and everything, and migratory bird. Now we're going into this, Upper Mississippi River Refuge, and we're starting to see other refuges or other kind of focuses on protection throughout the country. And then another one of these is going to be the migratory bird conservation. Oh, that Mississippi River, by the way, overall, it was 261 miles. So it's a pretty decent stretch of protection there. And I know, I'm sure if people are in New York, we have the Hudson River, and there's a whole portion, or there's all of these kind of NGOs that are essentially there to protect this, scenic Hudson, and from the city up until about the Catskills or the Capital Region areas, that portion of the Hudson, there's so much protection there, and there's so much, like I said, several different NGOs and a lot of different things in place. And I don't know if anybody has ever taken that train ride, but kind of call it the Eagle Express, because as you go, it's really beautiful. The eagles go, and you can watch them go down the river and kind of catch prey. So, but similar to that, and that's a lot of similar protection groups and kind of legislature has popped up throughout the country during this time. And another piece of legislation is going to be this Migratory Bird Conservation Act. So this actually created a federal commission for selecting and acquiring land that would be used for conservation. And this actually created like a sanctuary for migratory birds. And so we had the one back, I think it was 1918 that we just talked about, and then from there we go into the Conservation Act and really see this shift in protection. And it's also because the thing is, it's really easy to say, well, this is really focused more on habitats and certain species, but as we all know, those go hand in hand, and really it's really hard to do one without the other, because at some point those balances are going to get kind of thrown off. And so the protective legislature in general is very helpful for the land. And so that is something that was really important to note, is that although this is about wetlands, and wetlands will also be discussed later on, in these earlier years, there is such a focus on not just wetlands, but also, species and wildlife, because that was really how we started. One of the reasons why we started to realize that wetlands are so important because of the impacts to the wildlife, and being able to pass laws for wildlife and the protection of those species, then that helped us kind of figure out, okay, now we can shift our focus a little bit into the wetland side and the water side. So you go ahead, Quinn. All right, yeah, so one of these big pieces, as I'm sure we all know about here, is going to be the Clean Water Act itself. And this was a major legislation and a huge turning point for wetland protection. And I mean, I'm sure we can all understand why, but a big piece of this was actually what it did was it set up a protection program for rivers, streams, and wetlands, and through two primary permitting programs. And one of them was the point source base and the discharge base. So of course we're going from, okay, regulating the take of animals or the transportation of illegal transportation of animals, now to more of a focus on wetlands themselves and water throughout the country. So one thing about, a point source, as we all know, pipes, tunnels, septic, factories, the definition was really broad for point source, and it's exactly what would be categorized as that. And then of course, on the flip side, there's discharge, and those are spills. And so there are two very specific permitting programs. And although this was administered through the EPA, the states also had the ability to make permitting decisions. So what's interesting, I think it was a lot bigger back in the day, but now there's only two states that administer their own 404 programs. And I know later on we'll talk a little bit about Florida and what happened there. But right now, as of today, there's only two states, and that's Michigan and New Jersey. And they have the ability to administer their own 404 programs. But other than that, the rest is going to be done through the Army Corps. And going through that permitting process. And for some states, there's not very much in the form of wetlands regulation. And this is also, you'll start to see some states pick up the needle on that. And I know in New York, we have which is actually about to change, which I'll get into. But when I'm working on projects and working with clients on projects and how do we navigate that, we have our own state jurisdictional process. And then we go through the 404, the Army Corps process as well. And so I know for New York, there's a lot more state jurisdictional wetlands than there are federal. So it just really depends. But this is the start of it all with this Clean Water Act. And this is really where we start talking about, point source. Where do we track that? Where do we define that? Really interesting about this is that a lot of legislative history, I remember when I was first in law school and I had to read a lot of this, there's just a lot of stuff behind the scenes that goes on. And sometimes when you're reading about how something is defined and you're just seeing arguments go back and forth in the process to finally decide what a word's definition will be, it's just, sometimes it's enough to make your mind numb. But this is a really big piece as far as wetlands regulation, water regulation, and then this is also a time where, there was a big, and kind of going into this political pendulum theme, after World War II, there was a real big push of, not directly after, but shortly after, a really big push with environmental protection laws. You started really seeing this kind of in the early 70s, or in the 60s and the 70s, and then also throughout the 80s as well. And so this is kind of, there were little things here and there, but this Clean Water Act is one of the big ones that happened. All right, yeah, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, and so now that we've talked about what the Clean Water Act did, really want to understand a little bit more about the impact. And so this is a bipartisan move too. It's Republicans and Democrats essentially with this act, immediately made it illegal to dump into waters or convert to dry land. And not only did this create a regulatory kind of permitting process, but it also extended protections for water bodies that did not meet the standard. And there's a whole separate scheme that I won't necessarily get into that addresses that as well. But this was just a huge piece in kind of the history of wetlands, that because it focused on not only these big pieces, but also the pieces of water that did not necessarily meet that standard. And another big portion of this was that not only did it provide a protection program for, development and also actions in the future, but it also provided funding to help communities restore damaged wetlands. And that's another great kind of piece of, or an interesting piece about this, is that not only are we setting kind of the precedent for the future, but we're also going to look at what's happened now and how can we impact that. And this was through a series of federal grants, conservation projects, and I actually dug in a little bit of this because I always find it interesting to see. I always like to put dollars to cents. Let's get down to brass tacks here. How much did we spend? What did that really do? How much did that help? And so one thing was, I don't know if anybody's ever been there, but the Monterey Bay, I went once for a work trip a long time ago, and it's so beautiful. And so Monterey Bay in California, it's right outside, Oakland, not too far away. But there was actually, because of the Clean Water Act, they really helped spend money to conserve land upstream and then to prevent runoff into the bay. And then that's just one example of like the Clean Water Act funding really helping go to restoration and also preservation. But then also the Cuyahoga River is had a fire for the 13th time, and there was a huge push, and money was used from throughout the Clean Water Act. I believe this one was through a grant specifically to address this, was because at one point in time, the Cuyahoga River and Cleveland basically had zero fish, which is crazy to me to not have a single fish. So in 1967, they had zero fish. And through funding efforts that were a part of the Clean Water Act, but of course, other things as well. I'm sure that, there was some restoration through some of the, through CERCLA, and I'm sure a lot of these go hand in hand, because I'm sure that I know for a fact that the Clean Water Act could not have done that alone, but it did play a part in this restoration and, kind of revigoration of the river. So 1967 went from zero fish to 2019. Not only did it have fish, but they were also ruled safe to eat. You can take that with a grain of salt. I know myself, I probably won't eat fish out of a certain portion of the Hudson River, but it's great though, because we went from no fish to not only having a strong population of fish, but also being a population that's safe to eat. And those are just some of the examples that funding from the Clean Water Act really helped to implement. And there's, of course, a lot of other examples, but it was more, what's interesting about this piece of legislation, and at this point in time showed kind of America's perspective of the environment, America's supposed protection, and kind of how the country felt about environmental laws at that time. Next slide, please. So now we're going to see, and from here we're going to go into a different portion of wetland regulation. And what's interesting is, as you notice, we had the migratory birds, and we was focused on habitat. We go from there, and we also see this focus on wetlands on its own through the Clean Water Act. And here in the 80s, we're also focusing on wetlands, but we're doing it in a different way and with kind of a different purpose. So the National Food Security Act of 1985, this was passed and was essentially known or colloquially as the Swamp Buster Act. And what this did was it made it illegal for farmers to convert wetlands, and just so that they could remain eligible for federal farm programs. You know, I see this all the time, right, where people have land that they want to get, they want to have it considered as farmland so that they get those tax credits and they get those the other financial incentives. And as we all know on this call, um, you know, just because something is necessarily called farmland doesn't mean it's good farmland. And so, but regardless of that, this act made it illegal for farmers to convert wetlands because, as we discussed earlier, wetlands made it really difficult to, you know, go through agricultural production. And so, the purpose of this was really to convert those, making sure, and then get the federal farm programs and get those financial incentives. And so there was a conservation compliance regulatory scheme that came out through this, and there was a wetland determination process that actually got pretty complicated. You know, this was run through the Department of Agriculture, but it was also the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And I'll do it from a very high level, but essentially what this involved was farm owners had to basically go to their local farm service agency. From there, they had to go through a wetland delineation and determination process, and there were several different levels that they had to be reviewed under, and it was a very technical process as well. But essentially, this was really directed at farm owners to stop converting wetlands just so they could get more federal incentives. And again, this is in that sphere of politics and focus on environmental laws and how we went from, you know, a focus of, you know, wetland, let's get rid of the wetlands to protect it. Next slide.
Someone asked for a clarification. Did the Swamp Buster Act make wetland conversion to AG land illegal, or did it just make it illegal for farmers to get federal funding if they converted wetlands?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it just made it illegal for them to convert, for the farmers to convert the wetlands. And so that was, it wasn't the actual like it wasn't wetland conversion that was illegal, but it was like farmers weren't allowed to do that just to get federal incentives. So I hope that clarified that. Sorry if I made that confusing. It's a little tricky too, but that's essentially what it was. And it was basically just trying to make sure that farm owners were doing the right thing and they weren't trying to go through shortcuts. And it also really enhanced through that kind of technical determination process that I briefly talked about, really trying to make sure that people weren't trying to take shortcuts and trying to get, you know, additional federal incentives at the expense of key environmental resources, such as, you know, in this case, wetlands. And so next I'll kind of go into how did this place, because that's actually a great question and clarification of how this really plays into the relationship between the Swamp Buster program and the Clean Water Act. And this, and the Army Corps and the Department of Ag, historically they publish guidance, but confusion follows because it's like, what exactly is this doing? And what can I and can I not do? And so when this created, all of this kind of confusion circulated, and it eventually led to this question of, when does prior converted cropland lose exclusion status? And this whole thing is a PCC, and there are updates throughout this, but essentially what the key difference was between the Swamp Buster, or kind of the purposes, is that the Swamp Buster impacts eligibility for federal farm benefits by penalizing landowners who are converting to receive federal incentives. Whereas the Clean Water Act focused on discharging and point sources and who was impacting wetlands as a whole. And then, when I was walking through this, it's like a Venn diagram. And, you have your swamp buster on the left-hand side, and you've got your Clean Water Act on the right-hand side. And then in this middle, there was this question of where those two overlapped. And one of these was this PCC here. It was a prior converted cropland. And over time, there actually was just an update in 23, which redefined waters of the United States, which that's something that, in case for those who don't know, waters of the United States is how we define wetlands. And I actually did a presentation on this earlier this year that really walks through how WOTUS is defined based on case law. And there's because that of course shifts with the political structure of the Supreme Court, but sometimes WOTUS is, very it encompasses a lot of wetlands and a lot of different types of wetlands, or its regulatory control really reduces and it shrinks. And so there was an update in 23 that redefined this, and the purpose of this was to kind of help improve consistency by allowing prior converted cropland to qualify as an exclusion under the Clean Water Act. And I apologize, I must forgot to remove this link, but there's a link there if you want to help. That was one of the links I used to kind of help break this down. But yeah, so there was a lot of confusion and eventually just led to, some additional definition updates. But this again was in that shift where it was a big focus, but then it was almost who's focusing on what and how, at what point do we leave control of a very specific resource to a specific organization or specific agency? But also, and I touched on this a little at the end, but waters of the United States is a really big thing that also has its own kind of historical timeline with it as well, because that is a big way that wetlands are defined, through the Clean Water Act, and affects a big way how they are managed through the Army Corps. And so, next slide.
And there was a question. Someone said, I own a farm that has converted wetlands prior to 1980. There are some low-lying areas from lack of MTC maintenance over the years. Can I fill to make it more farmable?
Off the top of my head, I'd have to get back on that, because it's not as simple as just filling it. And also it would go into, whether or not you're getting these federal programs. But also, because of the way that prior converted cropland has been changed over time, I'd have to specifically sit down and look at it before I would be able to answer that question for that particular land. But it also depends on how your state, I don't know where you're located, but in some instance, there are wetlands that may not be a federal wetland, but they are a state regulated wetland. And so that could also impact whether or not you can make that shift, or whether or not you can fill your farmland. And I'd be really interested to talk about it further, but without having those facts, I wouldn't be able to speak on that specifically.
Let's see. And someone else said, in Florida, it would likely need a state environmental resource permit.
Yeah, see, that's a great example of how, because there's this federal layer, because I know in New York, depending on where you are, there's hardly any federal wetlands, but there's a ton of state wetlands. Like, I deal with projects that deal with a ton of acres sometimes, and we have to kind of think about avoidance, and because we have to go through a lot of different measures. But here we're focusing on it from a federal level, but there's a whole other level that is state-based. And so I'm glad that person from Florida mentioned that, because that's a great example of how something may not be federally but it may be handled at a state level. And so it's really hard to assess without going over exactly where it's located exactly. And also, I know in New York, we classify by quality of wetlands as well. And so depending upon the different, I'm doing air quotes here, the quality of the wetland, that determines what type of, avoidance, minimization, mitigation efforts, buffers that you have to implement as far as development and other things like that.
There's one more comment, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And forgive me, I don't know what a lot of these acronyms stand for. Have you seen how this redefinition of WOTUS to exclude PCC from CWA affect abandoned citrus groves in Florida? There is so much abandoned citrus that I see continuing to be required to mitigate for wetland impacts.
Really? I haven't actually seen that impact because it was pretty recent. But I actually just wrote that down because that's really interesting, because I would love to read more about that, because I mean that's such a huge crop in Florida, and so I can see how that would happen. That's crazy. So I wrote that down because I want to go look at it, but I haven't, to answer the question, I haven't seen that yet. So that's really interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was all the questions and comments for now.
Okay. Yeah, and so here, this is really, I wanted to take this time to talk about, because I do it in the beginning and I kind of do it throughout, but as we're going through this and seeing the different types of acts that are passed and what's happened, you're really seeing this evolution of focus on wetlands. And, we went from a time where it's historically undervalued, its overall value has absolutely increased, but it shifts, right? And, the WOTUS and waters of the United States, I go into that a little bit, but that's another area where we're seeing that focus and how we see that expansion and expansion and kind of deregulation happen. And so, we started from that. After World War II, 60s, 70s, into the 80s, we're seeing a really big push on that. That push starts to slow down, and then, then we kind of get into the 2000s, and there's kind of, and this is really what they are. I'm not just being, politically incorrect, but there is the kind of Obama definition of how the wetlands, and then also there's the Trump definition in 2016, and then we, look at 2020, and so it gets into this. It's interesting, before you don't see the president's name necessarily tied to how the wetlands are regulated, but then it really is such a political topic at this point. And, as you see, there are two very different positions on what we should do with the environment, but we really start to see how the political takes a much bigger influence. And I think, it's just interesting to comment on the fact that although it's very political now, and of course there's a lot of science to this, and the political takes a big kind of the front seat, back in the day, it wasn't so much political. It was just, oh, hey, why can't I hunt anymore? Or where'd all the animals go? And then so it's really interesting to see how these wetlands and laws of wetlands, and also just how we view wetlands and deal with them, has changed over time. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I thought it'd be a good time to talk about what states do and how they focus on wetlands, because now that we're kind of at this point, this is where we are. And I wanted to go through a couple different examples of states. And so in New York, and this is where I live, I deal with this all the time. There's a huge shift that's coming through regulatory changes, or how wetlands are regulated. And it significantly increases wetland protection. So without getting too much in the weeds, there are some state processes that pretty much say, that it's not really going to impact them. But in terms of smaller scale, and also in other processes that don't have that state regulatory protection, this greatly increases wetland protection to the point where, a lot of developers currently feel that they won't be able to build because of how significantly it expands them. And also, but throughout this, there's this word, unusual importance. And unusual importance is a word that is very vague, as we could all agree on here on this call. And it just really shows how the way what I talked about earlier about how things are defined and how long we spend on these things, it's really important because it has huge impacts. And the way these changes are coming, it affects the timeline, it affects everything. And this is an example of how, although the federal, and we've talked on this a couple times now, but although the federal process is really important, the history of wetlands changes over time as well from a state perspective too, because the states have their own power to do this. And with this next administration, there may be some deregulation efforts or attempts at deregulation that are taken to give states more control than they had before. But as of now, states do have control as far as wetlands to kind of create their own process. And in Florida, they recently lost it with a recent court decision, and states tend to handle wetlands in a completely different way than New York. And so it really just kind of some of those different ends of the spectrum there. And I also have a couple states I'm going to talk about too, but it really just is an example of how this changes over time and how this changes from a state level as well. Let me go to the next slide. And so, perfect. Yeah, so also, what you'll see too is how when states kind of get back their power or get additional control, or when there's deregulation at a federal level, sometimes you'll see that ramp up at the state level. And so depending upon how that state feels about a particular environmental resource, you'll see, okay, we're gonna, it's coming down from a federal level, so we're gonna take extra efforts on our end to further protect or further define what wetlands can be transformed into what. And then also you'll see some states completely follow federal and just do whatever they do as far as deregulation or removing protections. And examples of that are going to be Colorado. They've actually recently passed new legislation, and this is really in response to the changing of WOTUS, or how WOTUS is defined. And so they're adding wetlands to definition of state waters. They're not only doing that, but which greatly expands what is covered by their regulatory program, but they're also requiring a compensatory mitigation. And I know I keep referring to New York, but it's so easy. But we already do that in New York, and for good or bad, we have different tiers to that. But Colorado has now implemented a compensatory mitigation program to address wetlands and focus on that. But on the flip side of this, and we went from Colorado to Indiana, who is actually going through the process of redefining wetlands to make it less inclusive and ultimately removing protections. And so you'll see this happen throughout the different states, and I'll go through that a little bit further. But if you can go to the next slide, I'll quickly talk about, and I talked about WOTUS before, but I wanted to quickly talk about the Sackett case, just because it really ties into how wetlands have changed over time and how they're handled. So really quick, the Sackett family, they challenged the compliance order directing them to restore wetlands that they had filled. And so to our friend earlier that was asking about filling, but that obviously this is totally different. But they said you got to restore these wetlands that they had filled. The family argued the EPA and the Army Corps, inappropriately used Supreme Court justices' significant nexus test instead of a different test to find that the wetlands were actually in fact waters of the United States. So they actually reversed this decision. They actually went back to, there's a lot of talk about this case because what it does is it reduces the protection for wetlands. And I can go to the next slide, please. And then after this, there's a lot of stress about what's going on, what are we going to do, or what are people going to do regulating wetlands, because the wetlands have lost a lot of federal protections. And so this really focused on, this change is focusing on ephemeral and intermittent streams. And so this is a particular resource that is now much more vulnerable without, so from a federal level, unless you have state protections. So for certain states that have, key wetlands programs, that's not going to be as impacted. But this really had a big impact on ephemeral and intermittent streams. And so of the 290 million acres of wetlands in the country, 2 million of those 200 million of those miles are life-giving streams and are related to those ephemeral and intermittent streams. And so essentially, millions of acres after Sackett lost their protections. And this is actually where we stand now. So kind of closing the loop here, we went from getting rid of wetlands to a very intense time of trying to increase protections for wetlands and focusing on regulatory programs or establishing regulatory programs, reinforcing those programs, building upon those, and in some ways a confusing way with the Swamp Buster provisions, or the Swamp Buster Act. But now, as we're seeing the definition change again, now we're going to a time of where wetlands are starting to lose some of their protections. And it just really gives you that kind of point A to Z, or not Z because it's not over yet, but point A to wherever we are on how wetlands have been, addressed by the government over time. And this is kind of what we'll see and how states will respond, and certain states will really, ramp up their protections. Certain states will not focus or kind of decrease their protections. But overall, as of now, millions of acres have essentially lost protections under federal regulatory schemes based on the definition established by the Supreme Court case in Sackett. And, you're always just really, I'm always curious to see how this political pendulum and how polarization as a whole impacts this, because as we see, it really changes in certain states that tend to lean a certain way, really ramp up protections, and then some states don't. And if we go to the next slide, I want to talk about how, give another graphic of how, who kind of has the most to lose in this post-Sackett decision. And I think this is interesting because it really shows, so obviously these red states, what this map does is it takes a look at a state's regulatory program, and then it takes a look at, after this decision, how those ephemeral and intermittent streams are regulated and whether or not they're still protected under a state regulatory scheme. And so, as you can see here, Texas, Oklahoma, Nevada, Colorado, Nebraska, Missouri, Kentucky, they're the ones that tend to have the most to lose. And that based on kind of how they regulate, or how they've regulated their wetlands so far. And then, New York, the New England, you kind of see the Northeast, out West, you see that those states tend to have more of a state regulatory program. So this specific ruling doesn't have as much of an impact as it would on others. And then go to the next slide. And so now we're seeing it I know I talked a little bit about some programs recently, and I talked about Colorado earlier, but seeing what states have done since, Indiana, as I discussed earlier, Florida has introduced rollbacks that didn't pass, but also Missouri, Tennessee, South Carolina, and North Carolina tends to go back and forth there. But we've seen an increase in certain legislation in certain areas, such as Colorado, New Mexico, Washington, California, that actually expands their regulation of wetlands. And yeah, and I think that's really what I wanted to close out with here. If you go to the next slide, you can have contact information for me. But I wanted to close out with that and just kind of talk about how really looking at how wetlands have evolved over time and how we went from a period of getting rid of them to hyper focus on them to less of a now they're starting to see less protections, but we're also starting to see certain states really increase their protections. However, they don't have to. So we're going to see some states that take away protections, as we just saw in that graph. And it just goes to show that who knows, in another 5 to 10 years, it may start to look different, or depending on maybe places that deregulate will kind of, maybe there might be an impact that they'll notice that they'll decide to start regulating it from a heavier level. But it just really goes to show that this is a constant swinging of the pendulum. And although there is a overall relatively strong protection program for wetlands, how they've been handled, how they've been financially incentivized, how they've been regulated has changed drastically throughout the years. So I hope that this historical overview was somewhat interesting. I know sometimes history can get really difficult or not so exciting, but I think it's good to talk about where we went to and how we are today. And I tried to make it as relevant to what we deal with now as much as possible. So on that, I will go ahead and close out. I wanted to save a few minutes for questions. So if anybody had anything, I'd be more than happy to answer them. And if not, feel free. That's why I wanted to have my contact information in case anybody wanted to reach out. But yeah, I don't know if anybody has questions now or.
Yeah, we have a comment here, and while you address it, if anyone else has any questions, please go ahead and type them in. But in case you want to comment on this, someone said, I walk a lot of large tracts of land and run into, quote, man-created wetlands, farmers doing maintenance or dealing with drainage for land management, but now they have a problem with areas designated as wetlands. Nature didn't create these wetlands, so there should be something around nature created versus man created.
Oh, and see, that's really interesting because that is such an interesting time because it's a good point. And it goes into when was that wetland created and how was that wetland created? And was this something that, it was this kind of, I know for certain projects, there has to be kind of enhancement, restoration, or the other mitigation efforts that are taking place for wetlands. And so, was that a part of that, and it depends on different schemes, but that's a very interesting point. And, what is the quality of that wetland? And if it's something that has been kind of man-made created and may not really serve its purpose anymore, at what point do we take a step back and say, let's look, does that actually need to go through this same regulatory protection scheme? And so I think that's a very interesting point. And it brings a really good question to the table of how do we measure that and how do we track that information, but also what do we do with it? Should someone be penalized for getting rid of something that is no longer used to them? It's a great point.
A question, since Florida lost their jurisdictional power to administer 404 permits, is that the rollback on protections you were talking about? I thought it is just replaced by US ACE administration, a change of hands in jurisdiction, but maybe not necessarily a rollback in protection.
Yeah, it's more so, it is more so a change in jurisdiction. And that was something that I probably didn't do a good job explaining that before, so I apologize. But it is it is a change in jurisdiction, and that just really kind of leaves more because Florida is so wetland heavy, it just really kind of places the spotlight on the state regulatory programs to either increase or not. But also, as one of the graphics just showed, they did try to introduce a rollback that did not pass, but that lack of Clean Water Act administration was really just more of a change in hands. But it just goes to show that now there's going to be a lot more pressure on Florida just to see exactly what it is they do with that change in administration.
All right, well, thank you for the responses to those. I don't see any other questions or comments. So thank you very much for a fantastic presentation, Austin. Really appreciate it. Again, feel free to stay on the line if you'd like and watch other presentations. Otherwise, you can leave at any point, but I'd just like to say thank you one more time, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody for listening in today. It was really great to talk about this, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their presentations today.
All right, thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So we are going to move into our break now. So we have a break scheduled from now until 10:45 Central. That'd be 11:45 if you're on the East Coast. So 10:45, 11:45 Eastern is when we will come back and get started up again. So I hope you enjoy your break. And if you have any questions, you can ask me during the break. But we'll see you back here then. Thank you, everyone. And Victoria, if you want to I know we tested it yesterday, so no rush on it, but what do you think? Should we maybe get screen share set up after, like when there's like a few minutes left on the break, or would you prefer to do it now? I'm fine either way.
Hi, let's do it real quick because this desk that I'm at, they have 2 screens, which I'm not used to, and I'm not sure what you can see and what I can see.
Oh, got it. Okay, so I'm gonna make you presenter, and then at the on the pop-up you'll see at the end of the sentence there's like a circle. If you click that like circle at the end of the sentence, it'll give you a drop down for options of which monitor to show. And I think if you hover your cursor over the options, it'll blink on the corresponding monitor, so you can figure out which one's monitor 1 and which one's monitor 2. But yeah, if you have any trouble with that, let me know. I'll try to help more.
Okay.
All right, I see connected to go to webinar right now.
Oh, okay, so you're seeing that screen. Okay.
Yeah, and to change it under the you can go into the sharing tab on the go to webinar interface if you want to change it. Otherwise, if I don't know if that's a problem.
No,
Let me know. Okay, so under the sharing tab on the go to webinar interface, so at the very top there should be say sharing. If you drop that section down, the leftmost button says like showing screen. It's like a play or a pause button. The word screen has a little arrow. You can click that. It's a drop down, and you can change which monitor is being shared.
Oh, cool.
All right, I see your presentation now.
What about now?
Now I see it in full screen. And let me see. Is that is your monitor have like different dimensions to it? It's like it looks like really like vertically long.
Yeah. All right, let me change that.
Okay, because yeah, as an attendee, I can stretch my screen and zoom in on it to make it to size it right. But for people on mobile, that might be a little bit of just some trouble.
Okay, stay with me for a minute. Let me
Yeah, no worries.
reset this whole thing. Okay, what can you see right now?
So I see the presenter view that has the next slide and the notes along with it. Yeah, I was gonna say if you want hit swap there, then I should be seeing what I just the slide.
Is that
There we
good?
go. Yes, that's perfect.
Oh, cool.
And I
Perfect.
saw the slide advance. So yeah, it looks like it's perfect now.
Wonderful. So I'm ready when you are.
Okay, all right. Well, we have about 15 minutes left on the break
Yes.
still. Should I just leave it as it is nothing goes
Let's
wrong?
do
And
that, just so I don't mess it
okay,
up.
all right. Okay, sounds good. So I'll go ahead. I'm going to mute myself, and I'll give you a very brief introduction in about 15 minutes, and we'll jump
Thank
right in.
you. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Victoria.
Thank you.
All right, Victoria, are you ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the first break. We are going to be getting resumed and started with our next presentation. So at this point, I would like to welcome in Victoria Bruce, who has over 19 years of sales and marketing experience serving Florida's mitigation banking credit industry and is currently CEO of the Mitigation Banking Group, Inc. So without any further ado, I'd like to turn the program over to Victoria Bruce now.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I love doing this half moon webinar. We did it last year, and here we are again right before Thanksgiving. Just want to introduce myself. I'm Victoria Bruce, formerly known as Victoria Colangelo. Changed my name in the past year after getting married, and and I've been in the wetland mitigation banking industry for 20 years. I started as an intern. So I was 21. So this is all I've been doing. And I'm not a biologist. I'm not a scientist. I was a marketing business professional. And so I'm able to share the perspective of the business side of the mitigation bank. How do we make money? How do we not lose money? And so, and the supply and the demand of the credit. So after the mitigation bank is permitted is when someone like me comes into play to help a landowner with a mitigation bank actually sell the credits, in addition to doing due diligence to make sure that they're entering into a right investment. So how's my screen look?
Looks good. I have your About Victoria slide in full screen.
Perfect, wonderful. So like I said, I've been doing this since 2004, represent about 25 or so mitigation banks throughout the state of Florida. So I'm a Florida expert. When I have tried to venture out of the state of Florida, I become completely useless. Every single state is so different. The terminology, the context, the landscape, the jargon, everything is so different. So every single state is really in their own little world. And I've been in this bubble in Florida for the past 20 years, and I act as a liaison between the environmental consultant and the mitigation banker. So today I'm going to talk to you about the wetland mitigation banking process from start to finish. The mitigation service areas. Who can you sell your credits to? Mitigation bank sponsor. What does this mean? Regulatory compliance. How indebted we are to the regulatory agencies. And we have to make sure that we are keeping in compliance to make sure that we can continue selling credits and not have our credits frozen in the event that we become in compliant. Permitting a mitigation bank. This is not an easy task, and it takes several years, lots of money, lots of time, and lots of expertise. So we're going to go through how to permit a mitigation bank. Okay, so wetland mitigation banking process. So the first thing is the due diligence. We got to make sure that this property has not only the ecological value to restore it back to its natural state so that it's getting credits, but also we need to find out that there's a market to be able to sell these credits. So it's really twofold. In addition, we're going to talk about construction, maintenance, and monitoring, which is really the nit and gritty to how a mitigation bank is formed and regulated on a constant basis. The permitting, that whole process, state and or federal, how long that takes. On the state side here in Florida, it could take about 2 years to get a mitigation bank permit permitted by the state of Florida. On the federal side, it takes 5, 7+ years to get a federal permit, which is also called an MBI, mitigation banking instrument. So this is a very long process before we can even begin selling the credits. Okay, so site selection. The more damage the property, the more lift yield you will get per acre of land for restoration. So recently, in the past 5 years or so, it's been wonderful to be able to generate so much interest landowners have, and they send me their parcel ID number and they say, would this be a viable mitigation bank? And 9 out of 10 times it's not. But if you are able to identify land that has been ditched or drained, like Austin was talking about in the last presentation regarding the history of wetlands and how they destructed it. They encouraged landowners 200 years ago to dredge and fill these wetlands. And now the Army Corps of Engineers, 150 years later, discovered that that was wrong. And so mitigation banking is a way for the private sector to be able to put it back to its natural state. And based off those efforts, the state and or federal agencies will give that landowner mitigation credits to be able to sell to applicants that might have adverse wetland impacts within the same drainage basin, the same watershed as their project that will be impacting. And so there's lots of criteria that makes a potential wetland mitigation bank good or bad. And what I normally do is I have a favorite environmental consultant that permits mitigation banks. I send her the parcel ID number, and basically she will come back to me and say yay or nay. And if she says yay, she'll say, I think that we can get, 20 credits out of this property. And then we can make a financial decision if we think that that would be profitable or not. There are a lot of expenses that we're going to talk about that need to go into this. So sometimes the bigger picture of looking at expenses and income is more nit and gritty than you would anticipate. So what we're looking for is large contiguous land. Now in Florida versus the rest of the country, the property of mitigation banks is a lot larger. The average size of a mitigation bank is about 800 acres here in Florida, and it can range anywhere from 300 acres to 25,000 acres. And you really want the more acreage, the better, especially on a financial economic outlook, because a lot of your costs are going to be fixed. And so if you're able to have more land versus less, you'll be able to generate more income. Now, with that said, it's a happy dance. And so we have to figure out how many credits might be generated in that area. So a 2,000 acre parcel may be too many credits that we don't need. It's going to put us, 100 years in inventory. So we only need 1,000 acres or whatever it might be. And so we can put into play and look into all the different options to make sure that we're making a good decision. So large contiguous land that's like a wildlife corridor is absolutely preferred. And when I say wildlife corridor, what that would mean is for other wildlife to be able to navigate through. Now, if development is surrounding this parcel that we're looking at as a potential mitigation bank, you won't be able to score as high as you would if the land surrounding you is under conservation easement. Maybe it's owned by the state of Florida or Brevard County or whatever it might be. And that way you are creating that missing corridor. You have a parcel here, and right here, the state does not own. And so this private landowner can create this wildlife corridor, which really gives you a lot of credits for your endeavors. So examples of property that have become mitigation banks are cattle farms, timber, burrow pits, sand mines, agriculture, you name it. It can be a wide variety of different themes that a property could be currently and might be able to be permitted as a mitigation bank. Mitigation service area. So this is a very, very, very big part of mitigation banking. If you were to contact me and say, I need mitigation, I couldn't tell you a single thing until you told me the location. Because without that location, I couldn't tell you which mitigation banks could service it. I couldn't even give you an idea of pricing because it all depends on which mitigation bank can service it. I couldn't even tell you if credits were available or not. And I'd also not be able to give you any kind of price or any information. So the most important thing is just to get a vicinity of the parcel that may be impacted. And then we can find out which drainage basin that property is located in. And then we will evaluate which mitigation banks are located also within that same watershed drainage basin. You can only provide credits to applicants within your service area. Case by case scenario, you may be able to go outside of the service area if there's no other options, but that is rare and fall in between and case by case. So on a more steady approach, you need to purchase credits within your basin. And that's very, very important to understand. And here we go. We're going to talk a little bit more about the mitigation service area, also known as MSA, the geographic area in which permitted impacts can be compensated for at a given bank. Mitigation credits may be withdrawn and used only to offset adverse impacts in the mitigation service area based on the regional watersheds to guide the establishment of the mitigation service area. Drainage basins established pursuant to 373.414 may be used as regional watersheds when they're established based on the hydraulic or ecological conditions, characteristics of the basin. Now, there was a part in here that I wanted to say something, but I've lost my train of thought. Let's see. Mitigation credits withdrawn, offset, impact, regional service areas. Okay, so currently, or in Florida, there are 86 different basins. So that means really there's 86 different markets that we can cover to be able to provide mitigation for the entire state. Now, those 86 basins are encompassed within 5 water management districts. This is one of 5. This is the St. Johns River Water Management District. This one has 23 different basins. And as you can see, they're very small. They are not large. And the reason that these basins are important is because let's just say that we are located in Basin 1, Upper St. Mary's River, and you're located in Basin 3, Nassau River. You will not be able to buy credits within that area. So you have to purchase credits within the same basin. Now, we need to figure out before we permit a mitigation bank, what kind of demand historically has each basin utilized credits? Because some of these basins, they may sell an average of 5 credits a year. Some may sell an average of 30 credits a year, and some may sell an average of half a credit a year. So we have to really understand the historic absorption for us to understand how many credits we anticipate to sell in a certain basin. I'm located in Lake Jessup, Basin 23, here in St. Johns River Water Management District. And it is a nested basin, and it actually doesn't have any mitigation banks within its basin. And so that creates a lot of challenges. And there's no supply and there's high demand. And so we actually provide off-site mitigation within this basin, which Amy Daly will be talking about at the end of this presentation regarding off-site mitigation for areas where mitigation banks aren't available. Now, let's just go through a little bit of these just to kind of give you an idea. So if we look at the Central Indian River Lagoon, Basin 22, there's only one mitigation bank that can service Basin 22. It's actually called the Basin 22 Mitigation Bank. So you really only have one option. Now, if you were to go into, let's say, Basin 18, St. Johns River, Canaveral Marshes to Wekiva, there may be 2 or 3 options available. And so you can be able to price compare. And now there's going to be some competition. So it's a lot different if you're the only game in town versus you have competition. And that's how we are able to set the price and terms for selling the mitigation credits. Now I'm going to show you the other basin maps. So this is St. Johns River Water Management District, 1 of 5. This is Southwest Florida Water Management District, also known as SWIFMUD. This is over on the Tampa southwest side of Florida. And you can see these drainage basins are just as small as St. John's. You can see some are larger than others. Charlotte Harbor Drainage Basin is rather large in the shaded blue. This little Manatee River in the brown is very, very small. The little Manatee River didn't have mitigation bank forever. And the first mitigation bank was just permitted. So there were no options, and now there is. Other areas where there are no mitigation banks, this south coastal drainage over here in Sarasota, right here on the bottom left. There are no mitigation banks ever. They've never been there, and they may not never will be. And so if you have an impact in this area, you might not be able to develop it unless you are able to do your own mitigation. And the competition for a mitigation banker is either to do on-site or off-site. And so an applicant that's impacting wetlands can do their own mitigation. And so if you were located in the south coastal drainage basin, you would have to do that off-site mitigation. Now, if you were in Peace River, this large green area, there are mitigation options. So it just really depends on where you're located. Location, location, location is so important in mitigation banking. Here is the South Florida Water Management District basins. This shows you like Central Florida. Disney is right here, let's see, in the Basin 2, Basin 1 area up here on the top. So of course, this area, basins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all these ones up on top have very high demand, being located in Central Florida, Disney World, prime property. So there are several mitigation banks that can provide mitigation within these basins, 1 through 8, let's say, maybe even through 11. And then we get into basins 12 through, let's say, 21 or so, and there's lower supply. And then we go into basins 22 through 32, and those are more on the west coast of Florida. And as you can see, you know, basin 29, 30, those are the east coast of Florida. So these drainage basins are very, very small. They are not political boundaries such as a city or a county. They do not go by that at all. They are drainage basins that are established by the state and federal government that show if a drop of water were to fall in precipitation, where would it drain to, which water body. And so that is how it's determined, so that there'll be a no net loss of wetland impacts should you be able to impact, get a permit, and provide mitigation. All right, here's 3 of 5 of the water management districts here in Florida. This is the Swanee River Water Management District, which is up in the northern part of Florida. And there's about, what, 9 or so, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 basins within this Swanee River Water Management District. And so if a project is located in the Swanee River Basin, they have to provide mitigation within the Swanee River Basin. So we would evaluate which mitigation banks options there are available. And here is the Northwest Florida Water Management District, which is the panhandle of Florida. And you can see how those water management districts are covered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different basins within this one. Okay, so the 5 water management districts, they all permit mitigation banks and permit impacts within their district, and they all have their own rules. They all have their own guidelines. And so even if you're in Florida, depending on where you're in Florida, the conditions might be different. So it's very, very important to understand the regulatory compliance. Mitigation banks require authorization and approval from state and federal regulatory agencies. And the Army Corps of Engineers is the lead agency in the process. As Austin talked about in his last presentation, Florida not only has a federal program with the Army Corps of Engineers, but also has its own state program. And to even make matters even more tricky, several years ago, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, the state of Florida, the FDEP, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which oversees all 5 water management districts, by the way. So there's really 6 of them because we have 5 water management districts and FDEP. And FDEP also permits mitigation banks and also permits impacts. And so between those 6 different agencies, where you're located will determine where you need to process your permit. But what happened is there was, many years, a lot of time, and a lot of money spent for Florida to assume the Clean Water Act 404 from the Army Corps of Engineers. So what that meant is if you had an impact and you needed state mitigation, you would either A, go to the Water Management District, or B, FDEP, depending on which type of project you had. FDEP on the state side would get involved if it was a single family home or a utility or a roadway. The other projects, commercial and industrial and everything like that, would fall under the Water Management District. And so they thought, let's streamline it more. I mean, most of the process with the state agencies are already being regulated, and now we have to double dip by now going to the Army Corps of Engineers. Let's have FDEP take care of the federal program as well. And most of the projects will need FDEP state as well, so they can evaluate the projects together on a state and federal case basis. But just recently in February of this year, everything came to a halt. We didn't even have any presumption that this was going to happen, but court cases and legal challenges came into play, and they won. And basically they were saying that Florida, FDEP, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, was not applying the rules and the standards and the guidelines correctly. So the Army Corps of Engineers took it back. And that's been a huge issue here in Florida, because when it was assumed in 3 or 4 years ago, there was about 500 applications that went from the Army Corps of Engineers to DEP, and it took a lot of time and training for everybody to get, on par. Well, as soon as we started to figure it out, they transferred it back, and now there was over 1,000 applications that had to be transferred. And they said, don't worry, if you're at the end of, your permitting process and you're almost there, we're going to pick up where you left off and you'll be fine. And that didn't happen. You had to start over, basically. And so all these projects, I mean, talk about a nightmare for a developer who's trying to get a project authorized by the state and or federal agencies. And so they've had to start over. And most recently, the Army Corps of Engineers actually has outsourced the permitting process to speed up the time frame here in Florida, because there are so many applications. We are so backlogged, and we're taking a process that we let go, and now we're bringing it back to the Army Corps of Engineers. So a lot of uncertainty and things going on with that. And from my experience, I do not think that the 404 assumption will go back to the state of Florida. I think it's here to stay with the Army Corps of Engineers, but you never know. Mitigation banks are sites that help with regulatory compliance by compensating for the impact of development on aquatic resources. They are created through a formal agreement between a regulatory agency and an entity called the Mitigation Banking Instrument, the MBI, which serves like a permit to authorize the bank to sell credits to permittees, who are then responsible for implementing mitigation measures for wetland impacts. Now, one important thing to understand is the Florida assumption of the Clean Water Act 404 that did not have anything to do with permitting mitigation banks. It always stayed with the Army Corps, so that did not change. It was more on the impact side. So a mitigation bank's customer was now told, you can't go to FDEP for the federal, now you got to start over with the Army Corps of Engineers, which was how it was 3 or 4 years ago. So a lot of ambiguity on where to go, who to go to, and the WOTUS definition of that also created some complex because also this year it was established that less regulations would be required for wetlands that are not, that might be ditches that are not connected to a water body. When I started this, started in this industry 20 years ago, I was taught that if there is a wetland that's isolated, it's not connected to any other body of water, here in Florida, you'd only require state credits. And if the water was jurisdictionable to another water body, you will also need federal credits. So you have to go through the state approval process and the federal, and they do not streamline at all. They're completely different. And just like permitting a mitigation bank takes 7 years, getting a project for impacts permitted by the Army Corps of Engineers is also a lengthy process. The state side probably takes, let's say, 4 months on average. And the federal side for impacts, on average, I would say maybe a year. And this would be for a project that is looking to impact and utilize mitigation credits, just on average, not thinking that there's any other environmental concerns with the permitting process. But the mitigation banking industry and the developers are completely at the mercy of the regulatory agencies. And things are changing all the time, and we must just acclimate to these changes. Now, when the changes happen with WOTUS, and they said, you know, you're only going to need credits if it's navigable to a water body, and instead of having the significant nexus. Before this year, when things got rolled back with the regulations, it was very confusing, even for these seasoned 50-year environmental consultants, trying to decide if their applicants, if their clients would need federal mitigation as well, because it wasn't clear what needed federal mitigation, because before it was so easy. If it's navigable to a water body, you need federal credits. Now there was a significant nexus and intermittent and perennial streams, and so it got very complicated. So in my mind, although it requires less credits, so I sell less credits on the federal side, it creates a more stable environment for the buyers of mitigation credits to understand what is required and what's not. So to me, that was beneficial, because this is a very complex process, and there's no need to make it more complex, especially with these changing regulations all the time. So mitigation sponsor, basically all mitigation banking sponsor is the landowner who owns the land and who gets the bank or the land permitted. Now, if you had 1,000 acres of land and you think it could be suitable as a mitigation bank, currently, today, it's not worth that much. It might be worth $5,000 an acre. But if you entitle it and you get the bank permits, you might be able to have $30 million in potential assets for these credits. So you are really changing the dynamic landscape and the value of this land by making it a mitigation bank. And you do not have that value until you have that permit in your hands. After that, you're in, and the land is a lot more valuable because now it comes with an MBI, mitigation banking instrument from the Army Corps of Engineers. It comes with a DEP or water management permit that's sponsored by the state, and therefore you can be able to service both. Now, some banks are state only, some banks are federal only, and some banks are state and federal. And if you're a state only bank, you are only going to be able to service applicants or customers or clients that have a wetland that is isolated. If it's going to be navigable to another water body, they will need federal credits. You don't have them, they will not buy from you. They won't even buy the state credits only because they still need the federal, unless there's a federal only bank that we compare them together. But if there's a bank that has both state and federal approval, the applicant 9 out of 10 times will go to the bank that has both, because they need both state and federal, and therefore they don't have to double pay for the mitigation. Every single mitigation bank is different, every single one. There are no guidelines on pricing and terms and all the different things that come into purchasing credits. And so based off of the mitigation sponsor, they're the ones that put all of this into play. There's no oversight on how much you can charge for a credit or the terms of the agreement. That's all up to the mitigation sponsor. The sponsor is responsible for the cost of the wetland development, funding the long-term endowment, as well as the long-term maintenance of the wetland bank to ensure that it continues to function as designed in the future. So not only is this landowner a landowner, but now they are also responsible for all the financial requirements to obtain its first credit release. And those things we're going to talk about a little bit, but in the next slides, but just real quick, there's going to be a short-term construction financial instrument needed and a long-term endowment, which will forever be placed into a trust, and the money will never be touched. And the theory is that based off of 5% interest or whatever it might be, that interest, money based off of the interest, will generate enough income to maintain and monitor these sites in perpetuity. And that bank account gets activated when the last credits are sold. And that's the long term. The short term is any kind of construction that might be needed to obtain the credits. So lots of upfront money coming in, and I'll explain that more in just a moment. Okay, on the Army Corps of Engineers side with the federal permitting, not only is it the Army Corps of Engineers, but they also collaborate with the National Marine Fisheries Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and EPA. And so all of these agencies work together, which is probably why it takes 7 years, because they all have a say in the permitting before it gets signed. Goal: identify an ecosystem in need of restoration and enhancement. Bring the land back to its natural state. So step one, we find land that's been ditched, dredged, filled. It might have been used for agriculture, logging, timber farm, you name it. And if we can show that we can bring the land back to its natural state, we can obtain credits to be able to sell to applicants who need wetland mitigation credits for their potential wetland impacts on their property. So here are some things to consider when identifying a parcel of land. We want degraded ecological conditions, ecological and hydrological issues. Like I said before, we want to be adjacent to a conservation land. If we can show threat of development, we may be able to get more credits because we're actually showing that, you know, this property, we can get 20 million from Walmart. They will buy this property, but this land has been in my family for 100 years, and I don't want to fall to the pressures of development. But money talks. So maybe I have an alternative option, and I can put this land under conservation easement and get $20 million worth of mitigation credits to sell. And therefore it's a win-win for this family with this land, and they can keep this land in their family forever. The mitigation sponsor, if they wish, they can hold the land forever. You can also donate it, but but if you want, you can recreate on that land, and that can be, you know, your family's legacy. A little hint is sometimes mitigation bankers do not put about 2 or 5 acres of the land. They keep it out of the conservation easement so that they can develop a site that maybe they can use to as a lodge, you know, and it's a great way after the mitigation bank is permitted and all the credits are sold. It's also another residual form of an asset, because now you have this beautiful cabin with 1,000 acres in your backyard. So there's lots of ways to be able to obtain this land and keep it in the family forever, but also to be able to have an income producing property. Wetlands and uplands. A wetland mitigation bank is not only just wetlands. It does comprise sometimes of uplands as well. Now, the Army Corps of Engineers won't give you as much or if any credits for the uplands, but on the state side, they do. They act as buffers. They see them as very beneficial to the property. The goal is to reestablish the ecosystem structure and functionality by creating habitat value. The value of these credits is determined by quantifying the wetland functions or acres restored or created. And so basically we fix broken swamps. The worse the property, the better. And how I like to state it is, here in Florida at least, there's something called the UMAM score. UMAM, the Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method. And this was adopted in 2005. I started in 2004 in this industry, so I watched in 2005 as a newbie, an intern, watching this change. And basically what UMAM is it's a scale from 0 to 1. And 0 is low quality and 1 is high quality. And based off that scale, you could have 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, all the way up to 0.9, of course, and 1. And so a low quality wetland may score let's say for an example, 0.3. A high quality wetland might score 0.8. An average could be 0.5, 0.6. So if we had an environmental consultant come out to your property and you say, do you think that, how many credits do you think I could, you know, obtain? Now, of course, this is a complete negotiation between the environmental consultant and the agencies, but back of the napkin math, they say, I think you can get 100 credits for this 1,000 acres of property. And how they do that is they would evaluate what they think it is today versus what they think they can make it tomorrow. And so they might go out to the property and say, this is like a 0.3, very low quality ditches, drainage, like not, you know, not supporting ecological functions. But if we did this and this and this, we restored the hydrology using culverts, we got rid of the invasive species, we planted native species, we did tree thinning, we did all these different types of activities, we can bring it to a 0.8. And that lift between a 0.3 and 0.8, that's 0.5. And we would multiply that 0.5 times 1,000 acres, and that would give us 500 credits. And so therefore it's you obtain as many credits as you can create the ecological lift. And that could be your financial lift as well. Okay, so here's an example. 1,000 acres of land, and depending on the quality of the wetland, let's just say that for every 7 acres will equal 1 credit, and you would get 140 mitigation credits to sell. Now, not all 140 mitigation credits are available on day one. Actually, only 10 to 20% of those 140 credits will be available on day one. After you record the conservation easements, the property will never be developed, and you fund those 2 accounts that I talked about, the short-term construction which is going to pay for the hydrology, that culverts, the removing the invasive species, planting, 500 native species, the fencing, the signage, whatever might be needed to restore this property back to its natural state. Now, here's an example of the anticipated upfront expenses that are needed. So this is just a case example. We got 140 wetland mitigation credits potentially available. We've done some research, and there is another mitigation bank within the same drainage basin, and they sell for $200,000 of credit. So we're just going to meet or beat them. And therefore, there's a potential of $28 million in mitigation credits. Oh my goodness, everybody gets so excited. But then they realize, oh boy, there's a lot of money that's going to have to come up front before I even see a dollar. And those kind of expenses, and I'm not even going to include the land, and we know how expensive that is, but let's just pretend we've had the land in our family for 100 years, and we're not including that figure, sunk cost. So you can anticipate for this type of 1,000-acre parcel that it's going to be about $600,000 in environmental permitting fees, the consulting. And the reason it's so expensive is because it might take 6 or 7 years, and there's all these diagrams and figures and modeling that need to go into it. And there's probably 4 or 5 different companies here in the state of Florida that specialize in developing mitigation banks. It's a very, very rare industry. It's a very, very large income producing industry. And so I know a lot of companies throughout the country are looking to monetize more by not only working with impacts, but also doing the restoration, the fun part of mitigation, where the land will never be developed. And so any kind of restoration work we do, it's going to benefit the environment and be there forever. The construction fees, like I said, the restoring the hydrology, a culvert, and the exotic species, removing those, planting native species. We've gone to the contractors. We came back with a proposal of $500,000. Now, when we put this money up, we have to put 110% up into a letter of credit. And then once we pay the vendors and we show the agencies, we can get reimbursed. So this money, it needs to be available ×2, because you've got to pay it out twice. You will get reimbursed on one hand, but it's a lot of money that needs to be free cash flow that are not, we're talking liquid funds. And then the long-term endowment. And this is determined by the agencies, and most of the time it needs to be funded up front, but you might be able to talk with the state and federal agencies during the permitting process to fund these as credits are sold. You might have to put up, $300,000 now, and you could do the rest as credits are sold, or whatever it might be. So we're looking at, between these 3 different expenses, about $2.6 million. And that's a lot of money to put up front with no assurances that you're going to get a dollar back. Because once we have credits available, you can't make somebody impact a wetland. It's all about timing. It's all about, permitting on their end for the impact. And so there's a lot involved. So this is a very risky industry. It could be very lucrative in the long end, but my favorite saying is, it's not for the faint of heart. Now, selling credits, this is my specialty. So after the land is permitted and we put up the conservation easement and we funded the short-term and long-term financial requirements, let's just say we're going to get 20% of those credits. So 140 times 0.2, we get 28 credits. And so we're going to sell those out. So let's see, that was about 200,000. So that's 5.6. So, but 28 credits, it might take 10 years to sell those 28 credits, depending on which basin, the demand for the mitigation credits. So this is a very long-term investment. Now, there might be a project that comes to you and says, I need 30 credits yesterday. Or you could be tracking a project for 5 years that needs 30 credits, and you're still tracking it. So these projects, you have to be at the right place at the right time, and just kind of wait until the credit demand is there. So the supply of mitigation credits versus the demand for mitigation credits is incredibly important for you to understand and consider before even entering into this industry. The supply means what other mitigation banks are within that service area, and how many credits do they have available today? How many credits do they have potentially available, because you're going to get further credits released as you do the construction activities. And so there might be many credits that aren't shown on the ledger yet for those mitigation banks, but they're coming. And so you need to be able to identify that to make sure that you understand how much supply is in the market. Now, demand for mitigation credits is my bread and butter, and it's relatively easy once you figure it out. But the state and federal agencies, they display every single mitigation bank ledger as public information. And for the federal side, it's on the Army Corps of Engineers website called Ribbits, which is absolutely fascinating. And so you can pull up any ledger for a mitigation bank and see everyone and anyone who has ever purchased credits from that bank. How many, the project name, the permit number. And once credits are deducted for a project, they are now associated with that permit. And to be able to figure out a potential demand for a mitigation bank, depending on how much time that it's been permitted, I recommend looking at the historic demand for credits for the past 7 years and putting that into an average. Year 1, you may have sold 1 credit. Year 2, you sold 10. Year 3, you sold 0.5. Year 4, you sold 50. Year 5, you sold 5. Year 6, you sold 0.2. Year 7, you sold 3. And you add up all those numbers, divide them by 7, and that's how you can kind of get an idea of, we're going to sell, 5 credits a year. And that kind of can give you a basis of how long you're going to be in this business for. And sometimes it's 30, 50 plus years, depending on your supply and your demand. So understanding both of those criteria are incredibly important. Anticipated absorption. Like I said, you analyze the mitigation bank ledgers to determine how many credits are sold within the same basin on average. And you're not going to just want to look at one mitigation bank, you're going to want to look at all the mitigation banks within the same basin to understand the whole market, the collaborative effort of all the credits that have been purchased in that drainage basin. Supply. Players within the same mitigation service area. Like I said, you're going to want to see their current inventory, which mitigation banks provide the credits that you're going to be competing for, the estimated future yearly credit sale absorption, and the current and estimated credit pricing in the basin. And that can all be established by looking at your competitors, finding out how much credit they have available. Do they have 5 credits left or 100? What have they sold for in the past? 5 credits a year on average. Okay. And the current estimated credit price in the basin, they're at 100,000. So I'm going to match them 100,000. Now, sometimes you're the first mitigation bank in the service area, which is absolutely fascinating, but a little scary because you don't have that historic knowledge. You can't look at past ledgers because there was no past ledgers. So you're kind of going in there blind. And what am I going to price these credits at? I have no, understanding of what other banks have sold credits for in this basin because there hasn't been any. And so that can be established through understanding what the competition of doing it yourself, on-site versus off-site, understanding how much land would have to be purchased, how much environmental fees would have to be anticipated for the applicant who's impacting the wetlands. And so we want to be able to be competitive with not only other mitigation banks, but also self-permittee responsible mitigation bank, which is on-site or off-site. On-site mitigation is when you have a parcel of land and you might be impacting 1 acre of wetlands, and you put a conservation easement over 5 acres of wetlands on the same property, and you maintain and monitor this property for 5 years or whatever the permit entails. Now, if you were to fail at monitoring and maintaining this property, you might have to double mitigate for it. So there is risk, but it might be less expensive, especially if you have the land available. Now, if you wanted to do off-site mitigation, this just basically means that you own land within the same basin. Very important, has to be in the same basin, and but it's not connected. And so this can also be done. Let's just say, and you'll probably need more for off-site, but let's just say we have an acre of wetland impact, and we will offset it with off-site mitigation with 10 acres of land. And so we'll put a conservation easement over those 10 acres and monitor and maintain it for 5 years or whatever the permit established. So those are different options that we have to be privy to and understand, because that's competition. The applicants don't have to go to a mitigation bank. They can do it themselves. And so you have to understand that as well. Demand, historical data, identifying the mitigation banks that are within the same watershed. Ledgers are on rivets with the Army Corps of Engineers, and in Florida and other state agencies, they have public records as well. And you can go on to, let's say if it was South Florida Water Management District, you can go and look at the ledger for each mitigation bank and see the supply and the demand for each ledger. And it's sometimes fun to be able to evaluate those and figure out, how many credits we anticipate selling a year within this basin. And if there's more than one mitigation credit provider, it might have to be divided into 3 or 4 different pieces. Okay, so here's Rivets, what I was talking about. One of my favorite websites with so much information. This is the Regulatory In Lieu Fee and Bank Information Tracking System, coordinated by the Army Corps of Engineers. And this is a mitigation bank ledger, a federal ledger that I've pulled up as an example for the Colbert Cameron Mitigation Bank. This is a mitigation bank, just to talk about this, because every mitigation bank is so different. But this is a mitigation bank that, like I said before, was in the family for 100+ years. And they had a hunting camp on it. They had that ranch, 5-acre parcel without a conservation easement on it. And it was absolutely amazing. But unfortunately, the landowner was approaching older age, and the kids weren't fond of this industry. And so I helped Mr. Colbert sell this bank a few years ago. And actually we sold it. It's the funniest thing sometimes who buys these things. It's he's a founder and president of a pharmaceutical company, and he wanted land for hunting and recreation, and the mitigation credits just became a bonus. So we've helped him understand the mitigation banking industry, and he's selling credits as well as enjoying the land. Now here you can see pedestrian credits are available. That's freshwater mitigation credits. There's currently available at Colbert Cameron 259.04 credits. So that means today, if you need 259 credits, I can sell them to you from Colbert Cameron. Withdrawn credits, 374.88. That means sold. So if we were able to determine this bank was permitted, and it doesn't say it right here, but I think it was permitted in 96, 98 maybe. So let's just say it was 98, give it some time. So that's 26 years ago. 374.88 divided by 26. So this bank, on average, has sold about 14.41, 14 and a half, let's say 15 credits a year. And like I said, sometimes it might be 1 credit a year, sometimes it could be 30 credits a year, but on average, this basin, Colbert Cameron Mitigation Bank, which is located in Basin 18, the St. Johns River, Canaveral Marshes to Wekiva. We looked at that on the St. Johns River Water Management District map. This has a big competitor called the Farmington Mitigation Bank, which is the largest mitigation bank in the country, 25,000 acres. And so although this sells 14 credits a year, Farmington might sell 14 credits a year. And so therefore, we have a collective about 30 credits sold every year on average within Basin 18 for both Colbert Cameron and Farmington. Now, as you can see here up on top, it will show the last credit deduction. As you can see here for Colbert Cameron, the last credit deduction was in 2022. That was 2 years ago. And there's lots of reasons why. In this certain instance, the Army Corps of Engineers is tardy on transferring credits. And I've sent several emails to deduct these credits, and they still haven't been done. And hopefully people are like me to make sure that these credits are deducted, because sometimes the agencies lag on that. Now, sometimes they're quick, but sometimes it takes a while. So that might be the reason for that. Or there might not have been any federal mitigation credit purchases that have been completed. So for example, if you have a project and you've paid me in full, but you're still waiting for your permit, I can't put this on the ledger yet. So a lot of these credits, you may see here, available credits 259, they might not be all available. They could be all sold because this rivets, the federal ledgers, do not show reserved credits. One of the 5 water management districts, St. John's River Water Management District, shows reserved credits on their ledgers, which is very helpful. So even though you're seeing 259 credits available, it does not mean there's 259 credits available. There may be 200 credits reserved, and therefore there's only 59, or whatever the case might be. But as you can see, each project has its own line item with the project name, the permittee number, the permittee name, the company, and the permit number, as well as the credits needed. And they're deducted as such. Now over here on the impact HUC part, where you see these numbers 03080101, that's a HUC code, which stands for Hydrological Unit Coding. And this is the Army Corps of Engineers, the federal levels version of a drainage basin or a watershed. Instead, they have HUC codes. So not only do you have a drainage basin that you have to track on the state side, but you have to also understand which HUC code your project is located as well. A state mitigation bank permit and a federal mitigation bank permit might not always be the same. I might be able to provide state but not federal because the service area is different. So you need to evaluate all these different options and make sure that you're protected and the credits are available within your specific HUC code as well as your basin. And then this is information, the bank sponsor, his information is all located on this website, Ribbits. And then in certain instances, if they have a credit broker like myself, my information is all there. And so if you go to Ribbits, you can figure out who to contact. And so that's very, very, very helpful. There's also all this information that I'm gonna share with you as well that's on Ribbits. We're still on Colbert Cameron Mitigation Bank. You can see here that it's 2,600 acres. It was permitted in 1998. Private commercial. Here, this gives a little bit more information on the bank. The overall purpose of the bank is to enhance, operate, manage, and maintain a habitat for wildlife corridors, for wildlife movement, food shade support, groundwater recharge, water storage and flow and attenuation, and water quality enhancement. Wetland habitats include freshwater marshes, cypress, wetland forested mix, cypress pine, cabbage pond, wet prairies, saltwater marshes, gum swamp, and wet pine flatwoods. The functional assessment method is used as MRAP, and credits are sold to the hundreds. Now that MRAP was established prior to 2005, which is replaced with UMAM, but Colbert Cameron Mitigation Bank is a prime example of a bank that has been grandfathered in and still operates on a different assessment. So those UMAM scores that I was telling you about from 0 to 1 are different with this bank. if I have a low quality wetland, instead of needing 0.3 UMAM credits, I will need 1 acre for every 1 credit for every acre of impact. But on a UMAM scale of, let's say, average 0.5, 0.6, I would need 1.5 credits to 1 acre on the RAP schedule. And high quality, a UMAM score would be 0.8. On RAP, you would need 2 credits for every acre of impact. So there's different assessments within the state of Florida. So sometimes you might see the pricing's 30,000 over here and 200,000 here, and you're like, well, that's an easy decision. But maybe the assessments are different, and so you're going to need a lot more of this than that. And so you got to play around with the numbers and make sure you're getting the best financial option available when purchasing credits with different assessments. Because in the state of Florida, there are 3 different assessments. There's ratio, which is like RAP. And RAP stands for Wetland Rapid Assessment Procedure. And if you were permitted prior to 2005, like this one in 1998, then you're grandfathered in unless you want to convert it over, which is very expensive and timely. But I do encourage it to try to put us all on the same level playing field. Under the cyber respiratory part of the rivets, you can see all the different documents, such as the credit withdrawals, all the annual reports, even the MBI is on here. So this is very, very helpful in understanding the competition or understanding anything about mitigation credits. Value, and I know we're reaching a part where we need to keep going, so I'm gonna run through these real quick. Evaluating demand and mitigation credits. What is the average number of credits within the past 7 years of credit sales of all the mitigation banks in the watershed to evaluate future market demand? Example of a pro forma on 1,000 acres. 140 credits times 200,000. The anticipated income is 28 million. However, in this case, another hypothetical situation, it's 1.6 million in expenses. We anticipate to sell 5 credits a year. It's going to take 28 years to sell, and that's after it's permitted. So you could add another 5 or 7 years onto that. So it's a very timely process. We talked about the financial assurances, the short-term, construction and operating, the long-term, perpetual management, and these 2 need to be funded before the first credit is released to be able to be sold. Here's the example of expenses again that we've discussed, so you can understand these are really the 3 main expenses other than the price of land that need to go into developing a mitigation bank. The mitigation bank instrument takes approximately 5 years for permitting with the Army Corps of Engineers. They actually did a study and it actually said 5 years was the average, although I would say more like 7. Credits are released upon activity and success criteria. The funding is all needed up front. It's a long-term restoration process and a long-term investment. Here's an example of the credit release schedule, which is very important to understand. As you can see here, this is for the Florida Gulf Coast Mitigation Bank in Florida. And as you can see on the very, very bottom, it says 66.11 credits. So that's the total potential. But here on top, after we obtain all the permits and we put the conservation easement and everything, they're going to give us 29.3 credits. And then they'll give us small numbers, 0.95 after we do the prescribed burn. And then after that, we have to show success criteria, items 4 through 8, and get another credit releases as we've shown success of the mitigation bank. These credits are not released until you can show that the work's been done and that the bank is fully functioning. And if you would like, you can take a little picture of this QR code and it will bring you to all my contact information. So fancy. And I am available for any questions today, right now, or in the future. Just shoot me an email is the best way to reach me, and I can help you with any of your mitigation needs in Florida. And if it's outside of Florida, I could possibly help you, put you in the right touch with the right person.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Really appreciate it. Great presentation. If anyone has any questions, please go ahead and ask them now. If I don't see any, we will move into our break. But again, I'll just allow a couple moments here to wait and see if we get any questions. All right, I don't see any questions. So Victoria, thank you again for a great presentation. I'm
Thank
taking
you.
off your screen. Oh, actually, a question just came in. Someone asked, is interest earned on the long-term financial assurance paid to the mitigation bank owner?
No. So those funds will compound and they'll stay in the account forever. And then after we sell its last credit is when that bank account kicks in, and it will be utilized for the land to maintain it and monitor it. The long-term endowment, once you put those funds away, you will never see a dollar from it. Those are backed by the state and federal agencies, and that money is going to be forever associated with your mitigation bank. So no, the interest will pay for the land, but it's never given to the landowner.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you for that answer.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I appreciate all of this. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, thank you. And you are off of screen share. Thank you again, and we will move into our break now.
Great, thanks, Quinn.
Thank you, Victoria.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So we are going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. I hope everyone enjoys their lunch. Enjoy your break. We will be back at 12:15 Central, that's 1:15 Eastern, and we will get started with our next presentation. You'll probably hear us getting set up and ready during the break, but don't worry, we're not going to actually get into the course content until, again, 12:15 Central Time, 1:15 Eastern. That'd be 10:15 if you're on the West Coast. So thank you, everybody. We'll see you back here then. And Nicole, if you want to discuss anything, get things set up now, that's fine with me. I'm also happy to hold off a little bit if you'd like, but we're still live. Attendees are still with us. Obviously, we're technically taking a break, but just letting you know that we are still live. Do you want to see if screen share works or discuss anything in particular?
I think so. I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is so I've got like 3 screens in front of me, so I'm gonna share one of them, and I just want to make sure it shares the right one.
Okay, sounds good. So what I'll do then is I'm gonna make you presenter. You'll see a pop-up asking you if you want to share your screen. So you can either accept that pop-up, or you can close out of it, and then to pick which screen shares, you'll have a sharing tab at the top of your GoToWebinar interface, and under that sharing tab, the leftmost button will say show screen, and then that screen is a drop down. You can click it and select which one shows up. And I can go over that again. Let me make you presenter so you can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So there should be that pop-up. If you want, you can just close out of it and then go to the sharing tab at the top of the GoToWebinar interface.
So close out. Okay, hold on one second. I'm gonna move this over.
Okay.
Where did it go? It's behind my email. Okay, so now I'm gonna do slideshow. I'm beginning. Can I do that? Let's try again. Okay, that's actually not terrible. Okay, so now I'm ready to share my screen.
Okay, so on the GoToWebinar control panel, the topmost tab should say sharing. If you drop that down, the leftmost button will say like show screen.
Yep.
You can click the arrow next to screen for a drop down, and then if you hover your cursor over the monitor options, it'll blink on the corresponding monitor, so you can figure out which one's monitor 1 and 2. And then just ignore the clean options. Just pick either screen to monitor 1, 2, or 3. Okay, great. I see your title slide in full screen, so it looks perfect on my end.
Good deal.
And your audio is nice and clear. And should I read questions out to you as they come in, or should I hold them until you're done?
So last time I presented, it was easier to answer questions at the end because I had several questions at the end. So I think people were just more curious on the process, and so it was nice to take the time to address those rather than not knowing how much time I have left and rushing through a response.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So I will hold them unless something's like urgent, like someone's totally lost or it needs clarification on like, what you're talking about. Otherwise, I'll just hold all the questions till the end, and then I'll read them out then, and we'll also ask people if they had any other questions. And then since we still have about 20 minutes left on our break, if you want, under that sharing tab, you can hit stop showing screen in case you want to do email or anything like that.
Sure.
Otherwise, if you like, okay, I see it stopped. So,
Okay.
All right. Well, if you need any help, I think you probably got it. But if you need any help, remembering where to share or anything like that, let me know when we get back. But I'm gonna step away for just a moment to grab something to eat. Do you have
Yes.
anything else you want to discuss before I step away, though?
I do not.
Okay.
Last time I did one of these, I went short on time, but the questions more than made up for the time.
Okay.
So is it fine if I finish a little bit earlier so we can answer some of those questions, or would you rather me try and extend all the way out to 1:15 Central Standard Time?
Yeah, good question. So I would say if you end like 10, about 10 minutes early, that's totally fine. And then if we don't get any questions, that's okay.
Okay.
If we do, then we'll have enough time to answer them. But so far, everyone's been running pretty much exactly on time. And like for
Okay.
credit purposes, we always build in some leeway. So if you were to end, 10, 15 minutes early and no one asked a single question, that would still be okay. We could just go ahead and then move into our, we'll take a little break and then move into our next section. So no worries. Okay. The only problem would be if you were to end like 40, 45 minutes early.
No. It won't be that early. Probably
Yeah.
around, like I said, that 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. No,
I will be mindful of it.
Okay. No, that sounds perfect. Yeah, 10, 15 minutes is totally fine. And then we'll see what questions we have, and then we'll go from there.
All right. See you, Quinn.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole.
Yep.
All right, Nicole, are you ready to present in maybe about like 10, 15 seconds here?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, sounds good. I'll give you a very brief introduction here in just a moment.
Okay.
All right, everybody, it is 12:15, so we are getting ready to resume. To kick off this afternoon, I would like to welcome in our next presenter, Nicole Church, who is an environmental scientist with Snyder and Associates, and she has over 14 years of professional environmental experience. So without any further ado, I would like to turn the program over to Nicole Church now.
Hi, everybody. So like Quinn said, I'm an environmental scientist with Snyder and Associates. Before Snyder, I actually worked for the Army Corps of Engineers. So I've got kind of an interesting take on permitting and mitigation, and then consulting in general. Kind of experienced both worlds. So I've got that different viewpoint, which is always helpful when working with whether it's public or private clients, honestly, because navigating regulatory hurdles it's difficult for everybody, not just the private sector. But that being said, today I'm going to be talking about wetland mitigation and focusing on objectives and processes. So a little bit about the company that I work for. We're a multidisciplinary civil engineering firm. Our repeat business focuses on government clients, and we serve several municipalities ranging from a few thousand people to several 100,000 people. And we also have a very large footprint within the private sector. We've been providing professional services since 1977, and I personally had the pleasure working with offices in the surrounding Midwest states. So we've got South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, and Wisconsin. Also done work in Minnesota, Illinois, Kansas, and generally in the Midwest. That being said, so my Corps of Engineers experience, I worked for Rock Island District, Jacksonville District, and Omaha District for a period of time, and that was all very interesting. So I've kind of floated around, and wetlands change, and I'll show a Corps of Engineer map where they're at, but whether you're in the Midwest or you're in the Southeast, the Northeast, Southwest, Northwest, it's very interesting to see the landscape and topography change. But kind of rolling into today's topic, we're just going to start at square one, which is the Clean Water Act. So Clean Water Act from 1972, it essentially started, that is the teeth, that is what we have to protect our nation's waters. This act regulates the discharge of pollutants into navigable waters, outlines water quality standards, and promotes the no net loss of wetlands and waters of the United States. So direct quote, to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of our nation's waters. And as many of you will know, this is the governing act of why we need 404 permitting. So 404 of the Clean Water Act. Whether we're going to modify or impact a wetland or a stream, this is what triggers the need for that permit. So again, we're still at square one, but what is a wetland? So wetland has three criteria. This has hydrophytic vegetation, hydric soils, and hydrology. What does that mean? So hydrophytic vegetation, it's vegetation that likes to be wet. We've got if you're into the weeds on vegetation, we've got a couple things, the way that a couple species indicator status that we use are obligative, it's facultative, obligate, and facultative wetland, are 3 indicator statuses that we use. So if you were to look these, like just a plant up on, say, something like Corps of Engineers or USDA websites, there are other applications that you can use or other websites as well, but it should have an indicator status if it is a wetland species. And in addition to vegetation, the hydric soils. So in this photograph that you can see on the page, we have redoxomorphic features. So the iron deposits in the soil are a result of anaerobic conditions. So that's an indicator that we look for during delineations. That's a checkbox on any data form. So this is pretty typical wetland soil that you see on the screen. And then hydrology, it's interesting. So hydrology is not just water. It doesn't mean that people think of a pond and they're like, oh, that must be a wetland. But they're very different features. As part of 404 wetlands, we only have to meet hydrology for 14 days out of the growing season. So that water table is within the upper 12 inches of the soil profile. So if you think about digging a hole in the ground and you go down 12 inches, we have to see water table for 14 consecutive days. And that is the definition of a wetland for hydrology. Now, when you complete a wetland delineation, you might not be out there during the time where groundwater is present within the upper 12 inches of the profile, and that's fine. On data forms provided by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, you'll see other checkboxes for secondary indicators and other primaries that don't have to do with inundation or groundwater, because like I said, we only have to meet that for 14 days of the growing season. So it's sometimes difficult for folks to understand, that they might have a wetland on their property because it doesn't look wet. Types of wetlands, these are 3 general categories that you'll find across the United States. Depending on which core district you're working with, they might break it down differently, whether it's by the Cowardin classification, or maybe they have like a state subclass that they prefer to use. But either way, general types of wetlands are emergent, scrub, shrub, and forested. So the photo there on the left, you can see that it's inundated, it is wet, and there's vegetation around it. And that's the herbaceous vegetation. So, emergent wetlands, you might see a tree or 2, you might see a shrub or 2, but predominantly dominated by that herbaceous layer. And then scrub shrub wetlands, just like the name implies, they have a lot of shrubs. So it could be, a sandbar willow thicket within like a sandy floodplain of a creek, or you could get a lot of dogwoods, especially on like roadsides. DOTs, they plant a lot of dogwoods because typically at the edge of their right-of-way is usually some sort of drainage feature, or at least a flatter area. So scrub shrub wetlands, and then forested wetlands, that's where you're going to have the canopy cover. So, just like the name implies, it's forest, it's dominated by trees. It does not always have to be within a river bottom, hardwood floodplain. Forested wetlands can, be on the edges of farm fields, basically wherever the topography allows, specifically in the Midwest, where it doesn't allow the land to be farmed. You could have, if topography allows, you could have a forested wetland. But generally what people think of for forested wetlands are, like I said, those deciduous floodplain corridors. Types of streams. We have ephemeral, intermittent, and perennial. So those ephemeral streams, they do not have a connection to groundwater. They are flowing after rain events. If there's topography is leading, this is basically a drainage paths are leading to them, or tile are leading and outletting to them. So they're typically only flowing after those rain events. Now they could be flowing past the rain event, especially if they're tile fed, because the tile drainage would be carrying water for a longer period of time. So its source of flow is precipitation and runoff. Intermittent streams, just like the name implies, they flow intermittently. So they have that intermittent groundwater connection, typically during the wet season. So spring could see the stream flowing, summer it might dry up, and then fall might be flowing again. So it can flow during rain events and after rain events as well. But you're going to see them flowing for longer periods of time during the wetter season because they are supplemented by that groundwater connection. And then perennial streams, they're continuous flowing. They flow normal, dry, wet years, should have water in it pretty regularly. It might be a trickle, might be just that base flow, but they have that constant groundwater connection. So very close to the water table, and during periods of drought, that's what's keeping them flowing. Okay, so moving out of square one a little bit. Now we're gonna start talking about jurisdiction. So jurisdictional waters, I guess I should back up. So jurisdiction, meaning jurisdictional under the Clean Water Act. So waters of the United States is WOTUS is a common term that a lot of people know now. That is what the agencies have regulatory authority over. It defines their jurisdiction. So Corps of Engineers, EPA, they have jurisdiction of WOTUS under the Clean Water Act. So what does that mean? It could be a river or a creek, intermittent or perennial, and their tributaries. That area within the 100-year floodplain that's receiving a lot of overbank flow. The relatively permanent standard was basically as a result of the Sackett case. So a couple out in California wanted to build a house by a lake. They did it without, permit, and got a letter from the Corps saying, you have filled in waters of the United States being wetlands. You have to go through this permitting process and provide compensatory mitigation. They didn't want to do that. They fought it. They went to the Supreme Court. And now we have the relatively permanent standard classification. So what does that mean? Well, if you think about it, relatively permanent, meaning it is there most of the time. So wetlands and waters that are within that 100-year floodplain that are relatively permanent and have a swale connection or something to a creek, but they cannot be dry most of the year. And that is something that's very different as a result of that Sackett case, because before the court could take jurisdiction over something even if it wasn't relatively permanent. So it made it difficult for the public to understand what could be jurisdictional on their property. And now that they have the relatively permanent standard, it's a bit easier. It clarified some things. Wetlands, oxbows, ponds, lakes with a direct connectivity to WOTUS. So in that example I gave of a swale connection, or if it has a culvert connection to waters of the United States. Now, again, waters of the United States does not have to be navigable. That is not the definition, but it does have to have that direct connectivity. So if something is severing that connectivity and it is not a permanent or a direct connection, then it is likely not jurisdictional now. So that was also as a result of the Sackett case. So on the flip side of that, non-jurisdictional waters, top of the list are the ephemeral streams. So President Trump's first term in office, he made ephemeral streams non-jurisdictional through his navigable water rule, and they have stayed non-jurisdictional. So ephemeral streams not jurisdictional under the Clean Water Act. Now, if you remember in the picture, ephemeral streams will flow after rain events, and they do not have a groundwater connection. So now, post Sackett, it is up to a landowner to prove that a stream is ephemeral if they need a permit for something. So it's actually made it, I mean, the definition's more clear, but it's made it a little bit harder because intermittent streams can also dry up. So how do you prove that something does not have that permanent groundwater connection? You can install groundwater wells and complete monitoring as a demonstration. Typically, like I was saying, the streams higher up in the watershed that are tile fed or only receiving that direct precipitation, those are, I mean, usually you can provide good rationale on how those are ephemeral. But the Corps is asking applicants, you know, if a landowner says it's ephemeral, well, how do you know? How do you know it's not intermittent? So that's additional rationale and justification that's required. Prairie potholes, also not jurisdictional wetlands. Drainage ways, roadside ditches. This kind of trips some people up, especially in the private sector, sometimes in municipalities as well. Just because there's a wetland in a roadside ditch does not mean that it's jurisdictional. So if the ditch is draining an upland area, even if it has a wetland, that wetland is likely not jurisdictional. Isolated wetlands, so wetlands without that direct connectivity to waters of the United States, not jurisdictional. Stormwater detention and retention basins, so, you know, for development, a lot of residential developments in the Midwest will have a stormwater detention pond because we are very flat and the water has to go somewhere. So same thing for commercial and industrial development, utilities. If that basin was constructed for stormwater, it is likely not jurisdictional. Wastewater treatment systems, groundwater itself, irrigation, gullies, rills, non-wetland swales, and puddles. Regulations requiring permits. So we've talked about Clean Water Act. I've hit on that for a bit now. So again, that section 404 requires a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers for discharges of dredged or fill material into waters of the United States. That's a lot. If you are going to fill temporarily or permanently a stream or a wetland, like a couple other ones, oxbows, lakes, that kind of a thing, you may need a 404 permit. Section 401 certification, those are provided by states, and it's to be complicit with 404. And then Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899, so Section 10 permits. The Corps provides those on navigable waters. So here in Iowa, where I'm at, it's the Mississippi, the Des Moines, and the Missouri. And that's your Section 10 waters. And the Corps will tell you if something is a Section 10 water. So Army Corps of Engineers, this is their districts. So in the middle in Iowa, you can kind of see we're covered technically under 3. We've got Rock Island District, Kansas City District, and Omaha District. Primarily, Rock Island District will take over applications and permits across our state, unless it has to do with the Missouri River, in which case Omaha District will pick it up. I do not work very much with Kansas City District. Other parts of the US are here on the map. And if you have any questions, I highly recommend either via email or phone call, calling your Corps of Engineers, your local Corps of Engineer regulatory office. Project scheduling. So we talked about the basics. What is a wetland? We kind of moved into jurisdiction and permitting a little bit, but now we're gonna take a step back and we're gonna focus on a project. So whenever we are working on a project that may need a permit, we have to review the entire project area, not just the area where we think waters of the United States are located. So we need to, you know, whether it's a development project, trail project, a dredging, like a lake dredging project, you know, where is that spoil material going to go? Holistically, we're looking at everything. We need to identify drainage features such as swales, grass waterways, ditches, even if they're not jurisdictional. The Corps of Engineers needs to know what is holistically happening with the project. And it's easier to talk through things if you can give them the whole picture. And then same thing, if you're working with a perennial stream, you'll probably have like a 100-year floodplain, or if you're in a rural or agricultural area, you might have tile outlets. It's all helpful information. So wetland delineations can only be completed during the growing season. So there are seasonal restrictions. We are done completing wetland delineations here in Iowa. We probably could, it was in the 50s last week, it's in the 40s today. We probably could, if I needed to go out next week, I could maybe look at the soil and try and see the dormant veg that's around me, and review hydrology, both on site and through aerial imagery and other sources. But the Corps of Engineers, if I were to submit something that was done in December, they may ask us to go out and review the project again during the quote unquote growing season, which is typically from April through October. It doesn't always, I mean, climate change, global warming, whatever you want to call it, we've been progressing seasonally warmer, and especially with the drought in the Midwest that we've had over the last, well, 2024 spring, it kind of ended, but basically before that time for 3 years, it made delineations pretty difficult. Droughts always do, but we were able to delineate longer because the weather was, I mean, we didn't have any rain, nothing, I mean, it was warmer weather, nothing was really preventing us from reviewing site conditions. It's just that hydrology checkbox that you'd have to be careful of. But getting that wetland delineation or stream assessment scheduled early on in the process, you don't want to design an entire project, whether it's residential development, commercial development, a bridge replacement, you know, whatever the case may be. You don't want to go back and have to modify your design because you didn't take into consideration waters of the United States or the 404 permit. So that's why early scheduling and getting that information into either your engineer or whoever's going to be helping with the permit is so important. Okay, so we've kind of been talking a little bit about a project where, you know, we're going to need a permit if we're going to move forward with construction. So what typical activities would require a 404 permit? Roads and bridges and trails, so those linear projects, buildings, residential developments, dams, dikes, or weirs, in streams, stream stabilization, stream restoration, utilities, dredging. If you're dealing with a lake, they're definitely going to want to, you know, if you're having to fill in some areas or stabilize a lake with you know, revetment or other stone, you know, try and maybe reduce erosion from wave action. that requires a permit. And then culvert replacements are typically what we see. Again, this is not an exhaustive list by any means. This is just what I see pretty regularly. So moving forward with that 404 permit, a lot of times it is confusing because permitting does not always mean mitigation. It does not mean that just because you have waters of the United States in your project, maybe it's only a temporary impact, or it's less than 1/10 of an acre of wetland, or less than 0.03 acres of stream, then mitigation would not be required. You still need a permit for your project, but would not require mitigation. So very, very important to keep permitting and mitigation. I mean, they kind of go hand in hand, but they're very separate. So when you move forward with a permit from the Corps of Engineers, you're probably looking at a nationwide if it's under 1/2 acre of wetland impacts, or an individual permit if it's more. Each district, Corps district, has regional permits as well, which have bigger thresholds than like a nationwide, but they're very project type specific. And then we've kind of already talked about it, but impacts to streams and wetlands. Just one thing that I wanted to note is in 2021, we used to calculate impacts of streams based off of linear feet, and that's what would have triggered the need for mitigation. So anything over that 300, well, it's not the case anymore. Now it's 0.03 acres or that 300 linear feet, whichever comes first. And that was a change in 2021. Projects and environmental impacts. So the Corps is always going to ask, probably part of their application when you submit for 404 is, how are you either avoiding, minimizing, or reducing your impacts to waters of the United States, whether that be stream or wetland? Did you go through alternatives for a road that maybe didn't avoid this wetland or stream or whatever? And if you cannot avoid waters of the United States, how are you minimizing or reducing those impacts to waters of the United States? And that's part of their application. After you submit the application, or even when you're writing the application, you may be aware that compensatory mitigation may be required. And you can tell the Corps of Engineers how that will be addressed in your application. If not, they will ask you once your application is received. And then they're going to want to know acres, linear feet, quantifying those impacts in the permit so that they can determine if compensatory mitigation is required. I'm not going to go into the weeds on mitigation options because I feel like through this webinar, they're going to be talked about pretty heavily. So just kind of want to give you a glossary that says, hey, compensatory mitigation options available are, the 2008 mitigation rule hierarchy goes purchasing of mitigation bank credits, if your state has it, an in lieu fee program, and then permittee responsible mitigation, or PRM. So that's generally the order of operations in which you would mitigate for your project. And compensatory mitigation is required to offset that loss because Clean Water Act requires a quote unquote no net loss. So an impact to an acre of wetland needs an offset to at least an acre of wetland, if not more. Wetland mitigation banking benefits. There's a laundry list of mitigation banking benefits. They're really restoration projects is what they amount to. They're great. They're great for watersheds. It takes, burden off of the applicant to find their own mitigation site, maintain and monitor it. And then, the recreation or flood storage improvements or flood storage capacity improvements, nutrient reduction, improved soil health. I mean, wildlife benefits. There's a lot going on with mitigation banking. But as far as wetlands go, wetland mitigation and processes, so one type of mitigation improvement is wetland enhancement. And so that means that there is already a wetland somewhere. If it's PRM, it's probably within your watershed or your project or pretty close to it. If it's a mitigation bank, it's going to be within the service area. So wetland is, you know, it has hydric soils, it has that hydrology, but maybe the vegetation is full of invasives, which is not great for our natural resources. So wetland enhancement means, just as the name implies, you are enhancing something. Typically it's vegetation when it comes to wetland enhancement. And that's because hydrology is there, hydric soils are there. You don't need to improve those in any capacity. Sometimes hydrology is not there or it's been severed by something. Yeah, you could use farmed wetland as an example. You could use an outlet for, you know, something. Maybe it's a dam, and the dam has caused issues and is severing connectivity for something or slowing that. So wetland enhancement, whether it's in the 100-year floodplain, in a farm field, or just in topography where wetlands are naturally occurring, it is an option for improvement. And failure is on the applicant. So whether it's a mitigation bank or it's a permitting responsible project for mitigation, if that fails, so the wetland, you know, seed didn't take, or maybe it's an invasive that is too invasive and it's difficult to manage. If you fail at restoring or enhancing that wetland, if you fail at enhancing it, either if it's PRM, they're going to have you go out and choose another site or buy credits from a mitigation bank, or if it's a mitigation bank, you'll move into adaptive management. Wetland restoration is another improvement type, and that could be more, you know, above and beyond just managing vegetation and managing invasive species. So maybe through a landscape, you know, a field was completely tiled and it was tiled very heavily. Well, one of the best ways to restore hydrology to that site would be to break up all those tile and let that water free flow across the site again. This photo on this page is showing you that. So it's just a tile that has been daylighted into a stilling basin. So we want to slow down that water so it hits a pool and then it can free flow overland. And this actually leads over to a creek. So restoring hydrology, maybe you have to do that through grading, maybe not. Like I said, maybe the tile are within 3 feet and they can just be broken. Maintenance will be required. If you can grade and you start with a clean slate and you don't have to start with, you know, battling invasives off the bat, that's gonna save a lot of time and money, honestly. And then monitoring. So if you move forward with wetland restoration or enhancement, you're gonna have to monitor. However, the wetland enhancement that we just talked about, it's already wet. We know the soils are there. We know the hydrology is there. But for restoration, you have to prove that the hydrology is there. So the Corps of Engineers is going to ask you as the applicant to install a groundwater well to monitor that groundwater. Like I said, it has to be within the upper 12 inches of the soil for 14 consecutive days of the growing season. And again, if it fails, failure is on the applicant. Wetland creation, they haven't really been calling it creation anymore. I like to call it creation because it lets people understand the difference between a restoration site, like a site within a floodplain that is going to be restored, hydrology, soils, vegetation, to grading a new wetland. So an example of this would be, you know, off-channel wetlands. So wetlands that are, you know, still within the floodplain, maybe they were not there historically. But, you know, if there's erosion happening and you're looking for a fix, whether it be from tile or just overland drainage, wetlands are very powerful at dealing with erosion issues, for sure. And they're, you know, natural water storage. I mean, it makes sense a lot of times to create them within the floodplain, just to provide that overland flow and flood storage capacity. And then again, failure is still on the applicant. Wetland and upland buffer preservation. So this is interesting because, and so in Rock Island District, who I work with a lot, preservation is only allowed if the natural resource is very high quality and it's under imminent threat. Otherwise, you get upland buffer enhancement or restoration. So I know in other parts of our country, preservation is allowed, and it's an option as far as like mitigation, PRM or banking is concerned. It just varies by district. So this photo that you're seeing shows buffers, and one is dry and one is wet. And our wetland and upland buffers, especially along those floodplain areas, like I keep talking about, are very critical in providing that flood storage capacity. I mean, nobody thinks about the bottomland creek until it's a raging, roaring river or very, very flooded. And this picture on the right just happens to be a photo taken from a plane of the Cedar River in Iowa during a flood. So quote, in certain circumstances, preservation of aquatic resources for the purpose of offsetting unavoidable adverse impacts which remain after all appropriate and practicable avoidance and minimization has been achieved. So again, preservation, keeping it, you know, you're putting a conservation easement on it and you're not doing much else. If that's allowed and you can get credit and you have the area, and I say credit being either Wetland Mitigation Bank or as permanently responsible, then I think that's great. And it's, you know, putting anything under conservation easement, if allowed, can be a bonus. And then our wetland and upland buffers without mitigation or without preservation, excuse me. So they provide that connectivity to our wetlands. So if you think about wildlife movement through a corridor, you know, the buffers are connecting everything. And they do generate compensatory mitigation credit, whether we're talking about mitigation banking or PRM. So it's adjacent habitat that must contribute to the long-term viability of the adjoining activities. And if it makes sense, it's definitely worth pursuing the credit for, especially if it's connected to your property and you know, maybe it just didn't make sense to create a wetland there. You know, you're not going to create a wetland in an upland area, but it's providing that connectivity for habitat. You know, it's filtering, you know, treating and filtering nutrients, or providing that flood storage, like I said, for wetlands, or even just filtering out those nutrients whenever the floodwaters come up. You may have to provide justification to the Corps on why it's necessary and beneficial, and then it's usually given out or allocated on a case-by-case basis. So mitigation, 404 mitigation is a financial investment. It's requiring maintenance, it's going to require monitoring. Depending on the resource that's improved, you're looking at 5 to 10 years, maybe more, especially if adaptive management is required. And you're going to be required to meet performance standards. So if you impact, like I used that example before, if you impact an acre of wetland, and you offset it by creating an acre of wetland, they're going to want to make sure that you restored or created that acre of wetland. So maintaining it, monitoring it, and making sure it's, you know, checking the boxes of what you said would happen. And sometimes it's hard to pull out your crystal ball and depict the future, but honestly, the Corps of Engineers, if something needs to change or you need to enter into adaptive management for whatever reason, they understand, you know, it's always better to tell them ahead of time than to, you know, let it ride until they quote unquote notice. Mitigation elements and costs. So planning and design, the Corps is going to want to see, you know, not just a napkin sketch of what wetland or stream you're going to enhance, restore, create, improve, or even preserve, as far as wetland and upland buffers go. Construction, so once you plan it and design it, you have to build it. And then once it's built, you have to monitor and maintain it. And again, if it fails, the applicant, whether that's municipality, private landowner, or mitigation bank sponsor, is on the hook for failure and figuring out adaptive management or starting over. And that is what I have for you today.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Nicole, for a great presentation. We do have one question right now, and then if anyone else has any other questions, please go ahead and type them in. We'd be happy to answer those for you. So the question that we have right now, someone asked, are all waters in a 100-year floodplain automatically jurisdictional?
No. The quick answer to that is no. So not all floodplains are wetland, and not all wetlands are floodplains. Same can be said for agricultural properties. Not all farms are wetlands, and not all wetlands have are on farm fields. Like, I mean, you can apply that to anything. Floodplains can be difficult to delineate. Had experience with that, mostly because they're very sandy, right? That alluvial deposition. So when the creek comes up and it's depositing that sediment, oftentimes it's carrying sand and or silt. And that sand, if it is sand, will allow a lot of water through. So it's hard to get that within the upper 12 inches, it's hard to get that hydrology to create anaerobic conditions. So if you have a very sandy floodplain, chances are it's not going to have a lot of wetland. Now, that being said, you know, you get a good silt mixture in there, or maybe there's a clay like a clay layer below that that's preventing that water from moving through the system. I mean, that can create anaerobic conditions and redoxymorphic features in the soil. And you know, you got a bunch of sandbar willow, there's all three indicators. So I don't know if that answered the question, but that's the answer I have.
Okay, another question. Are farmers expected to go through the rigorous permitting process for access trails / roads for bona fide agriculture uses?
Can you read the question one more time?
Sure. Are farmers expected to go through the rigorous permitting process for access trails / roads for bona fide agriculture uses?
So that is something that you can always call your core district and ask. If it's like a stream that you're trying to cross, they're going to tell you whether they have jurisdiction over it or not. And just because it's in a field doesn't mean that you won't need a permit. So your local FSA office may also be able to provide some guidance on certain features, but ultimately the Clean Water Act is managed and enforced by the Army Corps of Engineers, so they're ultimately the ones who should answer that question. Low water crossings, like if you're just crossing a swale or a grassed waterway, chances are you're not going to need nothing. You won't need a permit. They'll let you know that right on the phone. But if it's a stream that looks like it could be intermittent, they might ask you some more questions. They might ask you to send in some photos. They'll work with you on the permitting process. But again, just because you need a permit does not mean that mitigation would be required.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm just gonna give a pause here in case there's any follow-up questions to that. And then if there are none, we will move on to our next section. All right, I don't see any other questions. So with that, Nicole, thank you again for a great presentation. I'm taking off presenter mode now, so your screen is no longer being shared. Feel free to watch other presentations if you'd like, or hop off. But again, thank you for a great presentation.
All right, thanks, Quinn.
Thank you. All right, let me check in with our next presenter here. We could move right into the next presentation if she's ready, and then we'll have if she's presents an hour, then we'll have a little bit of an extended break afterwards. So let's just see. Chelsea, I see you're logged in. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, great. Should we get you set up and start the presentation now? I know you're not technically scheduled to present till 1:15, but if you'd like, we could start now and then just, do your presentation, and it ends when it ends. What do you think?
Yeah, that's totally fine with me. If people want a break, we can wait, or we can go right into it and just have like a half an hour break. I can just go till 1 and be done and do a 30-minute break. That's fine with me.
Okay, if anyone has any opinions, please let us know in the questions tab. Why don't we make sure the screen share works? We'll see if anyone weighs in. I just figured if we start now instead of waiting 15 minutes, then we can tack on whatever extra time to the 15-minute break that's scheduled after you. And maybe that would give people a little bit more time for that break. But let us know what you think, attendees, and we'll test out the screen share right now. If that's okay with you, can I send you the screen share ability?
Yep.
Okay, and it looks like so far everyone that's responded has said to keep it going and hold off on the break. So okay, all right, thank you for weighing in so far. All right, so I'm making a presenter. You should see a pop-up saying that you can share your screen.
Okay.
I see you're connected to go to webinar monitor. If you have multiple monitors, I can tell you how to switch which one's being shared.
I just have, well, I do have multiple monitors, but my presentation's on this one. But I feel like maybe I'm not seeing something.
Yeah, I see connected to go to webinar right now, like in a web browser.
I do have dogs in here that might bark at an Amazon driver, so sorry. I think everybody probably knows that's like being at home.
It's not terribly uncommon on these, and then I have dogs as well, so I totally understand.
Okay, I am trying to main monitor, and then
there we go. Now I see your PowerPoint.
Okay, is that looking good?
So I see the presenter view that shows next slide and the notes. If you want, I can tell you how to change which one's being shared, or you can just swap them by hitting display settings on that presenter on the top left of the presenter and then hitting swap.
Here, is that better?
That's perfect. That's exactly what we need.
Alrighty.
All right, well, great. It looks good on my end. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
All right. If you have anything else you want to discuss, like how to handle questions, otherwise, would you like me to read out questions as they come in, or should I hold them to the end of the presentation?
Yeah, if there are questions during the presentation, I have no problem with that. I can pause and answer them, maybe give a little bit more information if there are questions in the moment. So that's totally fine with me. Okay,
sounds good. All right, well, I will be here. If you need anything, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just be helping out with questions and on standby for any technical support that's needed. So, okay, everyone. So it looks like we are all in agreement with moving ahead. And then if we have any extra time, we'll tack that onto our break afterwards. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome in our next presenter, Chelsea Kiefer, who is a restoration biologist with the Stream and Wetlands Foundation. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn the program over to Chelsea Kiefer now.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of a cold. I think this cough has been going around and it's like a lingering cough, so I will do my best. So yeah, my name is Chelsea. I work for the Stream Wetlands Foundation, and we are a nonprofit based in Ohio. And most of our projects are in Ohio. We do have a project in North Carolina and South Carolina, but most of the work that we do is in Ohio. So that's kind of like my experience and the context from what I'm going to be speaking about. Just a disclaimer that I think you guys have probably already heard, every state, every core district, while they follow the same federal laws, do things a little bit differently. So just have that in mind as you're listening, that maybe not everything would actually apply exactly the same way in your state. I know there are some people on here from Ohio and some that are from other places in the country. So just really quick, what I want to talk about is just tell you a little bit about stream and wetlands. I'm not going to go into federal and state rules a ton, because I think you guys have probably already heard a lot about that already, and I don't want to do a bunch of repeat information, but just touch on that briefly. And then I'll kind of dive into the specifics of in-lieu fee mitigation, how it's different than mitigation banking and permanently responsible. And then if there's time, I have a whole bunch of slides of just pretty pictures and kind of like stories about our projects that we've done, our restoration around the state of Ohio. And then just another thing, if you have a hard time just sitting and listening and you want to multitask, we do have an Instagram account. It's Stream and Wetlands Foundation, all spelled out. And our field team is 4 kind of recent college graduates who were like really excited to take over the social media, and they just basically post cool pictures all the time. So feel free to sit and scroll through that while you're listening to me talk. And if you want to give us a follow, it's basically just like frog photos and pretty wetland plants. But usually I'm impressed with the stuff that they put on there. So a little bit about the Stream and Wetlands Foundation. It was established in 1992. So by the Ohio Home Builders Association as a nonprofit, but as sort of like standing up an entity to provide mitigation, because as I'm sure you can guess, the home builders needs a lot of mitigation. Now that's how we started. That's not to say that we now work exclusively for the home builders. We have association with them, but it was sort of like they raised the funds, started the nonprofit paid them back, and now it's its own separate entity. But we were one of the first mitigation bank sponsors in the country and had one of the first mitigation banks approved in the country. And then we also are an in-lieu fee sponsor, which is a little bit unique. There's maybe 2 other organizations that have banks and in-lieu fee, but it's pretty unique. Usually people are bankers or they're in-lieu fee sponsors separate. So we are the first approved in-lieu fee sponsor in Ohio, and then we've done a lot of restoration, 5,000 acres of wetland, 40 miles of streams, and counting. There's a picture. That doesn't include 2 of our newest hires that just started this past spring. Okay, so like I said, I don't want to go too much into this because I think you probably already had an hour-long webinar about regulations, but essentially in the late 80s, there was the goal of no net loss of wetlands, but how did that actually get accomplished? So it's a really good idea, but then, you know, a lot of things had to follow to get into place to actually accomplish that. One of the big ones was the 2008 federal rule. But we also have, you know, the Clean Water Act, but then we have a lot of Supreme Court cases since the early 90s, that everybody's trying to kind of interpret what exactly is or isn't a water of the United States. The most recent one was the Sackett case, which scaled back or limited waters that were considered federally jurisdictional. And so whether that's been applied super stringently, it probably depends also on the core district or where you are in the country. And I imagine as we head into a new administration, probably there are going to be additional changes. Obama had a rule, then Trump had a rule, then Biden had a rule, and now we're back. So it's a constant sort of shifting. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate for everybody, but it's the world we live in, so we do our best to try to comply with those rules. On my side of things as the sponsor, and probably a lot of you on your side as maybe a permittee who is needing permits for various projects. It's a confusing world for sure. In Ohio, we have a state isolated wetland anti-deg rule. And so in Ohio, this is the case. Not all wetlands are pretty, many have been disturbed, but they provide some level of function and they're regulated and protected. This may not be true everywhere anymore with the change in with Sackett case, and if your state does not have its own isolated wetland program, that could be different. But so these photos kind of show like some areas that maybe the average person is going to see that and not necessarily think that's a wetland, you know, like a roadside ditch that's full of phragmites or a wet spot in the middle of a farm field. And so some wetlands are really beautiful and pristine. Many of them are not. Many of them are disturbed, but there is generally some regulation, and it's good to know the rules and to know what the expectations are. So the 2008 federal rule has a mitigation hierarchy that prioritizes avoidance and minimization first. So if you are going to impact aquatic resources, intermittent perennial streams, wetlands, first, you need to try to design your project to avoid them as much as possible. If you do have to impact them, minimize that as much as possible. And then for impacts that are unavoidable, then comes compensation. So compensatory mitigation. So that's kind of the build up to get to the starting point where we're going to now talk about the different forms of mitigation. And I think you guys have already heard about mitigation banking. So my kind of goal today is to talk about mitigation banking compared to in lieu fee. So you've got a background with banking that you heard from, I think, Victoria earlier. So what's the difference with in lieu fee and what's similar with in lieu fee? And I'm kind of go through all of that. But anyway, essentially compensatory mitigation is once you've had appropriate avoidance and minimization, then you would need to provide mitigation for whatever impacts. So if you think of it on an extremely basic scale, if you're going to fill an acre of wetland permanently, then you would need to mitigate for that, maybe by purchasing like one mitigation credit. And when you purchase a mitigation credit, the transfer of liability from the permittee goes to the sponsor. So if you were applying for a permit to fill a wetland, you buy your mitigation, your obligation is fulfilled, and that obligation is now transferred to someone like Stream and Wetlands, like my organization. And now we will take over the sort of restoration aspect of that aquatic resource. So when compensatory mitigation is required by a core or a state permit, you can satisfy that by using an approved bank, buying from an in lieu fee program, or doing permittee responsible mitigation. And there's a lot of similarities to them, a significant differences as well, and then there's pros and cons to each. So banks and in lieu fees are considered preferable to PRM historically. I mean, and they still are, but historically PRM was a little less scrutinized. So like a bank and an in lieu fee would kind of consolidate impacts. So somebody buys 1 credit over here and 1/10 of a credit over here and 2 credits over here, and you kind of consolidate those into a larger project, which then is, you know, it's more useful for a lot of reasons. You get better water quality benefits, better habitat for wildlife by being able to do a larger project versus if you did an on-site PRM of 1 little acre right here, how much benefit is that really doing? So that's one reason why they're preferable. They use a watershed approach, so probably different states have different agreed upon service areas, but generally it follows major river watersheds. So you're applying the mitigation within the same watershed as the impacts. Theoretically, banks and in lieu fees provide more financial planning, scientific expertise. Again, this is not always the case, but as a general rule, that's why they're preferred. And then potentially they could reduce temporal loss of functions, so loss of functions over time. And then banks and in lieu fees go through the full IRT review process. So the IRT is the interagency review team. And each state has different agencies that are on that. So in Ohio, it's state and federal. So the core, we have 3 core districts that sit on the IRT, US EPA, US Fish and Wildlife, and then we have Ohio specifics. We have Ohio EPA, Ohio Department of Natural Resources. If you're in a coastal area, you probably have some different groups that are sitting on your IRT that are associated with those, like NOAA and those types of things. But the IRT essentially is the regulatory sort of entities that review these plans. And PRMs don't have to go through the IRT process. So the 2008 rule established this mitigation hierarchy. I would assume you probably have heard this before, but essentially, if you're applying for a permit, your reviewer is going to go through this list and say, first, is there a bank? That's number 1. Is there a bank available with credits? If not, is there an in lieu fee available with credits? No. Okay, well then now we can talk about PRM. So, and I don't want to steal, the next presenter is going to go into PRM, so I don't want to steal her thunder, but essentially PRM is where the permittee does their own mitigation, and usually they would hire a consultant to do that, but there's no transfer of liability. So instead of you buy a credit from me, you don't ever have to think about it again. If you're doing a PRM, you have to take that through to completion, probably at least a 10-year process to get it released and go through that. So it's, I don't know that it would be cheaper, but even if it is cheaper, it's much more involvement from the permittee than just buying your credits and being done. Okay, so PRM is its own thing, and I'm not going to really talk about it much more because there's a presentation after this. So I'm just going to go through and kind of explain sort of the similarities and differences between an in lieu fee and a mitigation bank. So transfer of liability and processing time is the same. So like I was saying, you buy a bank credit, you buy an in lieu fee credit, your liability is transferred, you're done with it, you walk away with your permit and go about your business. So there's not really any difference from that perspective. On my side of things as the sponsor, the program instruments are a little different. So for a bank, it would be, you would have your own, excuse me, your own standalone plan, which I'll talk a little bit more about what's involved in those plans. Or you could do an umbrella mitigation banking instrument that would set requirements for an entire service area, and then you could have plans that sort of are amendments to that. For an in lieu fee program, kind of the upfront to become an in lieu fee sponsor is a lot more than to become a banker. So anybody who has a desire and has some money could come in and set up a banking company and go out and you know, start the process, go through the IRT process and build a bank. for in lieu fee programs, you have to get an approved instrument that's pretty in-depth, outlining your program. So you have to talk about service areas. You have to justify the need for a program, because they would say, well, why do we need an in lieu fee if there's already banks available? So you have to justify why there's even a need for it. And that's called the compensation planning framework. And then you would also have to establish the number of credits that are going to be allocated to your program for each service area, prices, and those types of things. So lots and lots of details. And once you get that approved, then you can start proposing actual restoration sites that fall underneath your banking or your in lieu fee instrument. So I'm going to pause for a second because I realized I got a little bit ahead of myself and I didn't actually really explain sort of the basics of in lieu fee. I just sort of jumped into it. So an in lieu fee program essentially is you have a pool of sort of generic credits that, like I said, you go through this compensation planning framework, you get your instrument approved, you say, okay, for this service area, I think there's a really strong need, here's why, here's historic impacts that have happened there. And they say, okay, we approve it, and you get 50 credits that you can sell in that service area. So nothing has been built at this point. It's just 50 sort of generic credits that you now can sell in advance of doing anything else, essentially. So once you sell those credits, each of those credits is going to have an impact, right? So I sell one to you, you have an acre of impacts, you buy 1 credit from me. And now I have 3 years to build a project that replaces that lost resource. So that's the difference between a bank. A bank is like field of dreams. If you build it, they will come. So you build your bank and then you sell credits. In lieu fee is you sell credits and then you have 3 years to go build a project. So hopefully that makes sense. It's basic, but it's also a little bit nuanced. So sorry that I didn't set that a little clear before I just jumped in. So, okay, so back on track, in lieu fee versus banking. The funding mechanism is different, like I just said. So banks, you have to have all the money up front. So anybody who says, I've got a couple $1 million and wow, people really sell those credits for a lot of money, I want to start a mitigation banking business. They can go through that IRT process, get their bank, buy the land, go pay consultants, pay for permitting, all that stuff. They get their bank approved. They get a 30% credit release. Now you can sell those credits. Once you build it, you get you'll get another credit release as you meet goals. You can then sell those. So you have a lot of upfront costs that you don't realize maybe for several years. In lieu fee, you get all the money up front, and then you got to go find a project and get it approved, go through the same IRT process to get it approved, and then you build it. So the funding mechanism is pretty different between the two. Mitigation plans are essentially exactly the same. And I can't speak to everywhere in the country, but I would assume it's similar. Like I said at the beginning, Stream Wetlands Foundation is a mitigation bank sponsor and an in lieu fee sponsor. And when I'm putting together a plan, they're essentially identical. It's just one's called a bank and one's called an in lieu fee. So the actual like body of the plan, the requirements from the federal rule are essentially the same. And that's because of the necessity for equivalency, so that one type does not have a more requirements than the other. They both have to go through the same 3 steps. So they have a prospectus, which it goes to a public notice, a draft instrument where you would resolve any comments from the IRT, and then a final instrument, which then you get approved and you can build your project. The IRT approval process is not a quick or easy thing. And anybody who has any sort of experience in this world will know, like, the Corps is not always easy to work with. They're not always super timely. Technically, they do have timelines that they're supposed to stick to, but that doesn't happen all that often. And actually, there's been a couple papers that have come out recently where some kind of think tank groups have gone through and assessed all the banks that have been approved across the country, and are they meeting their timelines or not? And a short answer is they're not really meeting their timelines. So it's a long process to go through kind of these 3 steps: prospectus, draft, final. And we have to provide things like site selection, justification. So why is this a good place to build a wetland or restore a stream? You have to provide a lot of baseline information. So what is existing on the site today? Are there already existing wetlands? What's the condition of the existing stream? So that takes quite a bit of preparation, field work to collect that data. You've got to come up obviously with the plan, a construction plan, an earthwork plan, estimate how many credits you can generate. There has to be permanent site protection. So whether that's an environmental covenant, an environmental easement, or something else that is approved, there has to be permanent protection so that you don't just, you know, restore this wetland and then walk away and it turns into invasives, or it becomes a burden to the community, or whatever else. So you have a lot of performance standards that are pretty strict that you have to meet in order to get continued credit releases. There's monitoring report requirements. You have to have financial assurances in case there's a failure of the project. An adaptive management plan. You have to identify a long-term steward. So there's a whole lot of things that go into this. And I've had like various people, you know, kind of talk to me like, wow, like, I mean, actually we hear this kind of a lot meeting with people like, wow, you guys sell those credits for so much. Like, wow, it's like, you know, you make so much money from that, and you know, wow, I should just go start a bank or go, you know, do that. And what I always say to people is, you don't understand, like, this is a multi-year process before you're even gonna really see a return on the investment. And it's a 10 years I mean, the general monitoring is 10 years. So several years to get your approval, build the project, then you monitor for 10 years. So it's a very long process to get payback by selling those credits. So like I said before, with a bank and within Luffy, you'll get an administrative credit release, and then you have to show that you're meeting goals, that it was built according to plan, that you're having wetland vegetation, that you have the proper hydrology. And as you show that you're meeting those goals, they'll give you another 15%, another 15%, and they'll hold back some of those credits till the end, until all the requirements are met. So it's a pretty arduous process. But that being said, it is important, because the whole idea of this is that you're compensating for impacts that happen to existing resources. So they want to make sure that the restoration is high quality.
Someone had a question.
Sure.
Can anyone set up an in lieu fee program? I recall hearing somewhere that only certain entities can do so.
That is a good question, and I'm going to talk about that in like 2 slides, but the answer is no. So that's why I was saying anybody can come and set up a bank. Anyone who's got capital and has some experience can come in and plop down a bank wherever they want. In lieu fee, because it is a little bit more, I guess, risky because of that 3-year potential temporal loss of functions, there are parameters around who can be an in lieu fee sponsor. So if you just can pause for a minute, I'll just get to that slide so that I can kind of show you some examples. But yes, I will get to that in just a minute. Okay, so once you get your approval of your project, implementation, you're trying to restore something that nature took hundreds, thousands of years to do in like, you know, a couple months of construction. Then you monitor for 10 years, you have to meet your goals, and then you have to have a long-term stewardship and a long-term stewardship funds to take care of the project. In perpetuity is a little, that's a gray area, because that's sort of an impossible expectation, but to take care of it for a very long time. Okay, so related to that question, why is in lieu fee lower in the mitigation hierarchy than a bank? Because of this potential for you have the 3 growing seasons to implement those credits that you sold. So there is some temporal loss of function. So that's why banks get priority. And then here we go. Who can be an in lieu fee sponsor? So an in lieu fee program is an agreement between the regulatory agencies and the sponsors. The sponsor has to be either a government entity or a nonprofit natural resources management entity. So it can't be just a for-profit LLC. So each state and each Army Corps manages their in lieu fee programs a little bit differently, but like some examples that we see in Ohio, actually, we had 3 in lieu fee sponsors in Ohio. Now we only have 2. So we had a group of park districts came together and formed their own in lieu fee, and for a lot of different reasons, which I'm going to talk about some of the things that are some of the challenges with in lieu fees. They basically were like, we give up, we can't be successful at this, so they closed. But it could be park districts, it could be state agencies, like in North Carolina, they have a state-run in lieu fee program. So it's not like a nonprofit like us. In South Carolina, I think they have, well, maybe that's not true. I was gonna say Department of Transportation. I don't think that is the case in South Carolina. In Indiana, they have a DNR in lieu fee program. And then some private nonprofits, the Nature Conservancy has an in lieu fee program in Ohio, and then Ducks Unlimited has an in lieu fee program. They don't operate in Ohio, but I know they're in Michigan and other states on the East Coast. So because of that increased risk of temporal loss, the in lieu fee programs are limited of who they're going to allow to do that. And then some sponsors will do everything themselves, like so stream and wetlands, we essentially are full delivery. We have engineers on staff, we have biologists on staff, we have accountants on staff. Other in lieu fees, like the Nature Conservancy, essentially is like they collect funds and they manage the program, but then they kind of outsource like the actual specific fulfillment of mitigation plans. You know, they'll have RFPs and have other entities, maybe environmental consultants, who actually like implement and build the projects for them. So everybody does it a little differently, and I'm not an expert on their programs, so I'm not trying to speak on behalf of their programs, but I just know that they're run a little bit differently than the way that we do it. So, okay, that was a lot of information. So what would be the benefit of starting an in lieu fee program versus just building banks? Because banks, number one on the hierarchy, that's the first go-to if somebody is going to buy credits, is if there's a bank available, we'll buy the bank credits. So what are the benefits of actually implementing an in lieu fee program? Okay, so the kind of obvious one is it's not speculative. You collect the money first. You don't have to fund an entire project up front yourself. But as I'm going through these benefits, some of these actually end up being challenges as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But that's probably the most obvious one is you get the money first and then you go build a project. In lieu fees are really good stopgaps when bank credits are not available. So like I was saying, banks can take several years to get approved, get a credit release. And so if people are needing permits and as part of their permit, they need compensatory mitigation, they can't, I mean, it may be like, oh, well, there might be a bank approved in 2 years, but what do I do in the meantime? And so if there's an in lieu fee program in that service area, you buy the credits today, your liability is transferred, and then that sponsor has 3 years to figure out how they're going to implement it. So in lieu fee is actually really valuable in areas where there is low bank credit availability. The other benefit of in lieu fee mitigation, which is what I talked about earlier, is that all those projects go through the full IRT process, so you can have like confidence that they are high quality projects. And then in lieu fee programs are also really good if there are kind of low activity areas. So like I know in Ohio, some watersheds, like anybody who's listened to the news about Ohio knows, like Intel coming to Columbus, we have Microsoft coming to Columbus, like high activity in the Columbus area. Like banks are going in like crazy because there's a super high need. Maybe in Southeast Ohio, there's not really a lot of activity, and so a bank sponsor doesn't really have a motivation to build a bank down there. But if you're someone who's trying to do work and you need a permit and you need mitigation, you're kind of out of luck. So an in lieu fee could serve those small, low activity areas. So now some of the challenges of in lieu fee are essentially the flip side of almost all those benefits. So if you collect the money up front, that's great because now you don't have to self-fund, but that means you can't ever raise your price. So if you, and we kind of had this experience, you know, we sold credits in 2018, 2019, 2020, the cost of everything went crazy. Like the cost of glyphosate to spray invasive vegetation went up by like 200%. So those credits we sold in 2018, we can't go back to the permittees and be like, hey, we didn't charge you enough, and now we can't afford to implement the project. It's like, you got your money and you have to do the project with what you collected. So you need to make sure that you're charging enough up front to be able to implement the project in 3 years. And I'm pretty sure all of our bank projects that we've ever done, we have raised the price of credits throughout the process, because just land is getting more expensive, equipment's getting more expensive, chemicals are getting more expensive. And so at the bank, you have that flexibility. Within lieu fee, it's like, what you have is what you have. So another challenge of in lieu fee is that you have a lot of competition with banks. So like I was talking about in the Columbus area with the Upper Scioto. So we have an in lieu fee program there. We built a project to fulfill our obligations, but we have not sold another in lieu fee credit there in years because so many banks have come in that it's just like, you're not going to sell anything because people are going to the banks first. And another little nuance with that is that sometimes throughout the process of somebody getting their permit, so they'll say, here's my application, I'm going to buy in lieu fee credits, but then maybe a bank gets a credit release. So now the permit reviewer might say, actually, instead of buying those in lieu fee credits, we want you to buy the bank credits that are available. So now the in lieu fee program that sold those credits and started the process to implement those credits, now they just had to give them a refund, and now you're stuck like, well, that money I was counting on is gone. And that's happened to us a lot of times, but that's a challenge, is that dynamic between, you know, what the permit reviewer is going to require. So another challenge with in lieu fee is complying with that 3 growing seasons requirement. So like I have already said a couple times, the IRT process can be very unpredictable. And you might feel like, okay, things are going great, and then the person you're working with at the core gets a promotion, and now there's a new reviewer, and that person's going to be a stickler, and they want to go back and re-review every single thing that you have ever done. And now your project just got set back by a year, but you're still on the hook for the 3 growing seasons. And so if you're not implementing now, you're going to be out of compliance, and there's consequences with that. And so, like I said, it sounds really great to get that money up front, but then you have a pretty big responsibility of getting things in the ground to replace that. It's a pretty complicated tracking process because, like I said, with when you're selling these credits, they're sort of generic. Just here's a credit. A credit is just a thing. It's just a credit. And once you sell it, now it has impacts associated with it. So maybe it's one forested credit. So now you've got to track that, right? So if I'm selling 1 here, a 10th here, 2 here, 5 here, 0.3 here, I've got to get enough money combined to build an actual project, right? I'm not going to build a project on 1 credit. I have to have 20, 30, 40, 50 credits before I have enough money to actually go build a project. But each one of those sales has its own fulfillment tracking. So I might honestly combine 100 permittees into 1 project, but every single one of those has its own timeline, its own money associated with it, its own fulfillment, little clock ticking. And so it is pretty complicated to track to show that you're in compliance on these things.
So there's a question in terms of.
Yep, sure, go ahead.
Someone want to know, what are the typical consequences of non-compliance?
So it's a good question, and I think that it's sometimes this dynamic between like sponsors and like regulators is a little bit like perceived as being a little adversarial, like, you know, they're the regulator, we're the sponsor, we're always butting heads. But honestly, like, we all kind of have to work together to be successful. And so if you're failing your program, that also looks bad on the regulators, and they don't want that to happen either. So I mean, essentially, like, the short answer is they would shut down your program if you truly are out of compliance. They would say you cannot sell any more credits, you're done until you get back in line. But they're not going to do that right away, because if one fails, it kind of everybody fails, right? So they're going to be supportive of trying to work it out. So like when we first started, yeah, we were absolutely out of compliance for a few years because it's a brand new little baby program, and you know, you're okay, we sold 5 credits. Well, that's not enough to build a project, and going through the process and working at all the kinks. So what we did is just asked for extensions, which were granted, and now we are in compliance in our program. But like the ultimate sort of punitive action would be your program is shut down, credit sales are suspended. And for the in lieu fee in Ohio that I was talking about, the Park District, that basically they couldn't get through the IRT process to get projects approved. They basically closed their doors, and they had to return all the money that they had collected to the Corps, and then the Corps had to figure out what to do to essentially like fulfill all the impacts associated with those sales. So it was a really big mess. The other sort of, well, I guess that'd be after a project was already built, but you have the financial assurances associated with a project that the Corps could call on that and, you know, be paid back from that. But one thing I'll talk about a little bit more, but I'll interject now in response to that, is when you collect this money, it is not like no strings attached. I just got $1 million to do with whatever I want. You have to put together a very detailed budget, and you have to get permission from the Corps to have a release of funds to be allowed to spend that money. And so if your program is out of compliance, they will not give you permission to spend the money until you get it figured out. So they actually have a lot of tools at their disposal to kind of keep programs in line. But like I said, they're not going to go nuclear, because that's not good for them either. Everybody kind of wants to help each other be successful in theory. So one other thing I wanted to say about these challenges is that a lot of these challenges are the same if it's an in lieu fee or a bank, like, changing regulatory guidelines, WOTUS rules, that stuff's gonna affect in lieu fees and banks the same. So some of this stuff is just the nature of the business. So excuse me, some of the things that we have learned implementing our in lieu fee programs have allowed us to actually have a program that is now fully in compliance and is really successful. And so I kind of want to go through just some of the things that Stream and Wetlands Foundation has been able to do to tackle some of the challenges that we talked about. So we have 4 in lieu fee programs. So like I said, in Ohio, we have 3 core districts. So we have a Huntington Wetlands in lieu fee, a Huntington Streams in lieu fee, a Pittsburgh Wetland in lieu fee, and a Pittsburgh Stream in lieu fee. And so all of those have separate instruments that we had to get approved through those core districts, and they all have separate ledgers and projects within them. So this is kind of a map of our our in lieu fee service areas. And you might notice that we are not in Buffalo, and anybody that works in Ohio probably needs no explanation, but they are a notoriously difficult core district to get things approved. And the in lieu fee program that shut down was in Buffalo, and they just couldn't get through the regulatory process within the timeline and just gave up on it. But yeah, it really does depend if you can work with your regulators or not. I think it's getting better. I think there is improvement in the industry, but historically that has been a big stumbling block. So some of the ways that we have tackled these challenges are, because we were a mitigation bank sponsor first, we're financially stable. And so we essentially treat our in lieu fee program as a full delivery provider. So our in lieu fee program has dedicated funds that we have collected that are not free to be spent without permission. So those monies go into funds that are kind of locked. But we still have to pay for staff. We still have to pay for buying land. We have to pay for taxes. We have to pay for all the things that go into putting together these plans. And so essentially, like, Stream and Wetlands operations will pay for these things. And then as we get approval from the Corps of release of funds, we pay ourselves back with the in lieu fee funds. So we treat our in lieu fee program as kind of its own thing. And I'll go through once a quarter, so 4 times a year, I go through and invoice the in lieu fee program to kind of reimburse ourselves for the money that we have spent on these projects. I know that not every organization is able to do that, and I know that is difficult, because I know a lot of them will say, well, how do I go out and buy land? How do I go out to this auction that's happening when I don't have permission to spend that money? Like, chicken or the egg, what comes first? I can't build a project without land, but I can't get the land until I have a project approved. So it is tricky. So that's one way that we've been able to kind of work through that. We also try, when possible, to identify and build projects in advance of credit needs. So for example, it's pretty difficult to find a project that's going to be exactly what you need. So let's say in the Huntington Tuscarora service area, we've sold 50 credits that I need to implement. Well, I found a project, I found a piece of land for sale that's 100 acres. So it's going to be more than what I need. But if you're able to go ahead and do that and build that project in advance, then as you sell additional in lieu fee credits, they're immediately fulfilled. So there's no temporal loss. It's like I sold it. It essentially becomes a bank, but it's not a bank. And so that's a way that we've been able to meet our 3-year window, or even kind of get ahead of our 3-year window. And we have several projects that we have extra credits so that as sales come in, they're just immediately, they're on the ledger tracking, they're immediately fulfilled at that project, and there's no lag in time essentially. We also worked really hard, kind of like starting kind of in 2019, to just put together a template document for these plans. And like I said, it's essentially the same if it's a bank or an in lieu fee, but we have all those things in the 2008 federal rule. Like I said, site selection, baseline conditions, credits, financial assurances, site protection. So we just basically have a template of standard language for many of these projects. It's going to be the same kind of stuff over and over again. And once we worked through a lot of those nuances with the Corps, our review times have gotten a lot faster. And so we've even had a few projects where we've been able to get them approved in 150 days, which is like almost unheard of. But it's because, there's a level of trust and not as much of a level of scrutiny when it's a template that everybody is comfortable with. Another way that we're able to be successful is that we have in-house teams. So we do our own engineer plans, and then our engineers oversee construction and they make field adjustments, and we don't have to go through RFP processes, which saves time. And so we're able to be pretty nimble on getting things implemented. And we can also generally do it at lower cost because we're not paying consultants. We also basically, I think before my time, but when the program started, the earliest one was 2014. They were just using Excel to track everything, but I think you could imagine that gets unwieldy really quickly because every single sale, whether if it's a 1/10 of an acre or 20 credits, has to be tracked. And so it just got out of control with Excel. And so we built our own software to track fulfillment and compliance. And this has been really helpful because, again, it's like, from our perspective, it helps us track, and from the regulator's perspective, it gives them confidence that we actually are on top of things. So this is like a dashboard of the app that we have. So on the left are the banks, and it shows you credits that are available. Are they forested, non-forested, and then pending. And that pending, we have the pending in the banks and the in lieu fee. That pending is an important one because many times people reserved credits, don't end up needing their permit, return them. Or people reserve credits and they don't get their permit for 5 years. And so those credits are just sitting out there waiting for the final payment and for the permit. So that pending column is super important because those are not completed sales, but you need to know that they're potentially coming. So on the right-hand side is like our in lieu fee dashboard. So you can see what credits do we have available for sale, how many have we sold but are unfulfilled, how many are pending sales, and then when are they due. And so it's like a quick snapshot of what's going on. And then I also have fulfillment ledgers where it has like the permittee, how many they bought, what their permit number is, what project was it assigned to, and each one of these you can click into it, it'll pull up all the information on that project. And then I have to provide these ledgers to the Corps because they track all of this on their website, which is Ribbits. So it's like just a quick snapshot. You can see it gets confusing pretty fast. As part of our in lieu fee instrument, we said that we would periodically do a third-party audits, and this isn't necessarily like a financial audit, but just more of like a fulfillment audit. And so we did that last year with EPIC, which is the Environmental Policy Innovation Center, and they're also the ones that did that review of mitigation banking timelines, and they're very active in the industry. And so that was another really cool thing because her name is Becca Madsen. her and her team went through all of our ledgers going back to the beginning of our program, all of our mitigation plans, all of our monitoring reports to basically see, are we meeting the requirements of the federal rule and the requirements of our instrument? And we came out doing pretty great. They had some kind of administrative and reporting suggestions that we have implemented. And there were question marks, and there was, you know, like I said at the beginning, in the early years, for sure, there were, you know, projects that, or there were sales that were out of compliance outside of the 3-year growing season. But we've caught up and we've been able to be successful. Now, I will say our in-lieu fee program is slowing down because of the number of banks that are coming into the area, even just in the last 2 or 3 years. So we don't have as many in-lieu fee sales as we did in the early days, but it is still like a really useful stopgap for our clients, where they can come to us and say, I have this big need that's going to be coming in this watershed. What can we do? And we can talk about, do we have a bank? Will we have bank credits? Could we do in lieu fee? We also do PRM projects. We did a big one in Northeast Ohio for the Lordstown EV plant for GM's big project that was in 2020. We did a big PRM for them, and we're doing another big PRM for the Ohio Department of Transportation. So we do kind of all 3 types of mitigation, and it allows us to be pretty nimble, and it allows us to find solutions for our clients as much as possible. And of course, sometimes the answer is they buy from another bank, but we do our best to try to make sure that we're having mitigation available. And we also really pride ourselves on having high quality, amazing projects that we don't spare any expense. We want them to be really great ecological resources, and we try to partner with local parks, or like in Cleveland area with the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, to become our long-term stewards. We donate the projects to them, and then they eventually, not every project, but many projects will eventually become open to the public, become public parks. And so it's actually like a really kind of, you know, compensatory mitigation gets a little bit of a bad rap in the environmental world, because, you know, there are impacts to natural resources that are associated with these projects, but actually we're really proud of how great the projects turn out and what wonderful resources they become. And it doesn't take very long. It takes a couple of years. And we did some vernal pool restorations, and the very next spring they already had, you know, salamander egg masses in there. So it's pretty cool. So I am pretty close to being out of time. If there are any questions right now, I could take them. I could just also show like a couple pictures of our projects, but maybe you tell me, Quinn.
Yeah, so let's start with this question, and then we'll go from there. And if anyone else has any questions, please go ahead and let us know. Someone asked, if an in lieu fee program hasn't collected enough funds for implementation of a project, is there any responsibility for the entity who purchased the credits to find alternative mitigation?
Nope. That's the good thing about buying bank credits or in lieu fee product, in lieu fee credits. So the permittee, once they have purchased those credits, it is like a transaction. Their obligation is fulfilled. So any obligation for fulfilling those credits, if not enough money was collected, whatever that might be, that falls on the sponsor, and the permittee never has to think about it again.
All right, great. Thank you for that answer. Just giving a brief pause to see if we have any other questions. And if we don't, you actually finished pretty much right on time, because we started that a little bit early. So that was pretty much exactly an hour. But if you have anything else you want to go over, please feel free to do so.
Well, I was gonna just really quick show a photo of a couple of our sites, but if you want to check out our Instagram too. So this is a project we did in Columbus, a full stream restoration and wetlands. And all those little mounds are, it's essentially, we call it microtopography. It's sort of mimicking like what would naturally happen in a forested wetland where a tree would fall over and pull up a root ball and leave a little pool. So they're kind of crazy looking. They look kind of alien at first. But then all those hummocks get trees planted on them, and all those flags you see in the photo represent a tree or a live stake. And we plant 600 stems per acre. This is us with one of the core representatives in Huntington. So I don't know, I talked a lot about in lieu fee because that was my purview, but just a quick plug that our projects are really cool and I'm very proud to be a part of them. But I'm sorry, this is lagging. I'm just trying to scroll to the end with my contact, and I'll just leave that for a second. If anyone is interested in following back up, wants to know more about our projects, our software tracking, you have questions about permits, questions about mitigation, feel free to reach out. Okay, so there's my contact. And if you want to check out our website, all of our contact information is obviously on there as well.
All right, great, thank you. And if anyone loses or forgets to mark down contact information, feel free to reach out to us as well. And they should be also in your course manuals. So just leaving enough time so everyone can jot that down, make note of it. And with that, I would like to say thank you, Chelsea, for a great presentation. Really appreciate it. I see your screen share is done, so you're good to go, or hang on the line, whatever you prefer to do. But either way, thank you again for a great presentation.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, everyone, let's go ahead, and I'm going to share my screen so that you can see the agenda. This is in the handouts tab as well. And I think I'll check in with Amy. Amy is signed in right now, so we can maybe get her thoughts. So I didn't know if Amy was going to be ready to go until her scheduled time of 2:30. We'll see if she what she thinks, but we were going to tack that little extra time onto this break. But if we wanted to stick to the 15-minute break and get out maybe 15 minutes early, we can do that, or we can take a longer break. If anyone has any opinions, please let me know. Definitely want to take your opinions into consideration first and foremost. So let us know what you think. Amy, are you there?
I am here.
All right, Amy. So it looks like I was just you probably heard me putting this up on screen. It looks like the attendees are okay with it, but are you, I know your scheduled start time is 2:30, so we can absolutely stick to that and honor that. That'd be fine. If you want to, we could start a little bit early and end a little bit early. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, so why don't we do this? How about we'll take like a 5-minute break to allow you and I to get everything set up and ready, and the attendees can, stretch their legs, do what they need to do. We'll take 5 minutes, get set up, and then we can start into it. And then whenever you wrap up, we can close it down. Because it looks like when I asked the attendees, everyone has said to proceed a little bit early and get out a little bit early. So as long as you're okay with that, that's what we'll do. All right. So everyone, let's plan on. Let's plan on resuming at 2:10 at 10 after. That will give us enough time for Amy and I to make sure everything on the technical side is up and running, and also give you enough time to take a break and get refreshed for the last portion here. So 10 after, 7 minutes from now is when we will plan to resume. All right, and Amy, just so you know, attendees are still with us. We're on break, obviously, like I said, but they can still hear us. But we'll get set up and make sure everything's good to go, and then we'll jump into the presentation at 10 after. So if you're ready, I can make you presenter in the same way that we practiced yesterday. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm giving you presenter abilities now. And if you need any refreshers, I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them on the screen share.
Can you see my screen?
I can, yes, I see your PowerPoint.
Okay. Do you see the bar there? I need to get rid of that.
Yeah, if you hit from beginning to the left there, down a little bit, and then to the left, all the way to the left. Then, yeah, right there. Then we're good. All right. Well, that was smooth. All right, so we have about 5 minutes left. I want to start before anyone gets back. So in about 5 minutes, I'll give you a brief introduction and we can jump right in. Is there anything else you wanted to go over before we take a 5-minute break?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was nice and smooth. I'm glad we found time to practice that. Okay, well, I will go ahead and mute myself. I'm going to refill my water, and then at 2:10 Central Time, 5 minutes from now, I will give you a brief introduction, turn it over to you, and then I'll be on standby to read out questions and help with should any issues arise. So, okay, all right, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right, Amy. Looks like it is 2:10. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
All right. Okay, everyone. So we are getting ready to resume. We have roughly an hour and a half left. And for the final presentation, I would like to welcome in Amy Daly, or Dolly. You know what, Amy? I forgot in our one of my questions is to ask and make sure I have name pronunciation down, so I apologize for that. She's Director of Environmental Services, and I will turn it over to Amy now to tell you a little bit more about herself and get into her presentation. Amy, you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. It's Amy Daly, like the golfer John Daly. I have 31 years of environmental consulting experience. I've worked in the private sector all that time. I've worked throughout the state of Florida, along the eastern seaboard, Texas, and in Puerto Rico. Most of my permittee responsible mitigation has been in the state of Florida. So what are the acceptable parameters of a good mitigation project? Location, location, location. That is the number one. If you have a project and you're going to do some on-site mitigation, it should be preferably next to an existing conservation corridor or removed from the development project. You need to look at the surrounding lands, the drainage basin, and the regional watershed to see if you do mitigation on site, what improvements will occur to those areas. Are there ecological settings that have unique attributes and protected species that your project would improve or enhance? You have to look at historical conditions. Are you restoring something that was once there, but due to agricultural activities or other activities previous to development, you want to try and get back to what it was before. Design. You want to make sure that your design long-term is viable and sustainable. You want to make sure that you can demonstrate that your project is viable and sustainable through the monitoring program that you develop during the permitting process. And then look at the type of management that this mitigation area or areas will need to demonstrate success. Is it economical? What type of maintenance activities are going to be required? Are there a lot of exotic and nuisance species? So you have to look at not just will it be a great project because you're restoring something, enhancing, preserving. There are a lot more moving parts that you need to consider in order to demonstrate that your project is successful. So once you have determined that your project has a good chance of success, then you come up with a mitigation compensation plan. So what do? You assess the existing conditions. You look at the location, the soils, topography, your hydrologic features, because water is really the driving force in wetland mitigation. What contributing areas are going to be providing flow to your project? What will your project do to the receiving areas? What flow patterns are going to come through the site? Vegetation communities. Are you going to have herbaceous, forested? Are there desirable plants predominantly there? Or are you going to spend a lot of time and money on getting rid of plants you don't really want there, your exotic and nuisance species? And then wildlife utilization. Typically, there's probably not a lot of wildlife utilization prior to the mitigation project, but you need to come up with an existing parameter to say, what the existing wildlife benefits are and what then they could be in the proposed. And also you need to look at, especially here in Florida, sovereign submerged lands. Typically the regulatory agencies, the state agencies will not give you mitigation credit if you're going to propose something on sovereign submerged lands. So you need to know exactly what your limits are and what you can and cannot do. So I'm just putting up a lot of different graphics to show, existing versus proposed, to show the level of detail that's required to get regulators to buy in to your proposed compensation plan. Then you look, like I said, at current versus proposed. What type of actions are you going to include in your mitigation area? Are you going to do restoration, enhancement, creation, preservation, or a combination of all of the above? And then, what assessment methodology are you going to use to demonstrate that your mitigation action will provide a functional gain to offset whatever functional loss your project may have? And you get the most bang for your buck in creation and restoration, and then enhancement, and then preservation comes in last. So then you want to show how you're going to implement your mitigation and what benefits. So are you going to have a planting plan? Are you going to improve or restore hydrology? How are you going to phase your mitigation plan? And make sure that your phasing makes sense for constructability purposes. You want to avoid species conflicts. There may be a species adjacent to your project that has nesting breeding season, and the construction, you want to avoid construction conflicts with machines, noise, and if you don't avoid species conflicts, then it ends up in an incidental take permit. And then what type of management actions are the best based on the location and the surroundings of adjacent lands for your mitigation project? If you're in a highly urbanized area, prescribed burn probably won't do. Is it going to consist of lots of herbicide, to get rid of those exotic and nuisance species? So you need to think about where your project is in the landscape, what elements or actions you're going to propose, and how can you make this project run as smoothly as possible while generating the highest functional gain that you can possibly get. So mitigation protection measures. So you need to think about that during as well as after construction. Now there's your typical silt fence, turbidity barrier, what type of equipment you may need, and then how do you protect that area post-mitigation, post-construction. Typically, agencies require a conservation easement. Sometimes you can use a restrictive covenant. What are the equipment protocols for equipment or vehicles that come onto your mitigation site? If it's rather large, are you going to have a vehicle washing station to preclude the introduction of exotic and nuisance species seed sources? And how are you going to control access? Are you going to fence in your mitigation area? Not the best thing when you're trying to promote wildlife use. Or are you going to maybe put up signs? So a lot of things to think about. If the public are going to come utilize your mitigation area, it's probably best to elevate their path by a boardwalk to prevent destruction of your mitigation area and to control their access so they can see the mitigation area in the best light possible. So then you come up with your monitoring plan. Every mitigation plan needs a monitoring plan to demonstrate success. So you need to look at your appropriate methodology. Is it belt transects? Is it qualitative, quantitative monitoring? Develop a detailed schedule to include in your submittal to the agencies. This goes all the way from construction start to construction of the mitigation areas, when planting occurs. And then you look at the success criteria. You examine your scoring for the existing, and then you examine your scoring for the proposed, the actual ecological or functional gain that you gain from the mitigation project. So you look at vegetation, before and after hydrology. Is that wetland enhancement going to increase the hydrology back to the original hydrology of the area, to reduce soil subsidence, to increase vegetative growth and recruitment of canopy species? Wildlife utilization, how are you going to monitor that? Is it monthly, weekly, quarterly, annually? And then also include listed species in this. You could create a marsh that has the potential for sandhill cranes to nest in. And then picking the appropriate monitoring protocol, whether it's qualitative and quantitative or one or the other. And then your management plans. You have to have aspects of operation and maintenance. Who's going to be responsible? What tasks are going to occur? You should probably outline them very detailed in your plan to the agencies, like water management practices. How are you going to balance the hydrology on the project? Are there going to be stormwater inputs? And if so, at what elevation? You need to make sure that your stormwater ponds, if they're located adjacent to the mitigation areas, do not dry out, that their normal water level is equal to or higher than the seasonal high of the adjacent wetland. And you want to make sure that the hydrology is really working, so then the vegetation that you've planted does establish, and then have a contingency for additional plantings in case of drought or flood. And then your plan for exotic and nuisance species control. Fire management, again, that's unless the mitigation area is of a significant size, you can do a controlled burn in an urban setting, which the picture there shows that we were doing a prescribed burn in the Palm Coast area after a firestorm went through in 1999. All the residents were gung-ho on making sure that properties were managed by prescribed burns. So that we implemented a prescribed burn within a forested system that was about 500 acres. And then again, how are you going to control access? That's all part of your management plan. And again, so demonstrating success. I like to put together figures that show how you are demonstrating monitoring success for your mitigation area. Because sometimes figures do a better story than just listing, compiling data. So if you can show the regulator that that wetland line hasn't moved and you're not drying out the wetlands, and that the soils are still hydrated significantly to promote the growth of hydrophytic vegetation, and you meet all the parameters set forth, that you are demonstrating success. So sometimes a graphic is worth 1,000 words. With water quality monitoring, if that's a component of your mitigation success plan, you come up with the thresholds. What is your state threshold for minimum? What is it for maximum, depending on your water quality parameter that you are monitoring? And if there are any exceedances, then you need to explain why. Sometimes it's out of your control. You just need to make sure that you keep your data organized and it's displayed appropriately, and then you can provide a justification. And again, picking the appropriate assessment methodology to show your functional gain for a mitigation project. In Florida, we use UMAM, the Unified Mitigation Assessment Methodology. We've used RAP, MRAP. When I first started in my career, ratios were the regulatory established parameters used for each of the mitigation components: creation, enhancement, restoration, and preservation. And then there's also habitat assessment for streams or rivers. So depending on where you are in the country, that you will use a different assessment methodology, one that the regulators are familiar with, and the one that works best for your geographic location. But you should always provide as much detailed information as possible to back up your scoring or your functional gain. So again, protection methods. Usually in the projects that I've been involved in, it's been a conservation easement. There could be land restrictions, such as you can have passive recreation and management, hunting, maybe it's primitive hunting with bows and arrows. You can allow the public to go hiking, or once the site becomes successful, you can collect seed sources for other mitigation projects out there. And how are you going to protect the species that utilize the area as far as listed species? And then one component of the project that my clients are always interested in is cost. Construction costs, management costs, contingency planning costs. And then, so because they are the ones that are going to have to put up the financial documentation through a bond or a letter of credit to show that they have the financial wherewithal to take the project from start to finish. And then you have to identify the responsible parties for the monitoring, maintenance, and long-term stewardship. Usually the long-term stewardship is to the permittee, and the applicant or permittee will hire a consultant for the monitoring and maintenance. So mitigation submittal requirements. So I cannot express the need to have as many meetings with agencies as possible. At a minimum, you have your pre-application meeting, you have your on-site meeting, and your application processing meetings. The more you get them to understand the process and the greater detail that you can explain to them, and the more understanding that they'll gain, they'll typically buy into the project and want to see you have a successful project. There are plenty of resources wherever you work and design mitigation areas. In Florida, we have the applicant's handbook that are good for all the state agencies. It's a guidebook to tell you, this is what we're looking to see. These are the things that you need to demonstrate if you want a successful project. There are so many regulatory reference guides on mitigation, on the different techniques to employ per, your design elements, and checklists. Checklists are invaluable. You have them out, you check things off as you go to make sure that all the information that you have is in the application submittal. And then you look at the permitting criteria. Will my design fit within what the agencies want to see? Am I pushing the boundaries by having the stormwater pond, which is going to hydrate my wetland, at or a little bit below, but I can demonstrate that at or below the seasonal high of the wetland, but I can demonstrate through monitoring that the hydrology will work. And then what I always like to do is I like to research historical permit records. Sometimes you can find a little tidbit of information that will help you move your project forward. This doesn't necessarily have to happen on your project site, but it can happen on an adjacent project site that employed a similar mitigation project. So always look around for additional information which can help you prepare a better plan. And then it's not just all about the ecological. There's also a lot of legal documents that need to be prepared. You need to work with others, attorneys, title companies, to demonstrate that you have, through deeds, you have property ownership, that as permittee, you have sufficient legal interest in moving forward with the project once the permit is issued. You need to come up, are there any, your surveyors out there doing a boundary and a topographic survey? Now it would probably behoove you to see if there were any easements that would conflict with you designing your mitigation area. Is there a drainage easement? Are there a utility easement? Maybe they're obsolete and the utility agency are no longer needed. So you need to get any easements vacated. And then gather as many maps as you possibly can that show existing, proposed, what your plans are going to be. Maps sometimes are a little bit more effective than a whole bunch of narrative. And then your basic reports that you'll need. You'll need your ecological report, your engineering design and construction plans, geotechnical information, archaeological assessment, and then gather your conservation easement together, your sketch and description, and your management plan will most likely have to go in the conservation easement as well. And then make sure that your cost estimate is real and you have looked at everything and got 3 estimates from each contractor or subcontractor, and then get with your client to make sure that he can prepare the financial assurances and affidavits needed by your permitting agencies. So I'm going to discuss 6 mitigation projects. Each one is slightly different. The first one is traditional mitigation. It's about on-site restoring hydrologic connectivity. The next one is related to transportation, and it's more of a wildlife project than it is a wetland project, but it was the first one in the state of Florida where wetland impacts were mitigated by putting in a wildlife crossing. And then some estuarine restoration, and then basin-specific mitigation, where you're not allowed to take your mitigation out of a specific basin. And traditional mitigation, which included other engineering elements like floodplain compensating storage. And then I'll briefly go over stream restoration. So the first study is Campus Crusade for Christ. Campus Crusade for Christ is a 285-acre project to serve as the organization's headquarters for missionary programs. Campus Crusade for Christ was a development of regional impact project, which required oversight by other governmental agencies in addition to your state and federal wetland permitting agencies. The project began in the early 90s prior to the establishment of mitigation banks. The use of the project, the existing use of the project area was agricultural, primarily cattle. There was extensive ditching and draining of wetlands. And in order to develop the main Campus Crusade for Christ building, the project proposed just over 10 acres of impact, and approximately 99 acres of wetland mitigation were devoted to compensating for those 10 acres of impact. Back then, mitigation was based on ratios. The design elements included preservation, creation, restoration, enhancement, surrounding an area where a historic flow pattern needed to be restored. So not only did we had to coordinate with a number of agencies, and there were a lot of pieces, small little pieces to this overall mitigation project. So the design elements also incorporated stormwater management facilities were designed to promote diversity in community type with open water features, as well as to assist with hydration of wetlands with the stormwater, the treated stormwater discharges. In order to expedite permitting, my company prepared 35 figures and exhibits to show how the project would be designed and constructed. So by providing the project information on numerous figures, the project was laid out in detail, displayed the project intent. This level and clearly display of detail expedited the project through the permitting application process. The mitigation plan was centered around the remaining forested wetland by locating the enhancement, restoration, and creation areas adjacent to the forested system, which functioned as a slow water moving slough. The figure on the left depicts the jurisdictional areas, and the figure on the right depicts the proposed mitigation areas surrounding the existing jurisdictional areas. The entrance road to the uplands went through the mitigation area as it was the only way to access the uplands. So there was an existing dirt road that was widened, and this dirt road was put in for the agricultural operation. I'm going to show some graphics which depict the plan in detail. So this is an up close of the engineering construction plan, and we had multiple cross sections to show how the built design was compatible with the mitigation area design. Each mitigation area had its own plan, view, and cross section, and depicted the proposed and existing ground elevations, how it would be tied to the mitigation features, how the mitigation would be separate from the stormwater ponds, to demonstrate the elevation of the water in the stormwater pond was at the elevation of the seasonal or normal water of the wetland to promote hydration of the wetland system. So the more detail you can provide, it doesn't have to be busy. It can be simple figures like this. But then again, the story is in the plan views and cross sections. They're clearly communicated not only to the regulatory reviewer who's going to permit your project, but also to the construction company who's responsible for constructing what you have envisioned. So the takeaway from this project is the level of detail provided, which demonstrated the project, and it promoted regulatory approvals in a relatively quickly time. The detailed plan also includes your planting plan. What are you going to plant? And where are you going to plant it? What size and how many? So the more detailed information you can provide the regulatory reviewers, the better off you are. There are less requests for additional information. Your client's happy, his project is moving forward. So again, I have provided a series and your detailed mitigation work schedule also helps set out the plan for the future management once things are constructed. So I've set up a series of aerial photographs. The 1995 was what it looked like prior to the construction of Campus Crusade for Christ. 1999 shows that the construction has started. The mitigation areas you can see along the main entrance road have started to develop. And then you move on through today, and you can see that that forested area, which was much smaller in 1995, has expanded along the entrance road, and things have filled out, and the project is successful. I will say that this was my first mitigation project. I was not involved in the design or permitting, but I was responsible for the monitoring and maintenance. And things couldn't have gone better at agency sign-off. When the agencies met me out there to review the condition of the mitigation areas, it was like a bald eagle was flying overhead, and sandhill cranes were foraging in the marsh area, and an otter was frolicking in the stormwater pond. So the agency guy asked me if I had released them on site because they had all appeared all at once, which is unusual, but it was a successful project. The second project is about wildlife corridors or crossings to promote safe transportation, as well as reduce mortality of various animals. This project is located in Central Florida along Interstate 4. It's located in the Green Swamp Critical Area of State Concern. So it's a highly ecologically sensitive area. So a wildlife crossing is a road-related structure that provides wildlife an option to cross under or over roadways. The crossings have the potential to reduce motor vehicle collisions with wildlife, consequently reducing the likelihood of injuries and mortalities, both to humans and wildlife, and damage to motor vehicles. In Florida, we have specific guidelines that have been developed with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. The wildlife crossing features could be bridges with shelves, specially designed culverts, enlarged culverts, exclusionary devices such as fencing, walls, or barriers, or a kind of combination of all of the above. I-4 serves as a vital highway and critical piece of infrastructure that connects the East Coast with the West Coast here in Florida. This project is a design build with the goal of reconstructing an I-4 corridor to include an ultimate design for the express lanes, high-speed rail to improve safety along I-4 and along State Road 557, and also reconnect with a Hillacucci Wildlife Management Area that was bisected by the original construction of Highway 4 in 1959. So the project goals were to not only improve the ecological situation with wildlife movement and improve the connectivity of the swamp north and south of the road, but also to plan for future development of the transportation corridor. And so the permitting and design elements involved in this was reconnecting the wildlife corridor that was severed back in 1959. And the team designed the wildlife crossing to accommodate both aquatic and terrestrial species. The wildlife crossing previously disconnected the conservation lands, and it caused a significant amount of mortality in this area. And I have seen a dead panther along the side of the road here, but the main permitting agencies for this project were the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the Southwest Florida Water Management District, and the Army Corps of Engineers. So this is what the design looked like and included. There was inclusion fish fencing along the north and south limits of the highway. The underpass was long enough to span the highway, and there is a 61-foot horizontal clearance, and it provides both for high water and low water events. And there is an aquatic crossing, and it connects a significant amount of agricultural land and ecological land, swamps, pine, flatwoods, various habitats that are under conservation. So this is what it's like from the bird's eye view. I can't tell you how many times I have driven along I-4 looking for it, and I finally found it the other day. You really can't notice it. It's not a typical wildlife crossing where you elevate along the highway and it's underneath. This actually, the highway is level on all sides, and so the wildlife crossing is, I guess, constructed, recessed underneath the highway, but it's if you're not looking for it, you're not going to see it. So the monitoring that is involved is just 3 years of wildlife cameras. And so they'll pick up by motion different species that are using this wildlife corridor. The project, when you think about putting in a wildlife crossing as mitigation for your transportation project, there are a lot of things that there's a checklist that you need to go through. So does your project cross or reduce fragmented habitat, such as this project here? Will it reconnect an ecological greenway? So check, it does that. Will it reconnect public conservation lands? Are there future land uses or development patterns that are compatible with this area becoming a wildlife corridor? And does the project involve locations of critical conservation as determined by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission? In this project's case, it did. It hit all of those elements. Some other things that you need to look at is that your wildlife crossing cannot compromise state and federal highway safety criteria. It cannot restrict legal access to adjacent property owners, and it cannot negatively impact adjacent properties. And it cannot negatively impact drainage patterns or flood off-site areas. The placement of wildlife crossings has to be backed up by some wildlife mortality hotspots. There's got to be some type of documentation. It needs to be a science-based siting criteria. And then again, obviously, you don't want to have lighting as part of your feature because that prevents wildlife movement or precludes it. And you want to make sure that there is enough area that you have designed that it will promote maintenance and management for the long-term viability of the structure. So our next case study involves salt marsh restoration. The project design was relatively simple, and it consisted of the design and construction of a salt marsh restoration for the North Peninsula State Park in Volusia County on the eastern coast of Florida, adjacent to the Intercoastal Waterway. The objective of this project was to restore 34 acres of a spoil deposition site along the Intercoastal Waterway back to a functioning salt marsh. So when they dredged out the Intercoastal Waterway decades ago, they just piled the spoil onto the adjacent salt marsh. And this occurred back in circa 1940. And the project also included the enhancement of 30 acres of previously impacted salt marsh where the hydrologic connection to the Intercoastal Waterway was severed. So that this is a typical cross section. This project was not complicated at all. It just involved removing the dredge spoil back to the original elevation of the salt marsh and then planting. So I've provided aerial photographs. In 1995, this was pre-restoration. You can see the Atlantic Ocean, and then you have the beach, the remnant sand dunes, and then you see the Intercoastal Waterway, which is also known as the Halifax River. And then you see the project area is just to the right of there. And then in the next aerial, you can kind of see that there's some spoil dredge removal. And then as you get into 2009 and 2010, the construction really starts to take off and transform the area. Then you move to the 2014 and on aerial photographs, and you can see that the area slowly revegetates and rehydrates and has become a functioning salt marsh as it was once prior to 1940. So the other aspects of this project involved field trips for high school students and related to their environmental sciences class for monitoring of the system. Another project highlight included we coordinated with the Florida Department of Transportation to purchase the spoil material to use in road construction. And this reduced the overall cost of the salt marsh restoration. There were different species that we had to make sure that were not adversely affected by the proposed construction. The Florida scrub jay, the gopher tortoise, and the eastern indigo snake. We obtained a permit from FWC for the capture and relocation of the tortoises within the state park. Prepared construction posters educating the construction personnel that if you see a black snake, it's not necessarily a water moccasin, it could be an eastern indigo snake. And so we just went over the steps on what you were to do if you encountered this threat, federally threatened snake, and who to call. And then also there was a nearby scrub jay population within the state park, and avoid construction, heavy construction during the nesting breeding season. So again, it's not just all about the wetland mitigation. There are other elements of your plan depending on where your project is located that you need to consider. The takeaway from this project is think creatively to reduce cost by using excavated material for fill on your site, or find a buyer for the excess fill. Does your project have a potential community outreach through education opportunities? And take into consideration species within the area and how they might be affected by project timing. So this project was very interesting. And then special basin mitigation. Mitigation banks have a mitigation service area that includes a larger regional watershed, but sometimes there's a hole in the donut, a special basin where the regulators have determined that impacts that occur in that mitigation bank, in that mitigation basin, must stay within that mitigation basin. And this is the case for Lake Jessup Basin here in Central Florida. With regards to state permitting, the Army Corps of Engineers will still accept mitigation from the mitigation bank, which covers the Lake Jessup Basin. So to solve this permitting dilemma, several off-site mitigation areas have been developed over the years to provide projects with Lake Jessup mitigation for state permitting and pairing with federal mitigation bank credits. So if you'll see that the graphic in the middle that says Lake Jessup Basin, that outlines for you the limits of the basin. And then if you look at the mitigation service area for the Colbert-Cameron Mitigation Bank to the right, you can, that is the larger regional watershed, which encompasses the mitigation bank's service area, and Lake Jessup is just one smaller basin within that. So in order to develop a project like this, what do you have to do? The project involves conveying conservation easements over wetlands and uplands to compensate for the functional loss of project impacts. To justify that the use of these off-site mitigation areas are suitable, preparing reports and documenting the regional and ecological benefits to Lake Jessup were prepared. You need to put your best foot forward. Again, going to look at the surrounding areas, what is adjacent to it. You prepare graphics which demonstrate your case clearly, like some of the graphics on here. It shows that It's a strategic habitat conservation area. It's a priority level 2, according to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. There's a number of rare species in the area that these 2 project areas encompassed. So again, just putting your best foot forward and also doing your due diligence to determine whether or not you have sovereign submerged lands on your property. One of the project areas had 34 acres of sovereign submerged lands, and so no mitigation credit could be generated off that area. So it was our job to put forth the regional significance. It's adjacent to conservation lands owned by the county, by the water management districts, the state of Florida. And it's one of the projects is on the shoreline of Lake Jesup, but they're both located within a riparian habitat protection zone that the agencies want to establish to protect Lake Jesup. Another important element of these 2 mitigation areas is that they had development approvals to develop, one as light industrial and the other as residential. Now, taking these ecologically sensitive lands out of the development and taking them into conservation also provides a functional lift that was demonstrated in our UMAM assessment. So as I mentioned previously, as projects come in, depending on how many functional gain units they need, the mitigation area is designed to offset those functional loss to provide a functional gain. And mitigation conservation easements are put forth and encompass the property. And this just shows where some of our conservation easements are located. As part of the permitting process, we went and we delineated the wetland. Agencies reviewed the wetland. Agencies came out to look at the ecological value of the project. They took into consideration the development potential. They looked at the existing and the proposed condition that we put forth in our ecological assessment. We looked at landscape, where it was in the landscape, how it would protect Lake Jesup. Vegetation, the structure of the forested or herbaceous areas were appropriate for that community. The water environment, there was no draining of the wetlands. The wetlands seemed to be in a satisfactory condition. And again, going back, they looked at the existing entitlements, the permits that were issued to the projects, what the projects were able to do based on those regulatory permits. And then ownership documents. We had to establish that the owner had sufficient interest in the property and that there weren't any easements. We did a title report, affidavits, boundary survey. And then we had the conservation easement. We used the standard ecological conservation easement that the agencies provide, but provided as some additional language, which was beneficial for both. But we went ahead and got that approved by the agency's legal department, so it wouldn't hold up any projects that came to us for mitigation. So this is the shops at Lake Nona. This is the 5th case study, and it's traditional mitigation, but it also incorporated an engineering component needed. The project was impacting the floodplain, and so they needed to provide a floodplain compensating storage. So the mitigation area served for both mitigating impacts as well as mitigating floodplain filling. So these are just photographs of an annual picture of what the mitigation area looked like for when it first was constructed through almost the 4th year of monitoring. There were many constraints on this project area, including an existing cell tower, utility easements along the frontage road and wetlands, and a canal on the western limits. We ended up relocating a portion of the canal and incorporating the floodplain compensating storage into an on-site mitigation area adjacent to the reconstructed canal. This property was an out parcel to which was not part of a larger development south of Orlando. This is an area called Lake Nona. The adjacent project this is where researching surrounding permit documents comes in handy. So the adjacent project had already demonstrated that the wetlands that were on our site and connected to areas north and south already had regional significance. So we obtained this information by researching the permit for adjacent project area. So we used graphics 1 to demonstrate that this project was missing from the conservation corridor. And we used a 3D model to show the relocated canal and how the mitigation area and compensating storage were located adjacent to the canal. So to the left is the 3D image of the relocated canal, and then it steps up into the compensating storage area and mitigation area. And then there is a retaining wall, and from there it includes the development. The figure to the right shows where we were proposing a conservation easement over the mitigation area after the project was received permits. But it also showed the existing conservation easements that were granted not only to the county, but to the state permitting agency, South Florida Water Management District. There are many components related to this mitigation project, and providing the detailed graphics and plan views, cross sections helped expedite the permitting. The graphics show both the proposed impacts and the mitigation, and the location of the canal, the existing canal, and then the proposed location of the canal. So there's a different hatching for each element to help provide clarity for the regulatory reviewers, as well as a cross section to show where the building was going to go. The existing canal was then going to be relocated, and then how it tied into the floodplain compensating storage area. So again, these are just some of the cross sections that were provided. And again, not only does it help the regulatory reviewers understand what the project is all about, it also provides guidance to your contractor who needs a detailed set of plans in order to give you the product that you desire. So I put together a series of aerials. In 1995, you can see the canal there, and the property is on the southwest quadrant of the intersection, which is surrounded by citrus groves. And then the property slowly becomes a nursery, while the development in 2017 is on surrounding the area. And then as you move forward into 2018 and 21, and now to the most recent one in 23, you can see where the canal had been relocated, and the adjacent development between the canal and the development is the mitigation area and floodplain compensating storage area. And in 2003, we had the mitigation area approved by the agencies and signed off as successful. Some things pop up during a project that might not be fully realized during proposal preparation. But one thing that we needed to determine was who owned the canal. A lot of times in Florida, the canal will be owned by the county or by a state agency. And most of the canals in Florida were built after Hurricane Donna in 1960 to reduce flooding in future hurricanes. And so we did demonstrate, or we did enough research through title reports and calling all the agencies and talking to their property departments, and no one had ownership of this portion of the canal, which was good, because we would have had to obtain additional permits in order to gain approval to relocate the canal on our property. And then again, putting a conservation easement up, then going through the water management district legal department for approval for that. And then providing cost estimates for financial assurance. You know, no one really thinks about that when they're putting together a mitigation plan. It's all about the plan. But there are legal documents and financial documents that need to be prepared as part of the permitting process. And again, referring back to checklists is really helpful. And then making sure that you get a really good surveyor to put together an as-built that is detailed. So you can prove that it was constructed per your design. So again, putting together a monitoring and maintenance plan, baseline report, and then 5 years of monitoring. And then we went from a quarterly maintenance to biannual to annual. And there were some issues that popped up that we didn't think about, and some of them were just out of our control, and you just need to be upfront with your client and tell them these things as you discover them. So you need to make sure that that you fully look at your site, not only for, you know, what you're intending to do is to create a mitigation plan, but maybe get with a contractor to see whether or not it's actually easily constructible. Are there going to be some issues? Fortunately, for me, the company that I currently work for, we have several general contractors on staff. And if I'm thinking about doing something that's kind of out of the norm, I ask their opinion of it. Is this going to be difficult to construct? If you have all these adjacent areas, what do you see? Can you provide me some guidance? So that helped with this project. So the takeaway from this is that you don't know what you're going to get when things float downstream. We had a mattress. I don't even know how it got through the culvert, but it did. A mattress made it to the site from upstream. And so you just have to make sure that you clean out the trash on a routine basis. Another item that you know, I didn't foresee is that the landscape people kept on mowing the mitigation area. So just make sure that you communicate with your property manager as well as your landscapers to make sure that they help pick up the trash that they see and that they stay out of the mitigation areas and they don't mow them, especially when right before an agency personnel is going to come and inspect your site. So the takeaway that I got from this project was that projects evolve based on what your clients want and how you're able to design a project that meets your client's needs, and that will this project gain regulatory acceptance? Is the mitigation area success goals, are they realistic? And they were. So it all turned out to be a successful project, even with some bumps in the road. Now, the case study here is stream restoration. I'm not going to go into great detail. There's not much stream restoration that goes on here in Florida, but every stream restoration protocol is different. It all depends on the geographic location you live in, so that your design parameters could be different from Florida versus the Mid-Atlantic, the Midwest. So you really need to think about where you are in the landscape and what exactly it is that you're designing for. So stream restoration is a challenging mitigation project. From design through construction, you need to make sure that, you know, at the end of the day, your monitoring protocol is appropriate, that it does help demonstrate that you are successful. So you look at, are the site conditions conducive to success? You know, you really don't want to design a stream in a sandhill community, you want to look for an area that was once a stream and maybe has a really good input upstream of flow from wetlands or another tributary. And you want to look at the end of the day, will this stream restoration satisfy my mitigation needs? And what benefits will it derive upstream as well as downstream? How can you turn this into not only the restoration of the project site, but what benefits it has outside of your project site? And is it going to be economically feasible? Stream restoration the cost for stream restoration can accelerate rapidly. So you want to make sure that you're cognizant of what exactly it is that you are designing. And can your design demonstrate success in a relatively, short period of time? And what adaptive management, if you're not showing success, what adaptive management can be implemented to, turn things around to help you meet that success? And then what design considerations? Again, I talked about constructability on the last project site. Are you phasing the mitigation or the stream restoration in such a way that it is constructible, that get a set of eyes of a contractor on there to look at your conceptual plan, get him to give you tips to say, well, it would be easier if you would do this from a constructability standpoint. And does that also, do those construction goals fit in with your ecological goals? So again, on these projects, you just have to make sure that you provide enough detail. What type of stream are you going to restore? Is it fast water, slow water? Are you going to have dammed pools, scour pools? Is it going to be turbulent? I mean, you need to figure out maybe what was there previously, and then you look at undisturbed upstream, downstream portions and try to mimic that in your stream restoration project. Will you have a 60-foot native buffer that you can rely on? Or is your buffer smaller? Is your buffer consisting of the floodplain? What is adjacent to what you're working on? And consider that into your stream design. And then again, you provide existing data. You take photographs of of the channelized stream, and then maybe you superimpose what your design would look like over the photograph. What kind of erosion and sediment controls will you use? Will you use geofabric? Will you use vegetation? Will you employ both of them? So detailing exactly what you have on site to show what you might want to do. So these are just some, cool design plan views and cross sections to show, what you're trying to do. A stream has many components to it. Some are pools, and then you have shallow water, deep water. What you want to make sure that what you design shows that the stream bank can be stable, that it's not going to get washed away after a heavy rain or a flash flood. How are you going to demonstrate that your design is sustainable? So again, I talked about, how you had the existing. You're going to overlay what could be proposed. You're going to restore meanders and adjust the bank full dimensions. You can look at restoring historic channels. You can see in the graphic to the bottom right, you see the channelized system. Then you look and you can see where the historic stream channel used to be. So maybe that's where you start. That's where you want your stream restoration to go, is to restore what was once there, and to get the beautiful system that you see to the left with your open water your herbaceous vegetation, and then followed by the adjacent forested wetlands. So you collect as much detailed information, soils, you get the geotech, you get a surveyor out there, so you can provide your proposed plan over your existing plan. You know, how many meanders are you going to have in your stream? What exactly it is, what is it exactly is it going to look like? And then you provide your cross sections to show existing grade, proposed grade, to tell the regulatory agencies what you have in mind. And then providing construction details not only helps the regulator understand what you're trying to propose, but it also helps the contractor. The contractor wants to follow the plans. And so the greater detail that you can provide on what's needed, the better. You need to eliminate as much ambiguity as you possibly can. And again, instructions on how to properly plant plants, because sometimes these projects have thousands of plants that you're going to install. And so you want to make sure that the economical dollar amount spent on planting is reduced as much as possible. And then over to the right, that's a detailed planting plan. It has common name, scientific name, the number of plants to be planted, the size, and how many plants are planted per mitigation area. So you want to make sure that, you know, even the planting plans are detailed in your construction plans, so the contractor knows exactly what he has to do. And phasure mitigation, make sure it makes sense so that you can see, you know, what plants are working better than others, and maybe you exclude those plants that have, you know, a significant die-off. So just be smart on how you construct your plan. And even your monitoring, transects, stations, photo stations, staff gauges, piezometers should be on the construction plans. Not only to help the regulators understand your plan in full, but also, you know, the contractor needs to know where, you know, he needs to install a staff gauge or a piezometer, and then have the surveyor survey the zero elevation of the staff gauge and provide you with detailed proposed plans. So this is just a photograph of some stream restoration. Typically, tow wood is installed along the bend of a stream where scouring can take place. It's just a way to ensure that your constructed design withstands high waters. And then placing different root wad in there to create a habitat during higher waters for macroinvertebrates. If you have macroinvertebrates, then you're going to have, you know, fish that come feed on them and so forth and so on. And not only does it help with erosion control, it also helps with establishing habitat within your constructed stream. And so this is just a constructed stream. They don't necessarily have to be out in the middle of nowhere. They can be adjacent to an apartment complex. And then you can also incorporate treated stormwater to be discharged into here to help with the hydrologic component of your plan. And eventually the area will provide a forested habitat as well as a herbaceous marsh next to your stored stream. So again, items to consider when designing your project: take detailed measures of your channelized stream. Your design should take into consideration flow rates and features of the design, meanders, pools, tow wood locations, securing of the site, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of moving pieces and parts when it comes to stream restoration, and every geographical location will have different components. And so with that, I'll close and just say thank you very much.
All right, just taking a look if we have any questions here. If you have any questions, please go ahead and type them in. And while I wait to see if we have questions, I can also, I'll cover the details of the quiz, how to get your certificate and all of that, and then I'll revisit the questions tab and just make sure that we didn't miss anybody's questions here. All right, well, I don't see any questions yet. Like I said, I'll revisit in case anyone's typing, but I just want to let everyone know I sent you all a link to a short multiple choice quiz in your email. So the email subject is webinar quiz and credit request form. When you open up that email, you'll see a link to an online quiz. Click that, and then once you're on the quiz page, put in your name, select your answers on the multiple choice questions, and then hit submit. Once you hit submit, you'll be taken to the results page. If your score is 80% or higher on that results page, you will see a download certificate icon next to your score. Click that and you'll have a PDF of your certificate. Should you score below 80%, you can scroll down on that results page and see which questions were answered incorrectly, and then hit the retry button on that page, and it'll be the same quiz. And then any subsequent attempts that you hit 80% or higher, you'll see that download certificate icon. So that's how you get your certificate. And then I would highly advise you to fill out the credit request form that's linked in that email too, because there are certain states, professions, and organizations that require us to report completion of a course in order for credit to be awarded. So basically, we just need you to put your name in, put in your email address, and then check the boxes of which credits you need. We'll take it from there, and we'll get your credit reported. Good question on it. Is there a deadline for taking the quiz? The quiz will be active for the next few business days. So since we have Thanksgiving coming up, the end of day Friday, if you could finish the quiz by then, that'd be fantastic. If you know that you can't do that, like I said, I know there's holidays and people are busy. If you know you're not going to get your quiz in by Friday, just let us know. We'll probably just ask what credits you need, because there's certain credit reporting deadlines that we need to meet. So we try to get all those back to us as soon as we can. But again, if Friday's not doable, just let us know, that so we know that you're still planning on completing that quiz. So those are the two things in the email. I sent it to you now. If you want to check your inbox and let me know if you didn't get it, because since it goes out to multiple people at the same time, sometimes people's emails, especially if they work for a government or a school, those will get blocked. So there's a chance I sent it to you and it's not in your inbox right now. So if you want to double check, you can. But otherwise, I would just like to say a huge thank you to Amy for a fantastic presentation. We really appreciate you taking time to present for us. I think you did a great job. And thank you to the attendees for being here. Hope you enjoyed today. Thank you for your questions and comments. And I hope you all really enjoyed it. Riley, I will send you the quiz individually here. So hopefully that comes through to you. If you don't receive it, just send me an email. The best way to do is if you send me an email, I reply to that. That just makes sure that it definitely comes through. So if you don't see it in the next 5 minutes, send me an email. But thank you all again for being here. If I could ask one thing, it's not mandatory for credit, but there's an evaluation that pops up right when I close down the broadcast, just asking what you thought of the program. And we would love to use your feedback to make our programs better. But Amy, unless there's anything else you wanted to say, I'll go ahead and close down the broadcast.
No, thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you. Thank you for presenting. Thank you to attendees for being here. We really appreciate you. We're still open for the next hour and a half. If you need anything, send us an email, give us a call. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Hope you have a great Thanksgiving, and maybe we'll see you on another webinar. Brandon, I'll add your email as well. All right, thank you, everybody. Have a good one.